Ever wonder what happens when an empire built on legendary glory falls into complete political chaos? 300 years ago, a hero brought peace to the continent through sheer strength and wisdom, leaving behind a legacy everyone thought was untouchable. Fast forward to today, and that legendary knight's legacy is still praised across the land, but holding up that kind of standard in a royal court full of snakes is an absolute nightmare. Our main girl grew up idolizing this hero, believing she could walk the same righteous path and protect the empire, but boy, was real life ready to throw hands. Dramatic silence, cut to the present, and instead of glory, she's battered, bruised, and tied up with thick ropes while crying her eyes out. Talk about a brutal reality check. Plop! Collapsing onto the cold floor, she realizes this isn't the noble trial she bargained for, it's a cruel trap. Honestly, who hurt our empress like this? The angst is already off the charts. To figure out how everything went so downhill, we gotta rewind 1 month ago at the Listonia Imperial Palace under a bright full moon. Inside her dimly lit study, Empress Maria Kobarg is hard at work late at night, grinding through endless paperwork while everyone else sleeps. Look at that sharp, gorgeous design. Glasses, ornate jewelry, and a calm gaze? Maria isn't just a figurehead, she's running this entire empire on her back. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, panicked footsteps echo down the grand hallway, interrupting the quiet night and signaling that major drama's brewing. Bursting through the scene, Emperor Henry Kobard looks flustered and breathless as he rushes in to deliver urgent news to his wife. Maria asks if the moment has finally arrived, and Henry confirms it, though you can tell the tension in the room just spiked through the roof. Side note, the atmospheric lighting here is incredible. Maria stays cool as ice, casually reminding him that as Empress, she's got to be right where the action is. Henry puts on a front of appreciating her devotion, but there's an awkward wall between these two that you could cut with a butter knife. Creak! The doors swing open and they step inside the inner palace chambers where the rest of the royal family is gathered. Whispers. The lavish room is packed with shadowy nobles whispering amongst themselves as the royal couple arrives. Notice how the background nobles don't even have faces? That's classic manhwa shorthand for these background characters are purely here to talk trash. Sitting comfortably on the red velvet couch is Monica, the former empress, looking smug and ready to stir up trouble like she always does. Out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the inner bedroom, instantly making everyone freeze. In the next room, Lauren Sarada, the emperor's pregnant consort, is lying in bed crying out in severe labor pains. Hearing her cries, Henry panics and tries to charge toward her room, but Monica quickly orders him to stay put and maintain his composure. Maria lowers her head quietly, suppressing her feelings while taking in the whole circus. Man, you gotta feel for her in this awkward situation. Time for some backstory. Exactly 1 year ago, Emperor Henry brought in a new consort to the royal court. Enter Laurent Sarada, a sweet-looking noble girl from the Kingdom of Landis who looks like she stepped straight out of a shoujo manga. See, Maria and Henry had been married for 10 whole years without producing an heir, creating a massive political crisis that forced the emperor to take a consort. So when Laurent actually got pregnant, the power dynamic completely shifted, leaving Empress Maria isolated in the shadows while Henry doted on his new favorite. Flashback within a flashback, the former Empress Monica used to constantly press Maria, demanding high-ranking titles for her corrupt cronies like Viscount Villette. When Maria pointed out that the Chancellor already rejected that promotion, Monica threw a total fit behind closed doors. Monica screamed at Maria, blaming Maria's father for blocking her moves and demanding Maria fix the mess herself. Talk about zero self-awareness. She complained about losing face among the nobles, demanding some form of compensation for her pal Viscount Villette. But Maria didn't even flinch. With a sweet, polite smile, she agreed to handle it in the name of Her Majesty. When Monica asked how much, Maria smoothly offered 2 top-grade mana stones, which made the greedy former empress smirk with satisfaction. Dramatic swoosh, Monica smugly warned her that this would be the absolute last time she tolerated any interference. But right when Monica thought she won, Maria stood her ground and dropped a massive bomb right in the middle of the room. Maria calmly revealed that the former empress's funds were totally drained, so her own family, House Stuart, would pay for the mana stones. But if her father asked, she'd tell him the truth, that it was a gift for another one of Monica's secret lovers. Boom! Look at Maria's sharp gaze. She just casually exposed the former empress's secret affair with a straight face and zero fear. Absolute queen behavior. Step, step. Without waiting for a response, Maria politely excused herself and walked toward the exit like a boss. Crash! The moment Maria stepped outside and shut the heavy wooden doors, a loud shattering sound erupted from inside the room. Screaming, Monica went full rage mode, screaming her head off about how a wretched brat dared to mock her authority. Meanwhile, Maria walked down the bright hallway completely unfazed. She doesn't have time to deal with toxic in-laws when she's got a whole empire to run. While the rest of the royal family indulged in luxury, parties, and card games, Maria refused to waste her energy on petty anger. She spent her days grinding away in council meetings, cleaning up their political messes, and fixing everything they ruined. Because at the end of the day, she is the true Empress of Lastonia, standing tall above everyone else with real authority. Returning to the present, Henry and Maria sit side by side on the sofa in heavy silence as they wait for news about the birth. Gasp! Henry recalls Laurent's tearful face calling out for him earlier, his heart completely torn up over her condition. Inside the birthing room, Laurent holds Henry's hand tightly, crying out that she's risking her life to bear his child, while Henry promises she comes before everything else. Watching this dramatic display from the doorway, Maria just stands there thinking, wow, how touching. The sarcasm in her mind is lethal. Monica fake wipes a tear, sarcastically remarking how sentimental the emperor is for worrying so much about his first heir in 10 years. Maria turns her back quietly, stating in a polite voice that she simply prays both Lady Laurent and the child survive the delivery. Snap! Angered by Maria's cold composure, Monica suddenly snaps and yells at her, calling her shameless and asking if she feels any guilt toward the emperor. Monica viciously shrieks a barren woman right to her face, while Maria's hands tremble slightly under her gown. The disrespect in this court is insane, but Maria's payback is going to be glorious. Imagine being the most dedicated empress in history, running an entire empire on your back, only for your toxic mother-in-law to call you useless right in front of the whole court. After suffering endless disrespect, Maria reaches her absolute limit, as the royal doctors have already proven multiple times that she isn't the problem here. Talk about being surrounded by complete snakes. Screams! Before Maria can even put the former empress in her place, a blood-curdling shriek echoes from the birthing chamber. Everyone freezes in place as the labor pains reach their peak. Honestly, the timing in these historical dramas is always so ridiculously dramatic, isn't it? Moments later, the palace attendant emerges holding a newborn, loudly announcing to the whole room that it's a healthy baby prince. Meanwhile, Emperor Henry sits by Lauren's bedside like a smitten teenager, totally lost in his own world. Wait, check out this contrast. Maria stands there in utter disbelief, while the trashy former Empress Monica literally smirks like a villain who just pulled off a cartoon heist. Seriously, could she make her evil plot any more obvious? Murmurs. The court immediately erupts into chaos. Shadowy nobles start whispering trash, pointing out that calling a concubine's child an official prince right in front of Empress Maria is a massive political insult. Boom! Pushed past his breaking point, Henry slams his foot down and screams at the entire room to shut their mouths. Gasp! Wow, look at him trying to act like a tough guy when he couldn't even manage his own household 5 minutes ago. Stap! Stap! Henry turns around and slowly walks up to Maria with a heavy, suffocating aura filling the entire grand hall. Maria stares back, remembering how things used to be between them. Flashback time! Once upon a time in a sunny orchard, young Henry held Maria's hands and swore up and down that she was the only woman he'd ever love and consider his empress. Ah yes, classic red flag promises that age like spoiled milk. Fast forward to the dark reality of the present, and all those sweet memories vanish into thin air. The dramatic sidelighting here really sells how completely dead their relationship actually is. Gasp! Look at Henry's villainous glare as he drops the ultimate bombshell, coldly demanding a divorce right to Maria's face. Look at Maria's expression. She's totally stunned. Maria feels like she just took a physical hit straight to the skull. A divorce? Her hands tremble inside her dress as the sheer coldness of his betrayal sinks in. And if that wasn't toxic enough, Henry doubles down like an absolute scumbag. He casually tells her that he doesn't care about her title, her age, or anything else. He strictly only wants a child born from Laurent. Bro really threw 10 years of marriage in the trash for a fresh side piece. Sniffle. Inside the bedroom, Laurent lies under cozy blankets looking like a delicate flower, crying about how deep their love supposedly is. Man, the victim act from these imperial consorts is always top tier. Hearing her soft whimpers from the next room, Henry completely abandons Maria and rushes over to Laurent's side like a mindless puppet. Cold glare, standing alone in the hallway, Maria suppresses her rage and sees right through their pathetic game. She realizes Henry is a total heartless wretch who only cares about political power and turning his illegitimate child into the heir. Let's get some tea on this new girl. Laurence Saradu isn't just some innocent country girl. She's a noble from Landis and the literal niece of the corrupt former Empress Monica. When she first arrived as an envoy, she put on the sweetest smile, but it was all calculated. Maria puts two and two together. Was Laurent's arrival really just a random coincidence? Looking back at how Monica and Henry were smirking at each other, it was a setup from day one. Maria tightens her fist so hard her glove almost cracks. Henry smirks over his shoulder and snarkily tells Maria that if she wants to register the newborn as a prince, she better fall in line. Talk about arrogance. Dramatic swoosh, but Maria isn't playing his dirty game. Standing tall amidst the dark floral graphics, she calmly declares that she will officially adopt the child under her own name, making a divorce legally impossible. Boom! How's that for a counterattack? Henry turns around in pure shock, completely caught off guard by her ruthless political countermove. Instantly throwing a temper tantrum, Henry screams at the top of his lungs, pulling the I am the Emperor card because he can't win an argument using actual logic. Classic fragile ego behavior. He furiously shouts that he can easily throw out one empress, screaming her name as Maria turns her back and walks away like an absolute boss in the shadows. Go, Queen! Russell, cut to 1 month later under a quiet, glowing night sky at the Lastonia Imperial Palace, where the political storm is about to hit its absolute peak. Gasp! Walking down the grand marble corridor, Maria suddenly pauses in her tracks, sensing that the atmosphere in the palace has completely shifted. Her sharp green eyes glint in the moonlight as she calculates her next move. You can tell she's done playing defense and is ready to burn the whole circus down. Clack! Over in her private quarters, that heavy wooden door unlocks and swings open quietly. Waiting inside is Nancy Ackman, Maria's super cute and loyal personal maid, who immediately freaks out because her mistress slipped away without telling anyone. Maria casually explains that she just went out for a quick walk to clear her mind, while Nancy sighs in frustration. But wait, check out the table behind them. There's a rapier sword and leather belts laid out. Clank! Maria inspects her leather gear and asks if everything is prepared, making Nancy super nervous. I mean, why does a delicate empress suddenly need combat gear and a deadly rapier? Maria lowers her voice and reveals the terrifying truth. Henry's secret guards have been secretly stalking her every move around the palace. Nancy gasps in terror, but Maria stays cool as ice, gathering her long golden hair and tying it up into a high ponytail. Swoosh! Look at this gear transformation. Dressed in full equestrian combat attire with leather straps and boots, Maria looks ready to solo an entire army. The artist went insanely hard on this outfit design. Panic! Nancy practically loses her mind, asking if Her Majesty is actually planning to throw hands directly with the Emperor's forces? Maria gives a calm, chilling side profile look and reassures her that she's not here to start a mindless brawl. She's here to finally settle the score. Plink! Gripping the hilt of her sword with firm resolve, Maria reflects on how the past month since the birth of Laurent's child has been total anarchy in the imperial court. With the scales of justice hanging in the balance, Maria knows tonight is the night to put an end to all this political corruption. Nancy nervously asks if the Emperor will even bother listening to her. Maria offers a gentle, nostalgic smile and asks Nancy if she remembers their childhood days. Flashback panel! Turns out when they were kids, young Maria used to literally beat the brakes off young Henry in sword sparring, and they had a bet that the winner's command must always be obeyed. Gasp! Maria reveals that Henry has literally never beaten her in a sword fight, but she also acknowledges the harsh reality. If her plan fails tonight, she won't be escaping this palace unscathed. Looking tenderly at her maid, Maria expresses her deepest gratitude to Nancy for staying loyal and standing by her side through all this chaotic mess. Hug! Maria pulls Nancy into a tight, heartwarming embrace. Honestly, after dealing with a toxic husband and a viper mother-in-law, this wholesome maid-empress friendship is keeping my sanity intact. Maria smiles brightly, confessing that growing up, she always considered Nancy to be like her own real sister. Then Maria's expression suddenly turns serious as she asks Nancy if she successfully sent the secret evacuation message to her father, Duke Stewart. But wait, look at Nancy's face. Whew, sweat drop. Nancy starts sweating buckets, averting her eyes with the most suspicious, guilty smile ever. Uh-oh, guys, tell me she didn't just betray Maria? The red flags are flying high right now. Completely unaware of Nancy's shady reaction, Maria feels relieved knowing Henry will target House Stewart next. She prays her family stays safe if her confrontation fails tonight. Thud. Suddenly, frantic shouting echoes through the hallway as panicked voices warn that the royal guard is storming the estate right this second. Dramatic glare. With no time left to lose, Maria draws her blade with a fierce, deadly look in her eyes. Russell, cut to the moonlit palace courtyard, where heavy wind blows through the trees as the ultimate standoff begins. Clank! A wall of fully armored royal guards blocks the exit with drawn swords, trapping Maria and Nancy in the dark courtyard. Step, step, the guards part ways, and Emperor Henry steps forward in his dark imperial cape, glaring at Maria with cold, menacing eyes. Talk about an epic cliffhanger ending. Picture this. You've been framed, surrounded by corrupt guards, and your deadbeat imperial husband is standing over you like he actually accomplished something. Maria looks Henry dead in the eye and asks why he didn't just run, begging him with her final breath to spare her innocent palace servants who were only following orders. Clank, pulling out her blade with pure determination, Maria challenges Henry to an official duel right then and there. She promises that if she wins, he has to sit down and listen to her for once. But Henry just bursts out laughing like a total cartoon villain, asking why on earth he should agree to that. Maria gives him the coldest side-eye in history and asks if the almighty emperor is actually terrified of fighting a woman who hasn't swung a blade in 10 whole years. Gasp! Whew, talk about hitting him right where it hurts, his massive, fragile ego. Swing! Incensed by her hit to his pride, Henry snaps, drawing his ornate sword with a malicious glint in his eyes. Honestly, this guy's ego is so unbelievably delicate, a single sense was all it took to trigger him. Boom! Henry lunges forward with a vicious slash, screaming at Maria to bring it on as their blades collide with a violent spark. The sheer pressure of the impact shakes the entire courtyard. As the steel grinds together, Maria remembers her past. Ever since she was a little girl, she was raised to be the absolute picture-perfect noble lady, mastering every single skill expected of high society. Swoosh! But her real passion was always swordsmanship, and thanks to her natural genius, she literally aced the Royal Knight entrance exam back in the day. Look at her form in this flashback panel. She was built for the battlefield. Clang! But of course, as soon as she married Henry, he forced her to hang up her sword and play the obedient, quiet wife. Talk about suppressing someone's true potential just because you can't stand being outshone. Clash! Back in the present duel, Maria easily matches his strikes move for move, her sharp green eyes glaring right through Henry's desperate offensive. Henry grits his teeth so hard they might shatter. He's sweating buckets because deep down, he knows he was always second best to her. Losing his cool completely, Henry screams at the top of his lungs, admitting out loud that her absolute superiority at everything is the exact reason he hates her guts. Clang! He furiously shouts that she never knew how to be obedient, while Maria calmly deflects his wild swings and asks if that's really all he's got. Talk about total emotional insecurity on display. Gasp! Realizing he can't win in a fair sword fight, Henry drops a foul bombshell, yelling that her father, Duke James Stewart, just committed high treason. Maria completely freezes, her mind going blank. Swoosh! Taking advantage of her total shock, Henry shouts that her father tried to assassinate him, driving his blade downward while Maria's completely off guard. Gasp! Look at Maria's expression! Her eyes go wide in absolute horror as the absurd accusation hits her like a freight train. Crash! Before she can recover her footing, her rapier is violently knocked out of her hand, flying into the cold air with a sharp metallic ring. Thud! Maria hits the stone floor, completely disarmed and dropping to her knees while Henry stands over her, pointing his blade straight at her throat. Man, using a cheap lie mid-fight just to win a duel? Henry is officially the biggest coward in manhwa history. Trembling on the ground with bloodied hands, Maria realizes her single second of hesitation cost her everything. Meanwhile, Henry smirks down at her, promising she'll see the truth soon enough. Look at this absolute scumbag's face as he mockingly labels her as nothing more than the daughter of a traitor. Shout, Henry turns to his royal guards and loudly commands them to drag the criminal Maria away to the dungeon. Maria cries out in agony, helpless to stop them. Crackle. Cut to the night sky where thick black smoke fills the horizon as Maria desperately prays for her parents' safety. Rumble. In the distance, dark armored soldiers stand watch as roaring flames consume the Grand Stuart family estate. Amidst the inferno, a heavily armored knight wearing a red dragon mask steps forward, whispering a quiet apology into the burning night air. Wait, who is this mysterious masked warrior? Boom! The fire completely swallows the magnificent estate, reducing years of family history into piles of ash and cinder. The artist went insanely detailed on these dramatic fire effects. The red-masked knight stares silently at the destruction, their dark eyes full of solemn regret beneath the jagged helmet. Whispers. Fast forward to the Grand Court where shadowy nobles gather in the dim light, whispering back and forth about the imperial scandal. Stripped of her regal gowns, Empress Maria lies bound in coarse ropes on the cold stone floor, her golden hair tangled and disheveled. Flashback panels cut in like a nightmare. Maria remembers the horrifying news that her loyal maid Nancy and her entire palace staff were brutally slaughtered in cold blood. Sob, not Nancy. She really didn't deserve that. Gasp! Standing high above her in his crimson military attire, Henry boldly frames Maria as a cold-blooded criminal who had her own people killed. The nerve of this guy is unbelievable. Sitting comfortably on his throne with his corrupt mother and concubine by his side, Henry officially charges Maria with plotting alongside Duke Stuart to overthrow the crown. He looks down with a cold, smug expression, demanding to know if she acknowledges her so-called treasonous crimes. Pushed beyond her limits, Maria lifts her head and screams that her father only became chancellor because Henry specifically begged him to save the empire's failing government. Good. A heavy parchment scroll is unrolled across the court floor, served as the primary evidence against House Stuart. Henry points lazily at the document, commanding the bound criminal Maria to look closely at what's written on the scroll. He reads the text aloud, claiming Duke Stuart wrote that once the incompetent Emperor Henry was removed, Maria should be enthroned as Empress. Gasp! Maria's eye widens in sheer horror as she inspects the script. It genuinely looks identical to her father's actual handwriting. Smirk. Seeing her stumble, Henry leans back with a sinister grin, asking if she still dares to deny the charges in front of such clear evidence. To make matters worse, the toxic former Empress Monica jumps in, snarkily claiming Duke Stuart was just a greedy snake trying to rule the empire using Maria as a puppet. Seriously, someone please put this mother-in-law on mute. Meanwhile, the concubine Lawrence sits nearby cradling newborn Prince William like she's already won the lottery. Snicker! Laurent tauntingly coos over the baby, asking if he wants milk, while Maria kneels humiliated on the floor in front of the entire court. But Maria isn't done fighting. Snapping back with fierce authority, she asks Henry if he honestly thinks a single piece of paper is enough to execute a ducal family for treason. She boldly points out that the document lacks the unique official Stuart family wax seal, making its authenticity completely unverified. Boom! Maria demands an objective investigation, driving Henry into a violent rage as he screams at her to shut her mouth, threatening to kill her right next to her father. Tears, Maria lets out all her built-up rage, screaming at Henry that while he was busy gambling state funds away with corrupt officials, she was the one doing all his administrative work. And when his own mother disgraced the royal family with endless scandals, it was Duke Stuart who protected the crown. Go off, Queen! Slap! Unable to handle the harsh truth, former Empress Monica leaps forward and slaps Maria violently across the face, calling her a crazy traitor. Gasp! Look at this heartbreaking panel. A single tear rolls down Maria's bruised cheek as she suffers the ultimate humiliation in front of the entire court. With another slap, Monica raises her hand again, screaming that Maria will never be allowed to ruin their imperial legacy with their slander. Henry quickly grabs his mother's hand, fake complimenting her delicate hands while Maria lies coughing on the floor. Honestly, the level of fake theatricality in this court is mind-boggling. On Henry's command, the corrupt archbishop steps forward and reads the final imperial decree. Lastonia officially severs ties with the papacy, and House Stuart is sentenced to total eradication. Clank! Raising his hand with a sinister command, Henry orders the guards to bring in the executed remains of House Stuart, setting up one of the most tragic and intense revenge setups ever. Just when you think things couldn't get any worse, the court officially pronounces the death sentence for Duke James and all his loyal followers. Bound in heavy ropes on the cold stone floor, Maria can only watch in utter powerlessness as her world completely shatters. Tears streaming down her bloodied cheeks, she cries out for her parents in absolute agony. Honestly, seeing a former empress reduced to this level of heartbreak is almost too painful to watch. Glaring through her tangled hair at the shadowy figure of her treacherous husband, Maria chokes out the harrowing question, asking Henry if he really went so far as to burn her entire family estate to the ground. Chwing! Unsheathing his glittering sword, Henry dramatically yells to the whole court to witness the brutal end of these traitors, declaring that anyone who dares plot against him won't survive the night. Talk about a massive power trip from a guy who couldn't even win a fair sword duel. Splash! Cold blood sprays across the floor as the execution strike lands, and Maria's eyes widen in sheer unfiltered horror. The sheer graphic intensity of this panel really sells the utter tragedy of this moment. Sob Maria lets out a soul-crushing scream as the court sits in chilling silence. You can literally feel her despair radiating off the page as everything she ever loved is wiped out in seconds. Crack! Overwhelmed by unbearable trauma and grief, her voice breaks into a ragged shriek that echoes through the grand hall. Thud! Unable to bear the physical and emotional agony any longer, Maria collapses head first onto the freezing marble floor, completely losing consciousness. Her heartbroken maids rush to her side in total panic, cradling her limp body while weeping and desperately begging her to wake up. But the bloodthirsty, corrupt nobles couldn't care less. They start screaming at Henry to execute Maria immediately, ranting that leaving the traitor's child alive will only bring disaster down the road. Man, these court snays are truly the worst. As the crowd chants for her head, demanding no body be left behind, a sudden, terrifying scream shatters the courtroom atmosphere. Henry snaps his head around in confusion, wondering what on earth is happening outside. Slam! The heavy doors burst open as a terrified guard stumbles in, screaming at the top of his lungs that the elite Red Army has officially breached the palace gates. Henry's jaw practically hits the floor in disbelief. Boom! Stepping through the smoke and golden light, a sinister, imposing figure draped in a dark cape and wearing a terrifying red dragon mask marches directly into the throne room. Talk about the most cinematic entrance imaginable. Henry looks like he just saw a ghost, frozen in place with cold sweat running down his neck as the mysterious invaders take over the hall. Clack, with blood-red hair spilling over heavy steel armor and an intimidating dragon mask obscuring their face, this mysterious warrior projects an aura of pure, unchecked dominance. Gasp! Henry stammers out in sheer terror, recognizing the intruder as none other than the legendary King of Helland. Wait, why is the most feared ruler on the continent crashing an imperial execution? Back on the floor, the crying maids cling to their unconscious mistress, desperately pleading for her to open her eyes amidst the chaotic standoff. Step, step, hearing heavy metallic footsteps approaching, one of the maids looks up with wide, tear-filled eyes as a towering shadow falls over them. Clank! Dropping to one knee right beside the fallen empress, the masked King of Helland silently lowers himself to Maria's level. The contrast between his heavy war armor and her delicate bound frame is insanely striking. A soft, tragic aura surrounds the unconscious Maria as she lies helpless, her golden locks scattered around her bruised skin. Reaching toward her, the feared king softly utters her name under his breath. Wait, does he actually know Maria from before? Now that's a wild plot twist. Quick lore drop time. The Kingdom of Helland was built by ruthless, battle-hardened mercenaries who carved out their own sovereign nation. While the continental royalty snobbishly dismissed them as uncivilized barbarians, Helland's insane military might and unfathomable wealth made them impossible to ignore. Clink! Gold coins and rare mana crystals literally overflow from their northern territory, making even powerful empires like Lastonia grovel to them for massive emergency loans. But borrowing money from warlords comes with a heavy catch. Boom! Because the moment a kingdom defaults on its payments, Helland's terrifying Red Army personally shows up to collect the debt in blood. Through the narrow slits of his dragon mask, the king's sharp green eye glows with lethal focus. The artist really went all out with the dramatic lighting on this close-up. The entire court stands dead silent, completely paralyzed, as the legendary mercenary king kneels beside the deposed empress, while Emperor Henry looks on in total dread. Standing near the back, Helen's hulking warrior guards rest massive battle axes on their shoulders, sneering mockingly at the soft, terrified nobles. The corrupt court aristocrats start frantically gossiping behind their fans, calling the intruders barbaric heathens, while trembling in fear because they know Helen literally owns the Golden Mountain Range. They bitterly murmur about how unfair it is that these northern warlords control endless mountains of gold and magic stones. Honestly, watching these greedy nobles cope and seethe is unbelievably satisfying. But the biggest question burning in everyone's mind is simple. Why is the supreme ruler of Helland personally tending to a ruined, disgraced empress? From a dramatic bird's-eye view, the scene looks almost poetic. The terrifying dragon-masked king kneeling protectively next to the bound, unconscious woman. His armored gauntlet hovers inches away from Maria, trembling slightly as if he desperately wants to comfort her. He hesitates for a second, holding back his urge to touch her as the tension in the room thickens. Crunch. Clenching his gauntlet into a tight, furious fist, the king suppresses his overwhelming rage at how horribly she was treated. Click. Slowly adjusting the massive broadsword strapped across his back, he prepares to deal with the real trash in the room. Step. Turning his back on Maria, the King of Helen rises to his full height and begins walking directly toward Emperor Henry with deadly intent. The panicked nobles whisper rumors about his grotesque physique, claiming he hides his face behind that demon mask because of horrific battle scars. Or, maybe he's just really ugly. Sweat drips down their faces as they wonder what catastrophic business brought the mercenary king all the way to their inner palace. Clench. Henry nervously squeezes his fist, internally panicking as he realizes that the terrifying rumors about Helen were 100% true. Sud. Looming over the coward emperor, the king of Helen stops right in front of him, bringing the terrifying reality to light. Henry owes him an astronomical fortune. Turning away with a sweaty fake smile, Henry nervously stammers, asking if the king really had to show up in person when he was totally planning on sending a letter. Nice try, Henry, but a letter isn't going to pay off a debt. Glaring down through his visor, the king reminds Henry that tomorrow is the exact deadline for his massive loan, asking if he somehow forgot their binding contract. Gasp! Henry stutters out a desperate denial, shaking like a leaf under the mercenary ruler's crushing gaze. Thump, thump. Internally losing his mind, Henry curses his lack of funds, knowing full well that rumors say the King of Helland will butcher anyone who fails to pay him back. The sheer physical pressure radiating off the king makes Henry look like a fragile, pathetic joke of a monarch. Drops of sweat pouring down his face, Henry shamelessly begs for an extension, pleading for just 15 days so he can sort out his mess. Man, watching this arrogant emperor beg for mercy is pure comedy. Schwing! Glancing past Henry toward the pompous former Empress Monica, the king casually remarks about finding alternative ways to settle the balance. Slash! In the blink of an eye, a razor-sharp blade flashes through the air, slicing Monica's ornate fan in half and stopping millimeters from her throat as blood trickles down. The king calmly asks how much her miserable life is worth. Clack! Monica's severed fan clatters onto the stone floor as she freezes in absolute paralyzing horror. Talk about an epic cliffhanger. This guy does not mess around when it comes to debt collection. Imagine threatening an entire royal court only to get slammed against the wall because you touched the wrong guy's mom. Henry tries to pull the ultimate power move by shouting down King Helen for choking the Empress Dowager, thinking his title actually means something here. Ha! But Helen couldn't care less about royal titles. In a fraction of a second, his armored hand shoots out and snatches Henry right by the throat like a helpless puppy. Leaning right into the coward's face with his terrifying dragon mask, Helen's green eye flashes with pure death as he coldly tells Henry to cough up the 10 million gold immediately. Lifting the pathetic emperor completely off his feet with just one hand, Helen makes it crystal clear that if the cash isn't delivered, he'll just take whatever or whoever he wants as payment instead. Henry can barely choke out a single word as the oxygen gets cut off, his hands desperately clawing at the mercenary king's impenetrable steel gauntlet. Talk about a brutal reality check. Sweating bullets and trembling in sheer panic, the arrogant emperor completely breaks character and whimpers like a child, begging for just a tiny bit more time to find the money. Meanwhile, a dark memory flashes back to Maria lying in a pool of her own blood, her world completely shattered by the man who claimed to love her. She recalls the golden days when Henry stood under a lush flower arch, solemnly swearing before all the gods that he would cherish and protect her as his wife for the rest of his life. She had naively pledged her full devotion back to him, completely unaware that behind his handsome smile was a calculating snake just waiting for the right moment to strike. Boom! The memory twists into a nightmare as Henry stands before her burning estate, sneering mockingly and telling her she still hasn't come to her senses. Trapped inside the roaring inferno, Maria desperately cried out that their love was real, clinging on to the last fading thread of hope while everything burned around her. Tears mixed with crimson blood dripped down her bruised face as the brutal realization sank in. She was nothing more than a pawn in his game. Honest question, how did she not see this guy's evil vibes from miles away? Thud. Collapsing onto the cold stone floor, her spirit was completely broken by the sheer weight of his unspeakable betrayal. In the darkness of her memories, Henry's true, shadowy silhouette emerges with glowing white eyes and a twisted, demon-like grin. The visual design here really sells how vile this dude is. Looking at her treacherous husband through tear-filled eyes, Maria realized that beneath his noble crown, he wasn't even human, just a heartless monster in royal robes. Fast forward back to the present inside the luxurious bedchamber. Empress Dowager Monica is screaming her lungs out at Henry, blaming his absurd spending on his side chicks for pushing the empire into massive debt. She furiously rants that if he hadn't gambled away their vast wealth, they wouldn't be at the mercy of a terrifying warlord demanding 10 million gold coins. Suddenly, the maid gasps in relief as Maria's fingers twitch, signaling that the fallen empress is finally straying back to consciousness on the grand bed. Hearing the commotion, the whole room turns around as the servants shout out that Maria is waking up. Striding right up to the bed, Monica aggressively interrogates Maria, asking if she secretly knows King Helland and why on earth the feared ruler acted so protective toward her. But before Maria can even process what's happening, Monica panics about their impending doom, shouting that they have 0 ways to pay back Helen's insane loan. Groan. Rubbing the sore mark on her neck from Helen's blade, Monica demands a new scheme, but Henry steps forward and tells his hysterical mother to let him handle the talking. Leaning right over the bed, Henry puts on a fake soft voice, telling Maria to be a good girl and use her connection to put in a good word for him with Gunther. He shamelessly promises to spare her life if she helps him dodge the debt, acting like he's given her some generous gift. The sheer audacity of this guy is downright blood-boiling. But when Maria just stares back with hollow, lifeless eyes, Henry completely loses his composure and starts screaming at her to say something. The whole room falls into an eerie, uncomfortable silence as Maria remains frozen, her lips completely sealed. Henry's angry expression suddenly shifts to total disbelief as he realizes something is terribly wrong with his disgraced wife. Laughing mockingly with Monica, Henry realizes the overwhelming trauma completely destroyed Maria's ability to speak, callously calling her a useless cripple who's now worthless to them. As night falls over the grand imperial palace, a quiet breeze passes through the quiet courtyard, but the tension inside is hotter than ever. Inside his assigned guest quarters, King Helland takes off his dragon mask, revealing his insane chiseled body and cascading crimson hair while staring silently out the window. Man, the artist definitely spent extra time rendering those abs. Bam! Outside on the balcony, Henry furiously slams his fist onto the stone railing, cursing the heavens under the pale moonlight. He groans in frustration, complaining about how Maria had to lose her voice at the exact moment he needed her diplomatic skills to bail him out. With dawn rapidly approaching, Henry knows Helland will show no mercy when collecting the debt, leaving him frantically scrambling for a backup plan while the warlord is still under his roof. Creak! Right on cue, the heavy doors slide open as his seductive mistress Laurent steps into his dark room wearing a scandalous sheer red dress. Flashing a playful grin, Laurent strutted in with maximum confidence, purring that men are simple creatures who can never resist a gorgeous woman. Henry gets a sudden wave of paranoia, asking if she's planning to seduce another man, but Laurent quickly strokes his chest and promises her loyalty is only to him. Wrapping her slender arms around him, Laurent seductively proposes her dark plan. She'll personally go to King Helland's room and use her irresistible charms to make him forget the debt. Gulp, swallowing hard as she presses close, Henry gets totally captivated by her dangerous proposal, his mind racing with possibilities. A sinister smile spreads across Henry's face as he convinces himself that no man on earth can resist Laurent's allure, giving her his full blessing to go negotiate with the warlord. Out in the dark hallway, heavily armed palace guards stand guard outside the guest quarters where the feared mercenary king is staying. Slipping past the outer corridor, Lauren quietly fixes her hair and dress, getting ready to pull off the ultimate honey trap. She glides into the dimly lit, luxurious chamber carrying a tray with expensive liquor and light snacks, playing the role of a delicate servant delivering late-night drinks. Smirking to herself, Laurent holds a bottle labeled Spider Extract, completely confident that her beauty and spiked drinks will have the king wrapped around her finger in seconds. She smugly remembers how easy it was to manipulate the palace guards earlier with just a little eye smile, convinced that all powerful men are brainless when it comes to attractive women. Clatter. Setting the tray down on the wooden table, she glances over at the massive, broad-shouldered silhouette standing in the center of the bath chamber. The shirtless warrior slowly turns around, his damp crimson hair draping over his insanely muscular, battle-tested frame. As the soft golden light illuminates his face, the dark shadows fade away, revealing a godly countenance that looks straight out of a painting. Thump, thump. With a deep, commanding voice, Gunther demands her to identify herself, while Laurent's face instantly turns bright red as her heart beats out of her chest. She recalls all the terrifying rumors whispering that the King of Helland was a hideous, scarred monster who wore a mask to hide his grotesque face. But standing right in front of her is the most breathtakingly handsome man she has ever seen, leaving her completely breathless as she stammers out her name. Talk about the ultimate backfire on Henry's plan. Talk about an absolute failure of a honey trap. The moment Laurent tries to play the seductive temptress by offering a drink, Gunther shuts her down cold, bluntly stating he doesn't drink and telling her to beat it. Swoosh! He brushes right past her like she's completely invisible. Snatch! Panicking that her whole seduction plot is going down the drain, Laurent frantically grabs the bottle off the table, stammering that she'll drink it herself instead. Honestly, watching her scramble to salvage this train wreck is pure comedy. Glug glug. Desperate to keep the conversation going, she literally chugs the spiked booze straight from the bottle right in front of him. Meanwhile, Gunther just stands there shirtless, looking totally unfazed, while his insane six-pack steals the whole scene. Huffing and panting with a bright red face, the spiked liquor hits her hard and fast. Man, check out visual storytelling here. The golden glow makes her look completely intoxicated by her own terrible decisions. Gasp! Bathed in an embarrassing blush, Lauren desperately begs Gunther to grant them just a single year to settle their massive debt. Talk about hitting rock bottom. She went from smooth seductress to frantic beggar in less than 2 minutes. Dropping all her haughty demeanor, she shamelessly begs on behalf of herself, promising that they will definitely pay back the 10 million gold coins within a year. But Gunther just stares down at her with cold, dead eyes, utterly unimpressed. Sniff! Leaning in closer, Gunther drops the ultimate burn, coldly remarking that the smell on her is completely unbearable. When she stammers that she practically bathed in expensive perfume, he hits her with a brutal reality check. She reeks of mother's milk. Gasp! Gunther asks if she shouldn't be back home feeding her baby instead of playing cheap tavern games. Lauren's eyes widen in absolute terror as her jaw drops. Seriously, Gunther's savage observation skills are top tier, leaving her completely exposed. Smirk. Flashing a terrifying grin with his sharp fangs visible, Gunther brutally adds that if a mother drinks spiked alcohol, it's gonna mess up her baby. Watching him destroy her confidence with zero effort is single-handedly the most satisfying beatdown in this chapter. Step! Right on cue, a heavily armed knight steps into the room, respectfully reporting that everything has been prepared according to Gunther's orders. Gunther glances back sideways, ready to execute his real mission. Clink. Meanwhile, back in Maria's quiet bedchamber, her loyal maid gently sets down a cup of fragrant tea, softly encouraging the fallen empress to take a sip. The maid gently asks if it smells nice and tries to get Maria to relax, but Maria just sits there completely frozen, staring into nothingness like a hollow shell. Turning around with a heavy heart, the maid gazes at Maria with pure pity, heartbroken to see her sweet mistress broken down by the royal court's cruelty. Honestly, this maid deserves a massive raise for being the only genuine soul in this entire snake pit. Rummage! Suddenly remembering something special, the maid's eyes light up as she frantically searches through her pockets, telling Maria she brought something that might bring her comfort. Gasp! Presenting an ornate golden feather pen, the maid gently reveals that it's the sacred quill given to Maria by her beloved late grandfather Liberio. Shimmer! The moment the quill catches the warm light, a wave of forgotten memories rushes back to Maria, glowing with nostalgic magic. Flashback time. In a warm, sunlit memory, her grandfather's voice echoes, explaining that this special quill allows her to draw whatever her heart desires in any brilliant color without needing a single drop of ink. Flutter. He gently warns her that whatever she draws can never be erased, so she must use its power wisely. Little Maria giggles happily among blooming white flowers, completely pure and free from pain. Young Maria beams with pure joy, promising her grandfather to cherish it forever. But whimper, the sweet flashback abruptly shatters back into dark reality as adult Maria winces in agonizing heartbreak. Sob, clutching her chest as tears stream down her pale face, a raw, muffled cry escapes her throat as the overwhelming pain of her past life crashes over her again. The visual contrast between her innocent childhood and her current agony is honestly heartbreaking. Hug! Seeing her mistress completely collapse in tears, the loyal maid rushes in and wraps her arms around Maria, holding her tightly while dark, ominous vibes begin pulsing outside the room. Bam! A sudden heavy clatter echoes through the hallway. The maid snaps her head back in total alarm, realizing someone is barging into the royal quarters. Thud! Heavy steel boots slam onto the polished stone floor as a terrifying presence approaches the doorway. Stride. Surrounded by his elite armed guards, Gunther marches through the palace halls with absolute dominance, his dark aura instantly suffocating the entire hallway. Shout! The brave little maid leaps up to protect Maria, shouting down the warlord and demanding how he dares barge into the Empress's private bedchamber. You gotta respect her guts. Confronting a giant armed king with zero hesitation is pure heroism. Whoosh! Ignoring the maid completely, Gunther glides straight up to the bed, stepping right into the soft light as he gazes down at the traumatized Maria. Click! Slowly reaching up, he unlatches his menacing dragon mask and holds it in his gauntleted hand, his deep voice softly declaring that he has finally come to take her away. Shine! As the mask comes off, he reveals his handsome face, his dark eyes locked onto Maria while softly remarking that 10 long years have passed since they last saw each other. Softly, looking down at her with incredible tenderness, Gunther whispers that he missed her deeply. Maria stares back in utter disbelief, her faint blue eyes trembling with sudden realization. Gasp! Over on the side, the maid freezes in complete shock, her brain short-circuiting as she repeats his words. 10 years? Flashback fragments hit the maid all at once. Tan skin, fiery red hair, and those intense eyes. Her jaw drops as she suddenly recognizes his face from a decade ago. He was slave number 44. Shock. Clutching her chest in disbelief, the maid gasps out his true name. Gunther Plasli? Wait, so the feared, legendary king of Helland used to be a nameless slave? Talk about the ultimate glow-up story. Russell. She realizes that Empress Maria was the very person who gave him that noble name back when he was nothing. Meanwhile, Gunther slides his arms beneath Maria, gently scooping her up off the bed. Swoop, in one effortless motion, he lifts Maria into a bridal carry. The maid panics, desperately crying out and asking where on earth he's taking her Empress. Close up on Maria's stunned face as she rests against his massive chest armor, completely speechless as his protective warmth surrounds her. Glow! Holding her tight, Gunther looks down at her with fierce, unwavering devotion, declaring loudly that she's coming home to Helland with him. Sparkle! Check out this gorgeous full-page spread. The artist pulled out all the stops with divine lighting and floating sparkles. This panel looks like a straight-up fairy tale painting. Step! Carrying Maria like precious cargo, Gunther strides out of the chamber, his heavy cape billowing behind him in the cool night wind. As they move through the quiet corridor, Gunther leans down, gently asking Maria if she feels uncomfortable or in pain anywhere. He softly explains that while he knows this rescue is sudden, he refuses to let her spend another single second in this toxic, abusive palace. Pause. The maid quickly steps alongside them, softly informing Gunther that the Empress suffered a severe shock and has completely lost her voice. Silence. Gunther halts his steps in the grand hallway, the heavy silence hanging thick as he absorbs the horrifying fact that Henry's cruelty drove Maria mute. Clench! His steel gauntlet tightens around her back, a silent wave of protective fury washing over him as he vows to tear down anyone who hurt her. Thud. Resuming his firm march, his boots ring across the floor as he leads his escort out toward the main courtyard. Boom! Stepping out under the open night sky, Gunther carries Maria into the courtyard where his entire mercenary army stands ready, facing off against the Imperial Guards. Shout! Emperor Henry comes rushing out, screaming furiously under the moonlight and demanding to know what kind of madness the King of Helland is pulling in the middle of the night. Point. Henry aggressively points an accusing finger, shouting that Maria is a convicted criminal scheduled for the gallows. But Gunther casually shuts him down, asking if Henry would rather come as a hostage himself instead. Gulp! Henry chokes on his own breath, stammering in absolute terror at the thought of being dragged away as a prisoner. Seriously, this emperor's bravado melts away the second real danger touches him. Sweat! Henry's mind races as he realizes Gunther is offering a trade. Either Henry comes or Maria gets taken as collateral for the massive 10 million gold debt. Smirk, seeing a golden opportunity to dodge his debt and get rid of his ruined wife at the same time, a slimy grin spreads across Henry's face. He tries to act official, clearing his throat and rambling about putting the hostage agreement on official paper. Man, this cowardly snake didn't hesitate for even a microsecond. Imagine selling out your own wife for a debt extension, only for a giant masked warlord to look down at you like literal trash. Gunther gives Henry his solemn word on the deal, leaving the disgraced emperor trembling like a leaf. Wind swoosh. Under the dark night sky, Henry's brain starts frantically spiraling as he wonders why on earth the feared King of Helland values Maria so much, agreeing to extend the massive debt deadline for exactly 1 whole year. This guy's audacity is mind-boggling. Henry internally insults Maria's looks while stammering out that he'll totally repay the debt in a year and reclaim her. Yeah, right, buddy? Like you'll ever see 10 million gold coins. Swoosh! Gunther sweeps Maria into his arms, coldly warning Henry that, unlike him, a true king never breaks his promise. The visual contrast between a noble warrior and a slimy politician is ridiculously satisfying here. Clatter! Giving the order to move out, Gunther's elite guards respond in unified discipline, ready to escort their lord out of this toxic palace dump once and for all. Tremble. Weakly regaining consciousness, a pale, slender hand twitches against Gunther's armor as Maria tries to squeeze out a faint, struggling voice. Gasp! Feeling the sudden movement, Gunther immediately stops in his tracks, his deep voice softening as he realizes Maria is finally coming back to her senses. Stumble. Gathering every remaining drop of her strength, Maria reaches out her trembling hands toward her maid, gasping out Nancy's name through her dry throat. Nancy's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she stares at her mistress, her heart racing at the miraculous sound of Maria finally speaking again after all this time. Tears! Clutching Nancy's hands tightly, Maria gazes into her maid's eyes with profound emotion, determined to save the one person who stood by her during her darkest hours. Man, the art style here makes this moment hit right in the feels. Seeing their deep bond, Gunther casually steps in and invites Nancy to tag along to Helland as well, proving he's got a surprisingly wholesome heart under all that heavy dragon armor. Step! Maria gently grabs Nancy's wrist to take her away from this miserable palace, eager to bring her loyal friend into a safe new life. Freeze! But suddenly, Maria's eyes lock onto something terrifying, her breath catching in her throat as a cold shiver runs straight down her spine. Sob. Tears burst from Nancy's eyes as she pulls her hand back, weeping uncontrollably while telling Maria that she simply cannot leave the Empire. Bam! A catastrophic bombshell drops on the entire courtyard as Nancy drops to her knees, confessing that she is actually pregnant. The atmosphere instantly plummets to sub-zero temperature. Maria stands frozen in disbelief, her mind racing as she tries to comprehend how her most trusted companion could keep such a massive secret. Flashback time! A glowing memory of their childhood rushes back, where young Maria and Nancy laughed happily under flower crowns, promising to share every secret in their hearts. Clutch. Maria's knuckles turn ghost white as she grips the fabric of Nancy's apron, desperate for answers that her mind is terrified to accept. Smirk. Henry strolls up with the most punchable grin in webtoon history, bragging that Nancy is carrying his child and mockingly asking if Nancy isn't 1,000 times better than Maria. Seriously, someone needs to dropkick this guy into outer space. Thud. Collapsing onto the hard stone, Nancy buries her face in tears, desperately begging her beloved empress for forgiveness, while the ultimate betrayal sinks in. Shatter. Darkness consumes Maria's vision as the bitter realization crashes down. She gave nothing but pure love and devotion, only to be stabbed in the back by everyone she ever cherished. The puzzle pieces violently connect in her head. The secret escape plans, the leak locations, the trap that destroyed her allies. It wasn't a random leak. It was Nancy passing information to Henry the entire time. Crimson Flash. Horror floods her mind as bloody visions of her parents' gruesome deaths flash back, realizing that her parents were slaughtered because of her maid's treacherous affair. Glow. An intense, ethereal aura explodes around Maria. Her pale hair begins to pulse with dangerous ancient magic as pure rage completely overwrites her heartbreak. Henry's smirk instantly vanishes into sheer panic as Maria's hair morphs into a brilliant, glowing divine cyan. Look at these two snakes sweating buckets. They know they messed with the wrong empress now. Boom! Talk about an epic awakening! Waves of brilliant light surge through the courtyard as Maria unlocks her true royal bloodline powers, illuminating the dark night like a fallen goddess. Whoosh! Gunther holds her steady amidst the magical tempest, calmly whispering that it's time to leave this palace of snake oil salesmanship behind. Touch! Resting her glowing hand against Gunther's heavy armor, Maria finds an unexpected anchor in his steady, immovable presence. Standing tall next to the giant king of Helen, Maria turns her icy gaze toward Henry, looking down on him like a tiny bug waiting to be crushed. The visual dynamic between these two is absolutely top tier. The dark dragon knight and the luminous scion empress looking ready to burn the whole empire to the ground. Henry chokes on his own spit, stammering in total confusion as he tries to process what kind of crazy ancient magic his discarded wife is tapping into. Trying to save face in front of his guards, Henry smirks cockily and reaches out his hand, patronizingly offering a fake final goodbye to his wife. Oh man, big mistake, buddy. Snap! In the blink of an eye, Maria snatches Henry's wrist with superhuman strength, whipping out her grandfather's sacred feather pen like a deadly dagger. Scratch! Ignore the ink. She uses pure magic to violently carve glowing ancient runes directly into Henry's flesh while he screams like a terrified pig. Glow! The magical curse sears permanently into his skin, branding him with the absolute declaration that a vicious murderer will suffer divine retribution. Ah! Henry staggers back, clutching his flaming hand, screeching in pure agony as he realizes the curse cannot be washed off or erased by any magic in the realm. Rage. Veins popping on his neck, Henry screams that he'll murder her on the spot, but Gunther's menacing voice instantly cuts through the air like a butcher's blade. Glare! Gunther leans in with a terrifying glare, asking if the Emperor wants to swap places as a hostage right now. One look at that dragon mask and Henry instantly shuts his mouth. Step. Declaring that he'll return in exactly 1 year for the rest of his gold, Gunther turns his back on the pathetic Emperor and leads Maria out. Thud! Heavy boots ring across the courtyard floor as Gunther gallantly guides Maria toward the royal Helen carriage waiting in the moonlight. Left standing in embarrassment, Henry clutches his burning palm while cursing Maria's name, surrounded by his weeping pregnant mistress and terrified guards. What an absolute clown show. Clack! As the carriage door slams shut, the heavy darkness settles in, Maria staring quietly as the reality of her escape finally sinks in. Whoosh! The wind howls across the desolate palace grounds, leaving behind a ruined empire that has no idea what kind of vengeance is brewing on the horizon. Rumble! Carriage wheels clatter against the cobblestone streets as they leave the capital behind, bathing the journey in the warm glow of dusk. Leaving behind years of abuse and betrayal, every mile traveled brings Maria further away from her past nightmares and closer to the unknown realm of Helen. Inside the private carriage, an intense silence fills the space as Gunther sits cross-legged across from Maria, his massive armored frame taking up half the cabin. Stare. Behind his dark visor, Gunther's piercing eyes remain hyper-focused on Maria, never breaking his silent gaze for even a single second. Maria shifts uncomfortably under her cloak, mentally noting that this terrifying king hasn't taken his eyes off her since the moment they stepped inside the carriage. She tries to rationalize it. Is he just watching a 10 million gold investment? Or is there a much deeper, personal reason why the legendary king of Helen cares so much about her safety? Boom! As their eyes meet in the dim carriage light, a forgotten memory sparks in Maria's mind. Could this ruthless conqueror actually be the lost slave boy she saved 10 long years ago? Stay tuned for the next chapter to find out. Imagine waking up from a traumatic nightmare, only to realize your reality is 10 times worse. Sitting in the dark carriage, Maria's head spins as she tries to figure out where she knows this mysterious King of Helen from, when suddenly, heavy thuds echo against the wooden walls. Clatter! The piece is violently broken as enraged roars slice through the night air. Maria flinches in sheer confusion, her eyes widening as the distant crowd shrieks for the execution of the imperial traitor. Heart pounding like a jackhammer, Maria tentatively reaches out with a trembling hand, pulling back the heavy curtain to peek at the chaos brewing right outside her window. Talk about absolute brainwashing. The brainless mob outside is screaming at the top of their lungs, demanding that the so-called wicked empress be thrown out for bankrupting the realm. Roar! Looking down at the street below, Maria watches in horror as the citizens hurl furious insults, convinced she squandered their taxes on bloodthirsty barbarians and luxury. Honestly, the irony here is unreal, considering Henry was the one spending money like water. Splat! Before she can even digest the utter absurdities being thrown her way, a massive rotten tomato comes flying out of nowhere and violently explodes directly against the glass. Red juice oozes down the window like fresh blood, framing Maria's horrified reflection in a scene that looks straight out of a gothic horror film. Man, this artist really knows how to deliver dramatic flair. Sensing her trembling terror, Gunther steps into view, his towering, armored figure blocking out the chaos as he coldly tells her not to pay attention to these crafted lies. But the venomous shouts keep piercing her soul, branding her as a shameless witch who tried to murder the emperor and spent her days indulging in scandal. A bitter flashback grips her mind. She recalls working her fingers to the bone, studying endless nights to govern Lastonia, while Henry stole all her credit and his mother cursed her existence. Talk about total ungratefulness. She sacrificed her youth, her happiness, and her very soul for a country that rewarded her with absolute betrayal, leaving her to wonder if all that agonizing effort was for nothing. Whisper! The disgusting rumors turn even nastier as dirty mouthpieces in the crowd gossip that she was barren due to some vile, shameful disease. Seriously, where do these villagers get their news? The gossip tabloids? Shatter! The crowd's hysterical rage reaches a boiling point, roaring to exterminate her entire bloodline as Maria slumps onto the floor, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of public malice. Clutching her silk dress till her knuckles turn white, she tries to hold back the suffocating agony clawing at her throat. Gasp! Seeing movement through the window, the mob explodes again, shouting that the former empress is still breathing inside. Maria's eyes glow with eerie white tears as her heart completely breaks in the dark. Rumble. The wheels rattle over cobblestones as the carriage pushes through the furious mob, leaving Maria to drown in the realization that her entire life was built on dirty fabrications. Whoosh! As dusk falls across the rugged wilderness, the noise of the angry capital finally fades away, replaced by the peaceful rustle of autumn trees along the mountain pass. Peek inside the carriage, and you'll see Gunther keeping a watchful eye on his golden investment, wondering if the traumatized former empress has finally passed out from exhaustion. A mounted guard rides alongside the carriage, reporting that the path is becoming too dangerous in the dark, and asking if they should set up camp for the night. Gunther silently turns his dark dragon helmet, contemplating their next move while keeping his guard at maximum alert. Creak! Seeing Maria collapsed unconscious on the seat, Gunther softly commands his soldiers to tread lightly and set up camp under the sunset canopy. Cricket sounds. Night officially falls over the thick forest, drowning the encampment in cool moonlight and quiet shadows. Deep within the carriage, Maria's eyelids flutter as the cold night air slowly pulls her back to reality. Gasp! Sitting up with a heavy sigh, she clutches her aching forehead, completely disoriented as she wonders how long she was knocked out this time. The chilling air nips at her skin through the carriage window as she peers outside into the pitch-black wilderness, feeling utterly lost and alone. She reaches up to pull back her hair, but a strange, unsettling feeling instantly halts her movement. Her breath hitches in her throat as she stares wide-eyed into the dark glass, noticing something bizarre about her appearance. Shock! Looking into her reflection, her heart drops. The divine cyan glow has completely vanished, leaving her hair looking back to its original pale color. Despair washes over her like a tidal wave as she gazes up at the moonlight, silently crying out to the heavens if this tragic state is what God truly intended for her. Whisper. Out of nowhere, a soft, ethereal voice echoes through her subconscious, a gentle, loving tone calling her name that sounds unmistakably like her deceased mother. Creak! Driven by an irresistible impulse, the carriage door swings wide open as the cool forest breeze beckons her into the dark woods. Stap! Her bare feet hit the cold, damp earth without making a sound as she steps out into the moonlit clearing like a walking ghost. Sob. Tears stream down her pale face under the brilliant full moon as she follows the mysterious voice, desperate to reach the mother she missed so dearly. Rush. Running blindly through the dense foliage, Maria calls out into the night, begging her mother to show herself and take her away from this cruel world. A haunting memory of a stained glass clock tower flashes in her mind, amplifying her desperate plea to be rescued from her unending nightmare. Footsteps. Gunther comes crashing through the trees behind her, yelling for her to stop. Maria turns her head in confusion, recognizing the King of Helen's voice in the dark. Clench. Digging her heels into the dirt, Maria tightly balls her fist and screams at him not to stop her, pointing toward a glowing apparition of her mother standing right by the water's edge. Gasp! Behind his mask, Gunther's eye widens in absolute horror as he realizes the deadly trap ahead, screaming at her to look where she's stepping. Wind swoosh! But it's too late. Maria stands on the absolute edge of a towering sheer cliff with nothing but jagged rocks and swirling mist below. Standing on the precipice with the wind whipping her hair, Maria gazes into the dark sky, accepting that everyone dies eventually, and she has nothing left to live for. Taking a step closer to the edge, she questions why she should even bother staying in a world that brought her nothing but torture and sorrow. Every single person she cherished was brutally murdered because of her, and the one she trusted betrayed her, leaving her soul completely hollowed out. Tears, crying uncontrollably on the edge of eternity, she decides that jumping is far better than enduring a lifetime of perpetual agony. Her tear-filled eyes reflect the starlight one last time as she prepares to embrace the end of her tragic journey. Swoosh! The wind howls around her frame as her dress sways over the abyss. Talk about peak emotional tension in this artwork. Fall! Without a second thought, Maria tips forward and plummets off the edge of the massive cliff. Scream! Gunther lunges forward, reaching out his hand, his desperate roar echoing across the canyon as Maria falls upside down into the darkness. Floating in midair as gravity pulls her down, Maria closes her eyes, uttering a final silent prayer to the divine. Glow. If God is truly listening, she prays for one last request. Not for salvation, but for divine vengeance to make her abuser suffer double the agony she endured. Flash! Dark, forbidden magic surges around her falling body, enveloping her in a sinister aura as she surrenders her soul to the pitch-black void. Talk about a crazy cliffhanger. Talk about a heart-stopping leap. Just as Maria surrenders to the endless abyss, a shadow cuts through the air like a bolt of lightning. It's Gunther diving headfirst off the cliff after her without a single second of hesitation. Gravity drags them toward the jagged rocks below, but Gunther stretches out his gauntleted hand, refusing to let her fade into the dark void. Whoosh! In an absolute masterpiece of action artwork, the armored king catches her mid-fall, pulling her soft frame tightly against his massive chest as winds howl around them. Lock eyes with the terrifying King of Helland right now and tell me this isn't pure romance. Even behind his eerie black helmet, you can feel the sheer intensity in his gaze as he holds her close. Clang! Smashing his broadsword straight into the sheer cliff face, Gunther uses pure brute force to break their lethal momentum, clinging to the rock wall like an absolute beast. Thud! With heavy, echoing footsteps, he carries her safely onto a wide mountain ledge, outmaneuvering death itself in a display of physical power that defies all logic. Gasp! Slumping against the dirt, Maria pants frantically, completely stunned that this terrifying monarch literally threw himself off a mountain just to catch her. Crack! Gunther rips off his helmet visor, revealing a face dripping with sweat, blood, and pure fury as he roars down at her, asking who gave her permission to end her own life. Grab your popcorn, folks, because the stoic Dragon King has officially lost his cool. He grabs her shoulder, shouting at the top of his lungs that she isn't allowed to die under any circumstances. Sob! Beneath his terrifying reputation lies a man visibly crying tears of rage, his voice cracking as he forbids her from ever leaving this world behind. Deep within his chest, a dark, suffocating rage boils over as he stares at the girl who saved him long ago, now trying to throw away her existence right before his eyes. Standing under the cold starlight, Gunther pours out his wounded soul, demanding to know how she could jump so effortlessly, as if his entire existence meant nothing to her. Clutching his chest in unbearable agony, he screams into the night air, begging to know why she attempted to die alone and abandon him all over again. Staring back at his tear-streaked face under the glowing full moon, Maria recoils in total disbelief, calling him a completely unhinged savage brute in her head. Unable to process his sudden outburst, Maria snaps back with tears overflowing, demanding to know why a complete stranger keeps barging into her life and ruining her peace. Crash! Her voice breaks into a blood-curdling scream as she sinks onto her knees, begging him to stop dragging her back into this painful, suffocating reality. Clutching her head in pure emotional torment, Maria breaks down into uncontrollable hysterics, weeping for all the trauma she was forced to endure. Realizing her fragile heart is about to shatter completely, Gunther kneels beside her, gently cupping her cheeks while frantically trying to soothe her mental breakdown before she passes out. Seeing that words won't calm her hyperventilating breath, Gunther quickly reaches into his leather harness and pulls out a glowing purple potion vial. Pop! Uncorking the glass bottle with his teeth, he downs a mouthful of the soothing elixir, and no, he isn't just taking a quick drink break in the middle of a drama scene. Flash! In a scene so breathtaking it belongs in an art museum, Gunther leans down and presses his lips against hers, transferring the liquid directly into her mouth with a deep, passionate kiss. Warm light bursts around them as Maria's teary eyes widen in utter shock, her throat instinctively swallowing the soothing potion while his heavy hand cradles her trembling head. Under the ethereal glow of the midnight moon, the wild forest seems to stand still as the terrifying ruler of Helen gently seals her painful memories with a tender kiss. As the powerful sleeping potion takes immediate effect, Maria's body goes soft, her hand sliding limply down his arm as her eyelids flutter shut into peaceful slumber. Cradling her sleeping form in his arms like a precious treasure, Gunther whispers dark vows into the night, promising that after spending 10 long years in hell just to reach her, he'll never lose her again. Russell! Suddenly, heavy footsteps break through the thick brush as a squad of Helen Knights finally catches up to the scene, yelling that they found their king. The head guard rushes forward in a panic, relief washing over him as he asks why His Majesty suddenly vanished, only to be met with Gunther's chilling, pitch-black glare. Gasp! Gunther bluntly commands them to alter their entire route immediately, leaving his battle-hardened soldiers scratching their heads in absolute confusion. Holding Maria close against his dark cloak, Gunther announces with absolute authority that their expedition is heading straight for the infamous Helen Mines instead. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the story shifts miles away to the opulent Lastonia Imperial Palace, glittering with golden lights under the evening sky as dark court politics brew behind closed doors. Inside the grand marble halls, elegant heels click loudly against the floor as Laurent, the Emperor's spoiled new favorite, makes a dramatic, sweeping entrance. Maids bow low in fear as Laurent struts into the private quarters, her eyes burning with immediate jealousy as she spots another woman standing near the throne. Pointing her finger aggressively, Laurent shrieks at the top of her lungs, demanding to know who this filthy peasant woman is doing in her palace. Emperor Henry sweats nervously, trying to laugh off her anger, but Laurent throws a full-blown toddler tantrum, sobbing about how he brought a secret mistress behind her back. Honestly, look at this pathetic excuse for an emperor. Henry immediately drops into chibi mode, head-patting his fake crying mistress while begging her not to be upset. Laurent stomps her feet like a child, demanding that Henry execute the woman because anyone tied to the dethroned empress is a wicked snake. Swish. Walking down the sunlit corridor, Laurent glares at the servants, muttering under her breath that everything connected to Maria is an absolute curse that must be purged. Step! The moment Henry steps away, Laurent's sweet act instantly vanishes. She leans over Nancy Maria's traitorous maid and cold-bloodedly threatens to crush her under her heel if she doesn't leave. Talk about a terrifying two-faced villain! Nancy's jaw drops in terror as she realizes Laurent's foolish air was all a ruthless act, while Henry cluelessly explains how useful Nancy was in framing Maria. Henry tries to justify keeping Nancy around, arguing that throwing away a loyal rat who betrayed her own master would make him look bad to the rest of the court. Laurent's manipulative aunt chiming in to remind her that Nancy's betrayal is the exact key that opened the door for Laurent to become empress is peak noble snake behavior. clench. Clutching her collar with trembling fingers, Nancy tries to convince herself that her lingering guilt over betraying Maria will fade away soon, just like the very first time she sold her out. Flashback time! We see Emperor Henry cornering Nancy in the Dark Palace, gently tilting her chin with a seductively evil smirk as he coaxed her into revealing Maria's secret plans. Touch? Flustered by the handsome emperor's sweet lies, Nancy greedily swallowed every compliment as he praised her for doing an outstanding service for the realm. Holding her face close under the stained glass light, Henry whispered honeyed words, telling the foolish maid to hold her head high with pride instead of feeling guilty. Smile! Look at this girl's naive expression. Deluding herself into believing the emperor actually loved her, Nancy gleefully handed over Maria's downfall on a silver platter. But reality is a cold slap in the face. While Nancy dreamed of being cherished, Henry was simply using her as a disposable tool to strip Maria of everything she held dear. Wrapped in dark, intricate borders, the cold truth settles over the empire. The betrayal is complete, and there is absolutely no turning back for anyone involved. Rumble! The scene cuts across rugged canyon peaks to a scorching desert landscape where exhausted slaves push heavily loaded carts out of deep underground mine shafts. Clang! Down in the dusty pit, ragged workers sort through heaps of raw gold ore while a dirty, bandaged hand pulls a heavy rope, ringing a loud brass signal bell across the Helen mines. Imagine waking up from a traumatic nightmare only to find yourself deep in the grimy, dust-choked mines of a ruthless kingdom. The exhausted workers look around nervously, having no idea that their entire routine is about to be completely upended. Step. Under the blinding overhead lights, Solskjaer, the high and mighty deputy of Helland, strides onto the balcony and loudly commands every single miner to assemble immediately. The atmosphere instantly turns tense as Solskjaer announces that all working groups are being reshuffled right here and right now. Talk about an unexpected workplace reorganization. Murmur. The miners immediately start whispering among themselves in total confusion. Like, didn't they literally just settle into their assigned teams 5 minutes ago? Unrolling an official parchment, Solskjaer starts cold-bloodedly reading off the new unit assignments, calling out names for District F. And then comes the bombshell announcement. He assigns former Empress Maria directly into the mix, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Honestly, look at her standing there like an ethereal statue among dusty laborers. Talk about out of place. Glimmer. The artwork drops a gorgeous flower-draped panel highlighting Maria's refined beauty, while the surrounding miners stare in absolute disbelief, questioning if she's actual nobility. Back on the platform, Solskjaer lets out a heavy, sweat-drenched sigh, as if he's carrying the weight of the entire kingdom on his shoulders. Trying to keep order, he reminds everyone with a stern glare that inside these brutal mines, status means absolutely nothing, and every single soul is equal. Boom! With images of scorching, desolate wasteland burning behind him, he warns that anyone who slacks off or causes trouble will be punished or straight up exiled to the barren wastes. He finishes his grand lecture by telling them that rewards come strictly through sweat and labor. No handouts, no special favors, just pure hard grind. Cheer! The brainwashed crowd bursts into loud cheers, shouting "Long live Helland" as the title screen flashes. Seriously, give this guy a raise for midday worker motivation. Fast forward a few days later down in the dusty mine shafts, where heavy wooden carts rattle along the iron tracks under dim lantern light. Tap! Heavy boots come to a sudden halt right in front of Maria as a menacing shadow looms over her. Point! A tough, bossy female miner points a harsh finger, rudely telling the new girl to go stand all the way at the back of the line. Swish! Without saying a single word or throwing a fit, Maria quietly walks over to the end of the line, keeping her head low under their watchful eyes. Whisper! Naturally, the gossip mill instantly goes into overdrive, with the women snicker-chatting about how Maria looks like a silent corpse who can't even speak or work. They keep side-eyeing her, suspecting that the sudden reshuffling of their entire team was secretly caused by this strange new girl's arrival. Drama! One of the workers leans in with juicy tea, whispering that rumors are flying around about Maria being a disgraced noblewoman. Sparkle! They even start cooking up wild theories that King Gunther personally carried her here in his arms like a romantic hero, leaving the other women swooning and second-guessing everything. Manhwa gossips really are unmatched when it comes to spreading rumors. Think! But then reality hits them. Why on earth would a high-class noble end up breaking rocks in a dirty mine unless she's buried in massive debt? Realizing they might get into serious trouble if she actually has ties to the king, the women nervously agree that they better watch their mouths around her. Flick! Nora turns her back on the gossiping crew, breaking away from the conversation with a sharp motion. Clatter! Calling her team along, Nora leads the workers deeper into the dark mine shafts to get back to work before the guards catch them slacking off. Meanwhile, the scene cuts into a quiet, sunlit study room where Solskjaer stands anxiously before King Gunther, asking if his lord is finally satisfied with this arrangement. Solskjaer can't hold back his outrage anymore, demanding to know why Gunther is forcing a former empress to do back-breaking labor in a dusty mine pit. Glare! Unbothered by his deputy's frustration, Gunther coldly cuts him off, demanding to know if his orders were carried out to the exact letter. Sweat. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Solskjaer reluctantly confirms that he followed every single command precisely as instructed. He explains that he placed Maria into a squad filled with the most rowdy, troublesome workers in the entire mine, to which Gunther simply replies with a chilling, "Well done." Seriously, this king's tough love method is next level wild. Plead. Panicking for Maria's safety, Solskjaer begs Gunther to reconsider, warning that a fragile woman like her will never survive such harsh conditions. Turn! Leaning back in his chair, Gunther drops a heavy truth bomb. He intentionally brought her here specifically so she wouldn't have to endure her miserable past anymore. Pitter-patter. Before Solskjaer can even process that statement, light, tiny footsteps echo from the doorway as a cheerful little voice calls out Gunther's name. Creak! The wooden door swings open, revealing an adorable elf-eared child holding a massive scroll almost bigger than himself. Smile! The cute kid named Stone brightens up the room with a sparkling smile, greeting Gunther with absolute warmth and comfort. Confused? Staring at the little visitor, Gunther looks genuinely surprised, asking why on earth Stone decided to show up out of nowhere. Solskjaer bows down apologetically for letting the kid wander in, but Stone just giggles, telling Gunther not to be so hard on his loyal deputy. Look, Gunther rests his head on his hand, silently staring at the mysterious little spirit with an unreadable, intense gaze. Smirk? Cutting straight to the point, Gunther admits it's actually convenient Stone showed up since he has some serious questions that need answering. Tick-tock! Elegant magical gears and glowing butterflies swirl around as the story reveals Stone's true identity, the ancient spirit of Helen itself. Gunther starts explaining his side of the story, recalling the moment he set off for Lastonia to retrieve Maria according to his sacred promise to Pope Liberio. Flames! A dark flashback shows the horrific scene Gunther stumbled upon. Mercenaries hired by the concubine's corrupt family had already slaughtered Maria's people and burned everything to ash. Talk about dark family drama coming back to haunt everyone. Sip? While Stone casually sips warm tea, Gunther glares down at him, questioning why a time-manipulating spirit didn't warn him ahead of time so he could save him. Gasp? Setting down his teacup, Stone calmly explains that altering pre-established fate is almost impossible, even for a powerful spirit like him. Clang! He warns that forcibly twisting destiny only causes a darker, equally tragic fate to come crashing down later on. Slam! Gunther angrily curses this cruel fate, but Stone just gives him a wholesome, adorable smile, reminding the king that fate was the very thing that brought them together. Shadow! The narrative shifts back 10 years ago into a dark memory when Gunther was at his absolute weakest point in life. Wind. Back then, Gunther braved the scorching, howling winds of Helen's northern wilderness, shocked by what he discovered in the middle of nowhere. Glow. Right in the dust and dirt sat a helpless newborn baby, abandoned and completely alone in the harsh desert. Flash. Gunther took the infant in, only for the Child Stone to rapidly age and reveal his divine identity as the land's spirit, wielding mind-blowing time magic. Shine! Thanks to Stone's magic, Helen flourished rapidly into a powerful kingdom, but using that time-bending power drained Stone's physical growth, leaving him trapped in the body of a toddler for 10 whole years. What an incredible origin story for this little guy. Ever reached a point where your overwhelming emotions make you completely snap at the wrong person? Gunther is currently drowning in self-loathing, realizing he let his panic over Maria ruin his cool and take out all his anger on poor Stone. Walking back into the room with his head held low, Gunther drops his pride and offers a genuine, heartfelt apology to the little spirit for lashing out earlier. He even offers to give it some more mana, but the spirit shakes its head and points towards his pouch, making the man realize that it wants that strange artifact instead. At first, Gunther's hesitant, but after a bit of convincing from Arya, he eventually relents and hands the thing over. The little spirit then begins rubbing its body against it, and as it does, Gunther notices it seems to be absorbing the strange markings. Seeing this, he offers to pour his mana into it so the spirit can absorb it faster, which delights the little guy. And once he does, the markings reorganize into a set of ancient runes, and suddenly a system message pops up stating that the item has been fully unsealed. Now known as the Eye of the Earth, Gunther inspects the item and is shocked by its power. Apparently, it essentially allows Gunther to manipulate the ground around him, making him practically unstoppable in certain environments. He's naturally thrilled, and when he thanks the spirit, the little guy rubs up against him affectionately. Now, that drama's over, Arya drags Gunther off to go buy some new clothes, and despite complaining about it, after trying on some fits, he actually starts having fun. Though he does get a little annoyed when Arya makes him buy a bunch of stuff he'll probably never wear. Afterwards, the pair head to a fancy restaurant to grab some dinner, and there, Gunther asks Arya what's up with those freaky monsters that attacked the city earlier. Arya explains they're known as chaos creatures, and apparently they typically spawn around dungeons that are close to breaking, but it's incredibly rare to find them out in the wild like that. This makes Gunther wonder if that strange red light he saw earlier might be related, but he quickly dismisses the idea. Following dinner, the pair head back to Arya's place, and since he has nowhere else to go, Gunther crashes on her couch. There he logs in and is immediately bombarded by messages from a bunch of random players. After quickly unfriending everyone, Gunther checks his stats and is pleased to see that he's leveled up considerably and even has a new title, Hero of the City, which, among other things, gives him a huge reputation boost. As he's checking his skill points, he receives another message, and this time it's from a guild called the Iron Wall, practically begging him to join their ranks. Intrigued, Gunther checks them out and discovers they're one of the top 10 guilds in the game. The message also mentions something about a penalty if he doesn't accept their offer, which Arya explains is a special power owned only by the top guilds. She warns Gunther that if he doesn't comply, the penalty could be severe, and it might even mess up the hidden quest he's currently on. So, needing to learn more about this, he heads down to the guild hall to talk to him face to face. But as he's making his way there, he gets the feeling that someone's watching him, and he's right. A strange player named Sol from the rank 1 guild Dragontooth is following close behind. After entering the guild hall, a stuck-up receptionist tries to stop him from entering the VIP area, but Gunther simply flashes his new title and she immediately backs down. He's then taken to the guildmaster, who turns out to be the haughty man from the battle earlier. He claims Gunther only survived by luck and demands he join the guild to make up for killing their members. Gunther obviously refuses and prepares to leave, unimpressed. But when the guildmaster threatens once again to enforce that nasty penalty, Gunther gets pissed and challenges him to a fight. If he wins, the Iron Wall has to leave him alone, but if he loses, he'll have to join the guild. Unaware of Gunther's true power, the guildmaster arrogantly accepts, convinced he'll easily defeat him. Little does he know, Sol from Dragontooth is actually in the room watching and is impressed by Gunther's confidence. The stage is set for an epic showdown, and it seems like Sol might even be rooting for Gunther.
Smile! But Stone isn't one to hold a grudge. Giving a warm, reassuring grin, he tells his king that it's completely fine, before cheekily asking what big request Gunther is dying to lay on him. Glow! Staring straight into Stone's glowing green eyes, Gunther realizes there's no point hiding his true feelings from a spirit bound to him by contract, desperately begging Stone to lend him his godlike strength once more. Silence. Sitting across from each other in the quiet study, the atmosphere gets super heavy. Gunther is internally cringing, thinking he looks completely shameless for asking a favor right after yelling at the kid. Talk about an awkward boss-employee dynamic. Deep down, Gunther knows Stone's time magic is already unstable and draining, meaning Stone could easily break their contract right here and now without anyone blaming him. Beam! But instead of throwing a tantrum, Stone hits him with an enthusiastic affirmative, proving once again that this little spirit has a bigger heart than the entire royal court combined. Kicking his tiny legs in the oversized chair, Stone casually says that helping the Empire is all that really matters anyway, leaving Gunther completely stunned by his selflessness. Gunther can barely process what just happened, staring at the toddler spirit in total disbelief and asking if he's actually serious about risking his remaining power. Flourish! Stone drops a gorgeous rose-tinted flashback reminder explaining that just like fate brought Gunther and Stone together, it was cosmic destiny that tied Gunther's soul to Maria. Man, these artists really know how to make a destiny scene look straight out of an Otome game. Gunther pauses, staring back with a conflicted look as he asks if Stone is truly okay with carrying such a massive burden for them. Sparkle! As magical circles swirl around his thoughts, Gunther recalls the solemn vow he made to Pope Liberio 10 years ago when he was ordered to abandon House Stuart and venture into the dangerous north. Flicker! A shadowy flashback reveals a bruised, younger Gunther standing in a dark candlelit sanctuary, receiving his divine mission. Shine! The Pope's sacred guidance echoes through time, pointing Gunther toward a predetermined fate set by the gods themselves. Bloom! Under a canopy of glowing cherry blossoms, Gunther reflects on what that grand destiny was actually meant to be all along. No, it turns out his ultimate life mission wasn't conquering territories or hoarding gold. It was simply to give young Maria the genuine happiness she deserved. Honestly, if this isn't peak romantic loyalty, I don't know what is. Clench. Clenching his fist with burning determination, Gunther vows to Stone that he'll do absolutely anything required to protect Maria's future. Focus! Sensing his master's unwavering resolve, Stone's gaze turns sharp and serious, asking what exact plan they're executing next. Glamour! With golden pocket watches, swirling chains, and glowing butterflies bursting into light, Stone promises to bend time itself to aid the king's crusade. Cut! Meanwhile, down in the dirty, dust-choked depths of Helen's gold mines, former Empress Maria is looking completely lost under her grimy bangs. Talk about a complete 180 from royal palace luxury. Rumble. Standing amid noisy wooden scaffolding and heavy coal piles, Maria stares at the mountain of raw rocks, utterly clueless about which ones actually contain real gold. Inspect! Picking up a chunk of dark ore with a tiny golden glint, she sighs in frustration, realizing that sorting shiny nuggets from regular dirt is way harder than it looks. Panic! Her internal crisis is abruptly interrupted by a sharp shout echoing down the mine shaft, startling her out of her thoughts. Clang! A loud voice announces that it's finally lunch break, warning all the exhausted workers to sprint to the dining hall before the food runs out completely. Rush! Without skipping a beat, the famished miners drop their picks and stampede toward the mess hall like a horde of hungry beasts. Tap! Heavy boots stomp past the discarded golden quill pen lying in the dust, symbolizing how Maria's old life of literature and luxury is completely buried under dirt. Yum! Inside the bustling mess hall, workers eagerly dig into hot bowls of hearty meat stew and fresh bread, boasting about how they never got food this good back under Lastonia's cruel rule. Thud! But just as Maria reaches the front of the counter, the cafeteria manager coldly slams down a basket of bread with a harsh denial. Sneer? Looking down her nose at Maria's empty collection pouch, the lunch lady sneers that no work quota means no food, asking what a penniless noble expected in a ruthless mine. Crossing her massive arms, the manager rudely shoos Maria away, telling the disgraced empress to march her delicate self back to the dark shafts and dig harder if she wants a single bite. Blink? Maria stands there totally dumbfounded, softly questioning if such an unfair, merciless rule is actually standard protocol around here. Chirp! Suddenly, a playful, high-pitched voice cuts through the cafeteria air, cheekily asking since when such a ridiculous policy even existed. Gasp! Enter a stylish new figure with long flowing hair and a charming grin, looking like a total bombshell lady. Except, wait for it, his voice is unmistakably that of a guy. Gotta love the classic trap archetype joining the mine drama. Sweat! Swinging around with confidence, the long-haired newcomer confronts the flustered lunch staff, demanding to know why they suddenly went dead silent. Glare! Seeing the mysterious intruder step up from Maria, the surrounding female workers whisper in annoyance from across the room. Snicker. Two mean girl miners roll their eyes, mockingly telling the newcomer to shut his mouth and eat his own food instead of causing trouble. Angry? Cue the hilarious chibi rage. The long-haired guy instantly erupts, roasting the mean girls back by calling them scruffy hypocrites who wouldn't know real beauty if it slapped him in the face. Stomp! A heavy boot slams onto the wooden floorboards as a fierce voice cuts off the childish banter, declaring that her word is the absolute law in this district. Bam! Nora, the tough, bossy leader of District F, steps into the light with her arms crossed, making it clear that she built these rules from scratch. Look, casting an icy glare over her shoulder, Nora warns everyone that anyone who disrespects her authority can pack their bags immediately. Standoff. Nora and Maria lock eyes in an intense, silent face-off, tension skyrocketing as Nora demands she follow the rules or get lost. Glare. Nora's sharp green eyes narrow with zero sympathy, showing she won't give any special treatment just because Maria used to wear a crown.
confused. Maria blinks back in total confusion, wondering why this group leader's treating her like public enemy number one. Shout. Unbothered by the deadly mood, the long-haired guy points a dramatic finger at Nora, mockingly calling her a goblin lady right to her face. Bro really has negative self-preservation instincts. Crash! He starts yelling that Deputy Solskjaer declared everyone equal, only to get instantly shoved to the floor with a loud thud before he can even finish his sentence. The other female miners burst out laughing, snickering that nobody in their right mind would listen to a noisy pervert who butts into everyone's business. Grumble, rubbing his sore back from the floor, the long-haired guy glares up at them, muttering under his breath in complete frustration. Flashback. A shadowy memory panel reveals the trick behind the food system. Maria was assigned strict, calculated rations, meaning her arrival threw off the entire squad's lunch balance. Walk! Satisfied that order has been restored, Nora turns her back and leads her loyal crew out of the mess hall, leaving the drama behind. Tease. As they walk away, one of the workers taunts the guy from over her shoulder, telling him that if he feels so heartbroken for the pretty newbie, he should share his own gold nuggets to buy her lunch. Just when you think things can't get any worse, life throws you into the mud. Here's a quick preview. After getting booted out into the freezing night, Maria finds an unlikely ally. While back at the palace, the ultimate snakes are plotting their next move. Maria turns around, her messy braided hair showing just how rough mine life has been. Swipe! Out of nowhere, the long-haired trap Arrow sneaks a huge warm loaf of bread directly into Maria's hands, whispering desperately for her to stay quiet so nobody notices. Gasp! Talk about terrible timing. Right as Maria takes the bread, one of the sharp-eyed mine workers spins around with an angry yell, catching them red-handed. Grab! The worker violently snatches Maria's wrist, screaming at the top of her lungs about dirty thieves. Arrow panics super hard, whispering to Maria that they gotta run right now because he skipped his quota too. Sweat. Arrow's eyes widen in sheer terror, realizing that getting caught stealing food in this ruthless district is basically a total death sentence. Man, these mine rules make prison look like a 5-star hotel. Boom! Cue the ultimate villain aura. Nora erupts into a literal inferno of wrath, her dark silhouette glowing with terrifying flames that make everyone's soul leave their body. Zoom! Swooping into hilarious chibi panic mode, Arrow grabs Maria's hand and sprints for dear life, while Nora screams in the background that she won't let them escape. Gasp! Back outside the dormitories, one of Nora's lackeys turns to her boss with an anxious face, asking what severe punishment they should dish out to the fugitives. Nora stands with a stone-cold expression, shadows draped over her face like a true mob boss who controls the entire underground district. Stare. The whole squad gathers outside the building under the dim blue moonlight, cornering Arrow and Maria like predators surrounding their prey. Thud! Arrow collapses onto the cold ground outside, crying out in total outrage about how insane it is to banish them into the freezing night. Honestly, kicking someone out into sub-zero weather for a loaf of bread? Peak villain behavior. Whoosh! Ice-cold winds howl through the dark, rocky mine ravine, making the looming stone dormitories look completely imposing and unwelcoming. Arrow shivers uncontrollably on the dirt floor, yelling that after starving all day and getting harassed, sleeping out here literally means freezing to death before sunrise. Sneer! Nora looks down on him with absolute disgust, scoffing that a lazy pervert who failed his quota has zero right to fill his belly or sleep under a roof. Shout! Arrow snaps back in total frustration, screaming about how tired he is of everyone constantly slapping the pervert label on him just because of how he looks. Grab! One of the aggressive female workers steps forward and violently yanks Arrow up by his shirt collar, snarling that a man shouldn't be sneaking around women's spaces making trouble. Gah, glare! With fiery venom in her eyes, the worker slams Arrow against the stone wall, spewing insults right into his face. Talk about zero chill in this mining camp. Clench! Arrow grits his teeth in pure helplessness, whispering under his breath that these bullies don't know a single thing about his real story. Flick! Nora pushes them away with an icy, dismissive gesture, ordering them to get lost and never set foot near the dorms again. Warned! Looming over them, Nora drops a chilling final warning, promising that no other district will shelter Maria or Arrow, so they better not try any slick moves. Step! The ruthless squad turns around and marches back inside the warm compound, leaving Arrow sitting in the dark dirt while Maria watches in silent disbelief. Glimmer! Maria's striking blue eye shines through her messy bangs, brimming with quiet determination despite the humiliating rejection.
Pat! Breaking the heavy silence, Maria gently reaches out and places a warm, comforting hand on Aero's trembling shoulder. Startled, Aero snaps his head around in total shock, tearing up slightly as he looks into Maria's gentle, compassionate eyes. Seriously, who knew the former Empress had such top-tier emotional intelligence? Rustle. Underneath the starry night sky, Maria leads Aero away from the hostile camp, walking deep into the overgrown mountain foliage. Gasp! Stepping through a hidden rocky opening, Aero's jaw hits the floor as he beholds a massive, beautifully lit secret cave tucked away in the cliffs. Beam! Instantly forgetting all his misery, Aero chatterboxes with excitement, rambling about how mind-blowing it is that Maria found this secret sanctuary after 2 months. Silence. Maria just stands there quietly, letting her mysterious silence speak louder than words as Aero continues his energetic rant. Look! Scanning the spacious stone cavern, Aero marvels at how cozy, fresh, and draft-free it feels compared to those cramped, toxic dorm rooms. Giggle. With a mischievous grin, Aero trots alongside Maria, cheekily proposing that they turn this hidden cave into their secret base whenever they get kicked out. Pause. Stopping in his tracks, Aero turns back to face Maria, his tone suddenly shifting to a much deeper, more serious mood. Nod. Asking softly if she really lost her ability to speak, Aero receives a subtle, gentle nod from Maria, confirming her mute state. Thoughtful. Gazing off into the blue shadows, Aero admits that the first day Maria arrived at the gold mines, he could immediately tell she wasn't normal. Flashback. A monochrome memory pane appears, depicting Maria looking like an ethereal, out-of-place noble goddess among the rugged miners. Aero confesses he thought some high-ranking lord would rescue her in days. Guilt. Aero rubs the back of his neck nervously, confessing that once he realized nobody was coming, he secretly plotted to leech off her special aura to improve his own miserable life. Bow. Turning away in deep shame, Aero drops his head and delivers a sincere, heart-wrenching apology to Maria for harboring such selfish motives. Blaze. Maria gazes back at him with her expressive, glowing eyes, listening with complete patience, without a single hint of judgment or anger. Aero chuckles softly at her reaction, asking if she's confused why he's randomly dropping a heavy emotional confession out of nowhere. Shine. With tears brimming in his eyes, Aero explains that Maria was the only person in his whole life who helped him without asking for anything in return, making him realize how corrupt he had become. Dark. A sinister flashback panel shows creeping shadowy hands grasping at Aero, representing all the toxic people who judged, abused, and lusted after him in the past. Flourish. Wiping his tears, Aero flashes a dazzling, radiant smile, reintroducing himself properly as Aerotique TK and asking her to just call him Aero from now on. Sparkle. Extending a welcoming hand amidst swirling golden butterflies, Aero asks Maria if she'll be his genuine friend, not for profit or greed, but for true companionship. Look at this wholesome bond forming. Transition. Leaving the dark mines behind, the scene shifts abruptly to the blinding, sun-drenched Grand Palace of Lastonia, glistening with gold ornaments. Light. Inside a breathtakingly elegant reception room lit by a huge crystal chandelier, 2 figures sit across a polished tea table in quiet tension. Bow! The ambitious blonde maid turned concubine lowers her head politely, thanking the emperor for granting her an audience before revealing she has a massive secret to share. Sneer. Close up on the arrogant emperor's face as he inwardly groans with supreme annoyance, thinking lowly peasants like her never know when to shut up. What? The cold emperor casually thinks to himself that common women should be eternally grateful just carrying his imperial child in their womb, telling her to hurry it up. Man, what an absolute trash-tier monarch. Glare. With golden fire flashing in her intense gaze, the blonde concubine drops her gentle mask, demanding nothing less than the throne right beside the emperor. Flashover. A dramatic, dark silhouette flashback reveals her backstory. She didn't backstab her former mistress Maria just to be a side chick concubine. She wants the supreme crown of empress. Glory. Bathed in divine golden light and clad in a royal bridal veil, she reaches towards the sky, vowing to claim the ultimate power position that no one can ever touch. Talk about top-tier villain ambition to end the episode on. Talk about taking ambitious villainy to a whole new level. Plotting in the shadows, the former maid makes her ultimate declaration. She doesn't just want power, she literally wants to step into Maria's shoes and usurp the throne by using the ultimate political pawn.
Back in the sunlit palace reception room, the emperor, casually sipping his tea, assumes adding another concubine to the court is no big deal, smugly noting that status belongs to whoever pumps out royal heirs first. But wait for the audacity! With zero hesitation, Nancy looks the emperor dead in the eyes and cheekily suggests that she can easily pop out a prince for him too. Look at his face! He is completely flosstergasted. Slam! The emperor slams his hands onto the table in an absolute rage, screaming at top of his lungs at Nancy. He reminds her that she's literally a low-born peasant who needs to know her place before asking for the empress title. Scoff? Unbothered by his outburst, Nancy calmly apologizes before dropping a massive bomb, asking if he realizes how deep King Helen's obsession with Maria actually goes, hinting that holding her hostage wasn't just a random power move. Stepping around the table, Nancy lowers her voice, pointing out the absurd reality. Why would a ruthless ruler like King Helen lend a whopping 10 million gold without demanding a single piece of collateral unless he was totally down bad? Sneer, with a sinister, golden spark in her eyes, Nancy flashes a devious grin, proposing that they manipulate King Helen's secret romantic feelings for Maria to wipe out their entire national debt in one clean swoop. Gasp! The room's energy turns completely pitch black as Nancy lays out her master plan, promising to save the royal treasury 10 million gold pieces if he grants her the crown. Honestly, her villain brain goes kind of hard. Chin lift, hooked on her manipulative schemes, the trash emperor smirks, gently raising her chin with his fingers and demanding every single detail while calling for breakfast. Classic royal red flags, am I right? Whoosh! The scene shifts abruptly away from palace intrigue to a dark, treacherous night where pouring rain batters the steep cliffs near the gold mines. Shiver! Inside a murky stone cavern, poor long-haired Arrow lies curled up on the damp dirt, groaning in complete misery as the freezing damp air settles into his bones. Clatter! Both Arrow and Maria sit trembling in the dark corner, holding themselves tightly as the sub-zero temperature drops lower by the second. Man, getting kicked out into the wilderness is no joke. Pitter-patter! Outside the cave's opening, rain pours down relentlessly, rapidly turning the night into a freezing nightmare that threatens to freeze them solid. Gazing at her shivering companion, Maria realizes they won't survive the night without shelter, wishing they could grab blankets from the dorms, only to remember the ruthless miners warned that nobody would ever open their doors for them. Splash! Suddenly, subtle footsteps ring through the quiet cave, splashing against puddle water and instantly sending a chill down Maria's spine. Snap! Spun around in total alarm, Maria's eyes widen in horror as she glares into the dark abyss, yelling out to identify the mysterious intruder. Tense, heart pounding against her chest, Maria wonders if it's a ravenous wild beast or a brutal mine guard patrolling the cliffs as a hooded silhouette emerges from the heavy downpour. Swish! Stepping slowly into the faint light, the stranger pulls back his heavy black hood, revealing a strikingly handsome young guy with messy dark locks standing right inside their hideout. Glare. With intense green eyes gleaming under his dark hood, this mysterious newcomer inspects the cave with a calm, stoic aura that instantly shifts the room's entire atmosphere. Standing tall at the entrance, the cloaked figure looms silently over the dark space while Maria clutches her chest in pure suspense. Okay, but why does every random stranger in this manhwa look like a main character? Scanning his shadowy figure, Maria inwardly panics, trying to figure out whether this secret cave actually belongs to him or if he came here with a sinister objective. Thump! A terrifying aura surrounds Maria as she grips her collar, terrified that this cloaked stranger was sent specifically to eliminate her on the spot. Step. Hearing his heavy boots march closer across the cold stone, Maria nervously reaches out to wake up the sleeping Arrow so they can fight back together. Grab! Before she can even touch Arrow, the hooded guy's hand swoops in like lightning, tightly clamping around her wrist with insane precision. Twisting around with sparkling magical warmth, the cloaked stranger leans directly into Maria's ear, softly begging her not to wake her sleeping companion. Talk about heart-stopping tension. Gasp! Close up on Maria's frozen face as her breathing hitches, completely caught off guard by how gentle and unexpectedly polite this mysterious intruder sounds. Moonlight! A gorgeous cinematic title card breaks the scene under a glowing blue moon, highlighting the dramatic title, The Banished Empress Maria. Snore! Cut to the next morning. Or wait. Arrow is sprawled out comfortably on a plush, warm mattress, sleeping like an absolute baby, without a single care in the world. Meanwhile, Maria stands by a rustic glass window, watching the calm rain trickle down while bathed in the warm glow of a cozy wooden interior. Wait, how did they get inside a house?
Rustle! Outside the window, dense forest trees swayed gently under the cool morning shower, making the shelter feel like a peaceful hidden haven.
View? Tucked right along the edge of the brutal mining district sits a sturdy, secluded wooden cabin with warm yellow lights glowing from within. Ponder. Looking around the warm room, Maria clutches her arm in total bewilderment, desperately trying to figure out the identity of their mysterious savior. Door creak? Entering the room carrying a huge stack of folded, cozy blankets, the handsome young guy steps forward in all his golden-lit glory. Seriously, the artist cooked with this lighting. Setting down the bedding, the young man explains in a smooth, calm voice that staying in that damp cave overnight would have made them deathly ill, suggesting they rest comfortably here for the night. Maria stares at him in dead silence, her expressive eyes filled with deep gratitude mixed with cautious confusion. Stare, close up on the dark-haired boy's piercing emerald eyes as he gazes right back at her with zero bad intentions. Reveal. Breaking the silence, the boy introduces himself as an official knight from the Helen Kingdom, tasked with guarding the outer perimeter of the gold mines. Step! Turning toward the wooden door, the polite knight reassures her that she can totally relax and sleep peacefully, as he'll be standing guard outside in the rain all night. Doubt. Maria watches his back with an anxious expression, questioning in her mind whether she can truly trust a random foreign soldier's sudden kindness. She ponders internally that as a high-ranking Helen Knight, he has zero obligation to help common mine laborers, and usually, nobles treat workers like total pests. Glimmer! Marveling at his youthful features, Maria realizes this kid looks insanely young to be carrying such an elite knight title already. Flinch! Right as Maria thinks to herself that he doesn't look a day older than 16, the young knight suddenly stops in his tracks and turns around. Shock! Closing the distance in a fraction of a second, the knight appears right before her eyes, making Maria's heart practically leap out of her chest. Flourish! With a graceful motion surrounded by floating white flowers, the boy unclasps his heavy, warm traveling cloak and gently drapes it over Maria's cold shoulders. Smile! Flashing a soft, dazzling smile that could melt glaciers, the handsome young knight tells her to keep it on so she stays super warm throughout the night. Zoom! With one final gentle look from his sparkling green eyes, he bids her goodnight and prepares to step out into the storm. Left standing alone in the middle of the warm cabin room, Maria clutches the oversized cloak around herself, completely stunned by his chivalry. Blush! Bright red flushes across Maria's cheeks as she buries her face into the warm fabric, her heart hammering wildly against her ribs. Look at her blushing like a hopeless romantic lead. Text bubble. Transitioning to a lighter mood, cheerful text bubbles pop up explaining how to spot genuine gold amidst dark mountain ore. Ta-da! In a hilarious chibi-style memory, Arrow grins proudly while showing off shiny golden nuggets to Maria, pointing out how picking the rocks with a golden hue is the ultimate trick to surviving the mines. Imagine being tossed into the brutal gold mines, thinking you're just doing hard labor, only to realize the real war is about to break out among the workers themselves. The female miners are stuck with the grueling task of hand-sorting gold from piles of heavy rock, where every single coin you earn depends on how much raw ore you can scrape together. And of course, every mine has its resident clique of mean girls. Nora and her cronies strut into the sorting shed with smirks plastered on their faces, ready to mark their territory and show everyone who runs the floor. Honestly, why does every manhwa labor art come with a gang of high school bullies in medieval rags? Whispering in the shadows, the bullies glare across the room at Arrow and Maria, completely baffled that the two new arrivals are still standing tall after surviving that freezing storm last night. They even start spreading wild rumors that Maria must have spent the night getting cozy in the king's quarters. Talk about toxic workplace gossip. Cracking her knuckles with a sinister vibe, Nora tells her lackeys to get ready for action. You can just feel the dramatic tension building up in the air as they prepare to pull off their petty ambush. Whoosh! Thud. With heavy steps, Nora's gang swoops in like predators cornering their prey, declaring that it's time to stop playing nice. The artist gave them full villain lighting here, making a basic mine dispute look like an impending anime boss fight. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to the incoming storm, Arrow shows off a shiny gold rock to Maria, blabbering on about how Helen Gold is top-tier purity. He's even hyping up the mine wages like he's reviewing a 5-star hotel job. What? Right in the middle of his motivational speech, someone literally spits on Arrow's head. Talk about a rude reality check. My guy was just trying to be positive, and he gets targeted with biohazard disrespect. Nora and her cronies cackle in his face, sneering that a filthy peasant like him is dirtying up their precious gold. The sheer audacity of these bullies is off the charts, but check out how fast the atmosphere turns pitch black. Under his long, messy bangs, Arrow's eyes flash with a dangerous purple glare as he sits in dead silence. You can literally hear the ominous sound effect humming in the background. He's holding back a massive surge of dark power. But instead of blowing up, Arrow turns back to Maria with a gentle smile, pointing toward a fresh pile of ore like nothing happened. The restraint this boy has is insane, though honestly, I was kind of hoping he'd unleash a dragon flame right then and there. Glimmer. In a soft, ethereal glow, Arrow gently takes Maria's hand, creating this surprisingly heartwarming moment of deep trust amidst the filthy, dark mine camp. Looking softly into her eyes, Arrow whispers that he's completely fine and that she doesn't need to worry about him. Look at that dazzling smile. He's playing the ultimate sweet cinnamon roll. Maria gazes back at him with a serious, admiring expression, thinking to herself that no matter how much their outside appearance changes, Arrow's pure soul will always stay the exact same. Cupping his cheek with a bright grin surrounded by blooming flowers, Arrow promises that he'll always stay true to himself. Okay, but why is he giving male lead romantic energy in the middle of a gold sorting pit? Zoom, close up on Maria's wide eyes as she marvels at how someone could be so effortlessly kind and resilient after everything they've been through. She gives him a warm, soft smile back, fully accepting his comfort as they prepare to face another brutal day together. Sneak! Cut to later that afternoon behind a giant dirt mound. Arrow panics quietly as he realizes they fell short of their daily gold quota again, dreading what the overseers will do to him. A hilarious chibi text box pops up, reminding us that if Nora's trash gang hadn't been messing with their rock piles all day, they would have cleared the quota with 0 issues. Flame burst. Enraged, Arrow clenches his fist while literal flames erupt in his aura, declaring that those bullies have brought divine punishment upon themselves today. Maria just stares at him in utter disbelief, wondering if this kid legitimately thinks he's a vengeful deity or if he's just planning to steal bread again. Classic MC logic. Switching into full chibi tactical mode, Arrow whispers to Maria to hold down the fort and be ready to chuck rocks at anyone who comes close while he executes his secret mission. Tip-tap, sneaking around the back of the camp kitchen like a rogue ninja, Arrow keeps his eyes peeled for anything edible. Gasps! Right on an outdoor table sits a massive plate stacked high with freshly baked golden loaves of bread. The visual presentation on these loaves is practically screaming trap. Swipe! Reaching his hand out in extreme slow motion, Arrow snatches a hot loaf off the tray. Grab, Arrow cheers softly, thinking he pulled off the heist of the century, until 2 massive shadows instantly loom over him from behind. Dun dun dun! Slam! Nora's boot comes flying down, kicking Arrow straight into the dirt with a loud crash. She sneers down at him, gloating that she caught the sneaky thief red-handed. Towering over him like a mafia boss, Nora chuckles evilly, mocking him for always trying to steal food. Arrow winces on the floor, realizing far too late that he walked straight into a staged trap. Murmur. Mine workers start gathering around the square, whispering among themselves as they watch the drama unfold, while someone in the crowd nervously asks where Maria went. Shadow. Bathed in cool purple moonlight near the edge of the woods, Maria stands silently in the background, her expression shrouded in complete calm. You just know the quiet ones are the most dangerous. Grab. The bullies yank Arrow up by his collar, screaming at top of their lungs and calling him a filthy pervert for infiltrating the female worker quarters. Nora tightly grips his collar, threatening to report him to the mine guards for theft so he gets thrown into solitary confinement. Arrow desperately screams back that if she reports him, he'll report her gang for relentless harassment. Sneer. Nora leans in close with a terrifyingly smug look in her eyes, mockingly asking him if he has a single piece of proof to back up his claims. Wide shot of the mining square as Nora addresses the crowd, pointing out that everyone present can testify they saw him steal the bread, while Arrow has 0 physical injuries to prove he was harassed. The villain courtroom strategy here is actually absurdly calculated. Crash! Arrow sits frozen on the icy stone ground, surrounded by a sudden surge of total despair as he realizes he's completely powerless against her rigged setup. Slither. Dark imagery of a venomous snake wraps around Nora's silhouette as Arrow inwardly curses his own foolishness for falling right into her venomous trap. Hiding his face in shame, Arrow's heart breaks as he silently prays that Maria managed to escape so she wouldn't have to endure this humiliating public beatdown. Meanwhile, the bullies mock his pitiful face. Tap. Right as the sidekick steps forward to kick him again, a firm hand suddenly clamps down on her shoulder out of nowhere. Whoosh! Emerging from the shadows with an aura so chilling it freezes the entire yard, Maria coolly demands to know what on earth they think they're doing. Look at that blue aesthetic glow! Maria's aura just went full main character mode. Bang! The scene abruptly cuts to the king's lush estate. A guard slams the doors open in sheer panic, yelling at top of his lungs that absolute chaos has broken out down at the gold mines. Sitting calmly at his wooden desk, surrounded by warm sunlight and stacks of paperwork, King Helen casually sips his tea and asks what the big deal is when told female workers are fighting. Freeze! The guard screams out that Lady Maria herself is right in the middle of the brawl. Instantly, the king's quill pen freezes midair, and his expression turns completely stone cold. The guard panics even more, exaggerating that Maria is getting completely pummeled and beaten to a pulp down there. Chibi Flash! A hilarious imagination bubble pops up showing Chibi Maria getting beat up while King Helen's brow twitches uncontrollably. The comedic timing of him envisioning her getting handled in a bar fight is golden. Swish! Knocking his chair back, King Helen grabs his heavy leather cape and orders his head knight Solskjaer to gear up immediately. Step, step, fastening his armored gauntlets with lethal precision, the king marches out the door like an unstoppable force of nature, telling Solskjaer to lead the way before someone gets murdered. Roar! Meanwhile, back at the mine yard, the crowd of spectators goes wild, cheering and yelling for Nora to beat him into the dirt to prove who owns the mines. Ow! On the dust floor, a chaotic brawl explodes as Nora's thugs start shouting vile insults, even suggesting they forcibly strip Arrow to expose his true identity to the whole camp. Tremble! Arrow cowers on the ground as a heavy boot stomps down near his head, but wait, look at the bottom panel. Nora's face turns pale with absolute paralyzing terror. Swipe! The sidekick shrieks in sheer horror as a dark silhouette moves faster than the naked eye, lunging forward like an apex predator. Flashing back into Nora's mind, her eyes burn with deep resentment as she recalls how high and mighty nobles always look down on commoners like garbage. Flashback. A heartbreaking memory reveals young Nora weeping over a bloody, lifeless body in the snow while cold nobles walk past without giving a single glance. She vows that she will never let another noble trample over her again, ending the chapter on a massive emotional cliffhanger. Imagine being a powerful former empress, only to end up face down in the dirt while some local mine bully tries to stomp your head into the pavement. Talk about an absolute rock-bottom moment. But right before the boot makes contact, a firm voice echoes across the yard, instantly freezing everyone in their tracks. Whoosh! Bathed in glowing authority, King Helen himself marches into the square clad in full battle armor and a terrifying mask. Talk about an elite boss entry. The entire mining yard falls dead silent as the king surveys the chaotic scene of battered women and bruises scattered across the dirt. Poor Maria lies collapsed on the cold ground, utterly exhausted and completely out of options after taking the brunt of the assault. Stepping forward with lethal composure, the king commands Nora to explain what on earth just happened in her district. Nora's sweat starts pouring as she realizes the king himself came to settle a basic mine fight. Panicking, she points her finger and loudly claims those two filthy newcomers started it by stealing bread. Towering over her like a grim reaper, the king listens in dead silence, while the surrounding crowd holds their breath. Nora's blonde sidekick jumps in to back up the lie, screaming that they were just enforcing camp rules by punishing thieves. The villain crew doubles down on their righteous performance, insisting that anyone who breaks the rules deserves zero mercy. Looking down at bruised Maria lying on the stone floor, the king casually mutters a cold, "Is that so?" You can just feel the sub-zero chill in the air. Turning to his knight, the king formally declares that Arrow and Maria are guilty of disorderly conduct and will both be punished under camp law. With a ruthless tone, he orders his guards to tie them both to the wooden posts overnight as an example to the entire camp. And to make it extra brutal, he decrees that neither of them will be allowed a single drop of water until dawn breaks.
Swish! Cut to late at night under a gorgeous starry sky. Maria and Arrow are bound back to back around a massive tree trunk with thick ropes. Talk about terrible overnight accommodations.
Blink, Maria slowly opens her eyes, her face bruised and her body aching from the brutal beatdown and tight bindings. Looking over her shoulder, she finds Arrow fast asleep and snoring like a baby. Seriously, this kid was screaming bloody murder 2 hours ago, and now he's out like a light. You've got to respect that level of unbothered energy. Maria gazes at him in awe, marveling at how mentally resilient Arrow is despite everything thrown his way. The gentle wind rustles through the leaves, while Maria's thoughts start spiraling down a dark path. Staring into the dark woods, she starts feeling completely powerless and utterly insignificant in this cruel new world. Bitter self-reflection hits her like a truck. She used to rule an entire empire, and now she's tied to a tree for allegedly stealing a single loaf of bread? Talk about a brutal fall from grace. Sparkling memories of her past life flood her mind, filled with endless gold, glittering jewels, and luxurious royal chests. Back when she wore a royal crown, she never spent a single second thinking about where all that wealth came from, or the suffering required to refine it. Rustle, just as Maria's wallowing in deep regret, a sudden sound coming from the dark bushes snaps her right back to reality. Gasps, her eyes widen in pure shock as a mysterious silhouette steps out from the shadows near the tree line. It's a young, dark-haired boy sneaking through the brush, holding a wooden bowl filled with fresh water. Step by step, the boy approaches Maria under the cool moonlight, carefully trying not to make a sound. Maria stares down at the rippling water inside the bowl, completely bewildered by his sudden appearance. Snap! In full chibi pride mode, Maria instantly turns her head away, stubbornly refusing to take a single drop. The boy looks at her with deep concern, softly pleading with her to drink because he knows she hasn't had a proper meal since yesterday. Maria glares at him from the corner of her eye, her mind instantly racing with dark paranoia. She starts analyzing his motives. If he wanted something physical or valuable from her, he had plenty of chances yesterday when she was unconscious. Slither! Ominous imagery of a giant shadow serpent looms over her mind as she wonders if this kid is actually an undercover spy sent by King Helen to break her spirit. Her trust issues are running at an all-time high. In a cutthroat camp like this, free acts of kindness literally don't exist. She looks closely at his face, trying to catch any slip-up or hidden malicious intent in his expression. Snarl! Snapping at him with sharp eyes, Maria forcefully tells him to back off and leave her alone. Tremble! Instead of getting angry, the boy's eyes fill with genuine tears as he desperately begs her to just drink the water. Glimmer! The artist dropped full romance lighting here as the boy holds out the glowing bowl, his heartfelt plea floating softly in the night air. Under the quiet moonlight, he stands there unmoving, risking severe punishment from the guards just to save her from dehydration. Maria's mind stalls. How on earth does this stranger even know her real name? And why is he going this far? Boom! A sudden realization hits her like a flash. Could all this raw emotion just be a masterclass acting performance? But right as she suspects him, the poor boy's face turns bright red as he embarrassed wrings his hands and hides his nose. Close up on his blushing face, his complete lack of poker face is honestly adorable and totally busts any spy theories. Maria just blinks at him in utter disbelief, completely thrown off by his pure, unfiltered awkwardness. Holding the wooden bowl out once more, the boy timidly asks if she's willing to take a sip now. Swallow. Maria's throat is completely parched, and her pride is slowly giving way to basic survival instincts. Looking deep into the water, her intense blue eyes soften as she finally decides to lower her guard. Nod. Slowly leaning her head down toward the bowl, Maria takes her very first sip of the life-saving water. The boy's eyes light up with pure relief and joy as he asks if she wants to drink a little bit more. Gently tipping the wooden bowl forward so she can drink comfortably, he offers her another sip, ending the night on a surprisingly warm note amidst the dark mineyard. Imagine being trapped in tight ropes, parched to death, when suddenly the most ridiculously attractive boy leans in with a bowl of fresh water under full romance moonlight. Talk about an absolute webtoon fairy tale moment coming out of nowhere. Maria's throat is completely parched, but as the cool water hits her lips, she stammers out a shaky thanks, totally stunned by this random act of late-night kindness. She barely manages to squeak out the rest of her gratitude. staring up at him with wide, tear-filled eyes like she just met an actual angel in the dark forest. Fluster, the poor boy's face instantly turns tomato red as he snaps his head away in complete embarrassment, totally overwhelmed by her gazes. Maria just blinks her bright blue eyes in utter shock. Seriously, who knew a tough mind camp could produce someone this flustered over a simple thank you? Glow! The artist went all out with floral romance backgrounds here as the boy clutches his chest, looking like he's about to pass out from sheer embarrassment. Muttering awkwardly to himself about how her face suddenly turned red, the boy stammers that he's got to head back before anyone catches him. Da-da-doc! Before Maria can even ask his name, he bids her goodbye and bolts into the dark forest with the empty bowl, leaving her and Arrow still tied to the giant tree. Maria gazes after his departing shadow under the starry night sky, completely unable to process what just happened. Watching his silhouette disappear into the glowing trees, an eerie sense of nostalgia suddenly hits her right in the chest. Her mind spirals into deep confusion as she stares down, wondering why that boy's back looks so hauntingly familiar. A warm memory flickers in her mind. She's 100% convinced she's seen that exact same back somewhere in her distant past. Meanwhile, deeper in the dark woods, the mysterious boy quietly navigates through the moonlight-drenched trees all by himself. Russell, halting his footsteps near the dense bushes, his voice turns surprisingly sharp and commanding as he orders whoever is hiding to step out immediately. Swish! Out bursts his head knight Solskjaer, yelling at the top of his lungs, tagged along by a tiny elf child named Stone. But look at the boy's face. He stays cool as ice. Solskjaer formally addresses him as Your Majesty, dropping a massive bombshell that this young, dark-haired boy is actually King Helland in a magically de-aged body. Busted red-handed, Chibi King Helland clears his throat awkwardly and asks what brings them here, while Chibi Solskjaer panics that he followed him out of sheer curiosity. Solskjaer admits he heard the king borrowed Little Lord Stone's ancient magic, so he couldn't resist sneaking after them to see what top-secret mission was underway. Solskjaer teases that he never expected the mighty king to use a younger body just to seduce a lady. The king's face turns beet red as he screams in outrage, totally blowing his cool. Chibi Solskjaer drops the real tea, snickering that the king has been single for 25 straight years, meaning he's a total romance novice who is actually the one getting seduced. Talk about emotional damage. Solskjaer smugly offers to teach the king everything from A to Z about women, but Helland scoops up Stone and walks off, calling his knight a hopeless playboy. Solskjaer hits him with a thumbs-up speech about enjoying life to the fullest, but the king strictly tells Little Stone to ignore every single word coming out of his mouth. Marched forward, the king bluntly declares they should just leave trash like Solskjaer behind, while the knight stands there pouting like a dramatic toddler. Dropping the comedy, Solskjaer's expression turns dead serious as he calls after the king under the quiet moonlight. King Helland halts in his tracks as Solskjaer softly asks if Lady Maria showed any reaction to seeing his younger self. Solskjaer notes that returning to his form from 10 years ago was supposed to trigger her lost memories, even suggesting they stage a risky situation similar to their past tragedy. Glow! The king's aura turns terrifyingly cold as he sternly calls Solskjaer's name, declaring that awakening Maria's heart without endangering her comes before anything else. Helland explains that Maria's spirit is currently half dead from trauma, so his personal desires can wait, but Solskjaer still can't hide his deep worry. The knight presses on, nervously asking what if Maria never recognizes the king's true feelings or recovers her memories at all. Close up on King Helland's mouth, he just gives a confident smirk and dismisses Solskjaer's anxiety as completely pointless. As the scene shifts back to Maria bound to the tree, Helland smiles brilliantly amidst golden flowers, knowing in his core that nothing in this world can ever change Maria's true essence. Solskjaer's eye widens in absolute awe at the king's unshakable, devotion-filled confidence in his former empress. Stepping forward into the night, King Helland orders Solskjaer to step lively before they spend the entire night wandering the woods. Solskjaer follows silently from behind, staring at his master's back in quiet contemplation. Looking up at the magical constellation sparkling overhead, Solskjaer smirks softly as he reflects on a heart that will only ever love one single person in a lifetime. Waving off his romantic thoughts, Solskjaer chuckles that it's none of his business before frantically running to catch up with the king. Clang! The scene abruptly cuts to the next morning at the dusty gold mine yard, alive with the deafening noise of workers hauling heavy stone and coal. Rumble! Poor Maria's back on hard labor detail, her stomach growling violently after going 2 full days without a single bite of food. Wiping sweat from her forehead, Maria wonders if she'll even survive the day on an empty stomach when a familiar voice suddenly calls her name. It's Iroh dashing over in his worker disguise, cheerfully waving his hand and announcing he's going to work a different rock pile for a bit. Iroh winks and whispers that the right rock pile is packed with gold ore, telling Maria to stay put while he takes care of the hard labor. Swish! Iroh promises to swap his full gold pouch with hers later so she gets all the credit. Maria tries to stop him from taking such a crazy risk, but he just zooms off. Watching Iroh run off with a bright smile, Maria's heart aches as she realizes he's acting energetic just to keep her spirits up, despite starving himself. Close up on Maria's glowing eyes, tears of genuine gratitude swell up as she experiences real, selfless friendship for the very first time in this dark mine. The panel transitions into an ornate frame showing the bustling mine, setting the stage for an unexpected magical twist. Glimmer! Suddenly, little Alf Stone appears inside a magical golden frame, his bright green eyes pointing toward a mysterious direction in the yard. Maria clutches her head in absolute disbelief, questioning if starvation is finally making her hallucinate children in a gold mine. Talk. Staring in utter confusion, she hears the heavy, rhythmic thud of leather boots echoing through the dusty ground. Through the hazy sunlight of the mine yard, a tall, striking silhouette with dark hair casually walks past the busy workers. Maria stands frozen in shock as a mysterious flashback panel reveals a worker kneeling in the dirt, dropping a huge cliffhanger right before the chapter ends. Imagine standing up to a gang of corrupt bullies, only to end up thrown into a freezing dark dungeon while the real villains walk away with the loot. Right in the mine yard, 3 greedy women are snicker counting a bag of gold they just swiped. Hidden in the shadows, Maria quietly listens to their smug chatter, her sharp eyes taking in every single detail of their shady deal. Just a quick recap reminder. Our handsome, dark-haired, mysterious savior is actually the mighty King Helland himself, who used Little Stone's ancient magic to de-age his body just to get close to Maria. Talk about dedication. Back in the dusty yard, the bullies are still giggling like hyenas over their stolen pouch, totally unaware that storm clouds are gathering right above them. Boom! Poor Iroh comes running in, screaming at the top of his lungs that the gold belongs to him, while the ringleader Nora just smirks back with absolute disdain. Nora casually turns to the crowd, shouting out nasty rumors to paint Iroh as a pervert and get the entire camp to turn against him. Talk about classic high school bully tactics in a medieval gold mine. Clenching her fist in silence, Maria watches Iroh get ruthlessly humiliated. She knows he's completely exhausted and hasn't eaten in days, making this beatdown totally uncalled for. To make matters worse, the brainless crowd starts cheering for the bullies, shouting at Nora to completely crush the poor guy. Man, public execution energy is real here. Disgusted by the mob mentality, Maria's gaze turns cold as ice. She realizes not a single person in this yard has a shred of decency left. Thud. Refusing to stand by and watch an innocent friend get pulverized, Maria grabs a heavy tree branch and starts marching straight into the fray. As she steps into the light, her inner monologue kicks in. She reminds herself that right now, she has no wealth, no noble status, and no army backing her up. She doesn't even have diplomatic power or smooth words to talk down a bloodthirsty crowd of miners. Looking at the massive crowd gathered around the arena, the odds look ridiculously stacked against one starving girl armed with a stick. Look close up on those intense blue eyes. Maria's spirit is anything but broken, and she refuses to back down from a fight. Stomp. Slamming her boots into the dirt, she steps right between the bullies and Iroh, raising her wooden stick with deadly precision. Ack! Before anyone can even process what's happening, Maria delivers a blindingly fast strike, sending one of Nora's thugs crashing face first into the dirt. Stepping heavily on the fallen thug's back, Maria gives a ruthless glare that instantly shuts down the entire crowd. Okay, now that is an elite main character aura. The terrified thug desperately gasps for help, yelling out to Nora as she realizes Maria is definitely not playing around. Leveling her wooden branch right at Nora's heart, Maria calls out the ringleader in front of the entire camp. Nora just throws her head back and laughs, mocking Maria for thinking a flimsy piece of firewood can stop a seasoned mine fighter. Cracking her knuckles with a smug grin, Nora tells her remaining cronies to step back while she personally puts this noble girl in her place. Nora arrogantly proposes a wager. She'll fight Maria completely barehanded, and if Maria somehow wins, they'll leave Iroh alone for good. Cheers! The crowd instantly goes wild, throwing down bets and screaming for Nora to wipe the floor with Maria.
Swish! Nora lunges forward with aggressive speed, aiming to crush Maria's pride before she can even swing her stick. Smirking wickedly, Nora thinks to herself that since Maria hasn't eaten in days, she'll run out of stamina in 10 seconds flat. Dodge! Nora ducks beneath a high swing, completely convinced that the outcome of this brawl is already set in stone. Crack! Out of nowhere, Maria reverses her grip and cracks Nora right across the forehead with a brutal counterstrike. The sound design in this panel must be deafening. Standing firm despite her starvation, Maria holds her stick with flawless form, leaving the crowd completely speech-bound. In her mind, Maria instantly analyzes Nora's sloppy posture. She's too tense, throwing wild kicks, and leaving massive openings all over her body. Pointing the tip of her branch straight at Nora's throat, Maria realizes that even in a weakened state, her muscle memory can easily win this duel. The crowd erupts into amazed whispers, recognizing that Maria's clean, effortless movements are none other than high-tier noble swordsmanship. Nora clutches her bleeding head in humiliation, her face contorting with sheer rage as she clenches her fist for another round. Maria tilts her head casually, pointing out that since they never established formal rules, Nora might as well admit defeat now. Glaring through blood and dirt, Nora sneers that the fight isn't over until one of them is completely unconscious. Swoosh! Proving she has zero honor, Nora scoops up a handful of sand and hurls it directly into Maria's eyes. Talk about the dirtiest trick in the book. Crash! While Maria staggers back, clutching her blinded eyes, Nora tackles her violently to the hard stone floor. Bam! Bam! Nora rains down heavy punches on the defenseless Maria, while even the spectating miners gasp at how blatantly unfair that move was. Pinned down on the dirt, Maria grits her teeth through the excruciating pain, completely unable to counter without her vision. Fade to night. The scene shifts to the tranquil, starlit sky above the mine administration building. Down beneath the compound, the ambient light cuts to a freezing, pitch-black prison cell where Maria is held captive. Slumped against the cold stone wall, Maria sits alone, covered in dark bruises and dirt from the brutal ambush. A quick flashback reveals the corrupt overseer's decision. While Nora's gang got tied to wooden posts, Maria was branded a riot instigator and locked in the dungeon. Seriously, this system is beyond broken. Staring up at the moonlit bars, Maria scoffs in disbelief at the order to reflect on her wrongdoing. Recalling how she stepped up to protect Iroh from blatant theft, anger surges through her veins. She didn't do a single thing wrong. Curled up on the freezing floor, she clutches her aching body as hot tears of rage well up in her eyes. Looking at the faint moonlight, she wonders deeply, when on earth did she start becoming so painfully aware of this cruel reality? Thump, thump! Clutching her throbbing chest, a sudden wave of unfamiliar warmth begins to surge through her battered soul. Close up on her trembling, bruised hand resting over her heart as faint golden particles flicker across her skin. Her true inner power is finally starting to reawaken. Clink! The scene suddenly shifts to an ornate, high-class room featuring a luxurious dark tea set. Sitting in his regal attire, the true adult King Helen stares somberly into his cup, his heart aching as he senses the deep suffering of his beloved empress from afar. Talk about stepping into the snake pit. While Maria is sitting in a cold cell, the palace back home looks like a peaceful fairy tale lit up under the night sky, but inside, pure political chaos is brewing. Deep inside his private study, former King Henry is casually sipping high-end tea while contemplating how to dig his kingdom out of massive financial ruin. Classic royal move, drinking fine tea while your debts pile sky high. Sitting across from his calculating mother, the former empress, Henry looks utterly drained. His mother instantly picks up on his gloomy vibe and asks what on earth is stressing him out this time. Sigh, swirling his tea like a total villain, Henry tries to act cool, claiming it's nothing major before dropping a complete bombshell right on the table. What? Henry casually reveals he's torn between crowning his mistress Laurent or the scheming maid Nancy as the new empress? His mother nearly chokes on her tea, screaming that Laurent actually bore his heir. The disrespect is insane. But Henry hits her with the real math. What if there was a way to completely wipe out their massive debt to the Kingdom of Helland without paying a single dime? The former empress's eyes widen as she realizes a dirty scheme is in play. Bam! Henry explains that Nancy spilled the tea. Maria's late grandfather, Pope Liberio, left her a secret, ridiculous amount of wealth, and Nancy promises she can snatch it all for the royal family. The mother raises an eyebrow, confirming that Nancy's price for delivering this dragon hoard is literally the Emperor's crown itself. Talk about ambition from a low-ranking snake. grind. The former empress grits her teeth in pure fury. She can barely stomach the thought of a low-born peasant girl sitting on the imperial throne. She slams her hands down, warning Henry not to fall for a fake promise from a maid. But Henry smugly reveals Nancy gave him additional leverage that changes the entire game. Sip. Taking another slow drink, Henry drops the magic words that make everyone freeze. It involves the feared king of Helland himself. Flashback style, Henry claims the wild beast-like king of Helland was completely obsessed with Maria all along, pointing out how abnormally gentle he treated her during the war. In his twisted mind, Henry rationalizes that the monster king took Maria as a hostage just to keep her for himself, making Henry rage over being fooled for 10 long years. The delusion on this man is off the charts. Henry unveils his grand stratagem, grinning like a cartoon villain who thinks he's a master chess player. He points out that since Helland's king clearly wants to keep Maria anyway, why not use that obsession to squeeze out every drop of value? Boom! Here's the disgusting plan. Coerce Maria into signing over her entire grandfather's inheritance first, and then sell her right back to the king of Helland for 10 million gold coins, double dipping at its finest. Hearing 10 million gold, the mother's eyes literally turn into gold coins. She completely forgets her morals and jumps on board the villain train without hesitation. But wait, how do you convince a girl you betrayed to give you her fortune? Henry reveals that's why Nancy is useful. She's going to act like a loyal friend to trick Maria. Twisted! Since Maria foolishly trusted Nancy like a sister, Henry believes a fake apology letter from Nancy will make Maria's emotional heart crumble into signing away her rights. Manipulating pure trust? That's just sinister. Both royals burst into arrogant laughter, mocking Maria for being a soft-hearted fool who actually cares about friendship. Man, karma cannot hit these two fast enough. Suddenly, a maid steps in to refill their cold tea, completely unaware she just walked into a high-stakes conspiracy meeting. Wave. The former empress dismisses her with a lazy wave of her hand, eager to resume planning their dirty scheme. Shadows. But wait, in the dark hallway, a glowing green brooch is secretly handed off between servants. The palace walls literally have eyes and ears tonight. Whisper. The maid quickly leaks every single word of Henry's secret conversation straight to Laurent, the mother of the prince. Laurent's face drops in total shock as she hears that a random maid named Nancy might steal the empress crown right out from under her nose. Tap, tap. Striding down the dark corridor with fury in every step, Laurent's brain is working at maximum speed to protect her position. Crack. Laurent fumes internally, recalling how Henry promised she was his one and only queen. Seeing through his cheap lies, she realizes her coronation was delayed just so Henry could play greedy political games. Stomp! Storming past silent guards, Laurent sneers at the insult. How dare her weak husband weigh a high-born lady like her against a pathetic servant girl? Dramatic shift. The lighting turns icy blue as Laurent reaches the grand balcony doors, her shadowy silhouette radiating pure main villain energy. Pressing her hand against the cold glass, Laurent forces herself to cool down and analyze the situation like the ruthless noble she really is. Chessmate! Looking at the red-tinged vision of her husband, Laurent scoffs at Henry's stupidity. To think he actually believes Maria will fall for a fake apology after being ruined by them? Smirk. A sinister smile spreads across Laurent's face. If there's a secret fortune attached to Maria, why should Henry get his hands on it? She formulates her own cold-blooded counterplan, blame the king of Helland for failing his hostage, kick Nancy out onto the street, and claim Maria's wealth for her own family line. Haha! Out in the dark night, Laurent lets out a terrifying evil chuckle. In a kingdom full of snakes, she's definitely proving to be the venomous cobra. Whoosh! The camera pulls back to the glowing exterior as Laurent decides to send an urgent secret letter to her powerful father in Landis. The battle for the throne just got three-way complicated. Cut to night. Meanwhile, back in the freezing, pitch-black dungeon, cold wind howls through the barred window where poor Maria lies shivering on the stone floor. Starving and bruised, Maria's mental state hits rock bottom. She self-reflects in the dark, asking herself why a shameless person like her even deserves to feel hungry. Talk about heartbreaking inner guilt. Staring at a dusty clay water jar, she accepts the grim reality that she might actually starve to death in this forgotten cell before anyone comes for her.
Flashback panels. Trigger. She remembers the battered, suffering faces of the common people who fled to Helland, carrying unbearable pain and grudges in their hearts. Curled up in a tight ball, Maria curls her fingers as tears spill down her cheeks into the dark floorboards. Tremble. Her trembling hand reaches into the dark air as her weak voice stammers, desperately trying to call out to her savior. Fire! Anger suddenly flares in her soul. She realizes crying on the floor solves nothing. She shouldn't be feeling sorry for herself when she has the power to right these wrongs. Sob. Wiping her blue eyes, she makes a firm promise through her tears. She refuses to die in a dingy pit like a helpless victim. Stand up, fueled by sudden resolve, Maria forces her weak body to stand tall. Her journey isn't over, and she's not done fighting yet. Clang! Right on cue, a heavy iron armor guard appears outside her cell door, coldly commanding her to step out into the hallway. Footsteps. The heavy thud of leather and metal echoes down the dimly lit stone corridor as Maria is escorted through the administration building. Flanked by armed guards on both sides, Maria walks with her head held high, refusing to show a single trace of weakness to her captors. Close up on her worn boots stepping firmly across the wooden floorboards, the atmosphere is tense enough to cut with a knife. Halt! They stop right before a massive arched wooden door guarded by heavy knights, who bluntly order her to enter the room. Dramatic close-up, even covered in dirt and dark bruises, Maria's fierce golden green eyes glare ahead with unmatched determination as the guard announces the king is waiting inside. Talk about an epic cliffhanger setup. Talk about stepping into the lion's den. The massive wooden doors creak open, letting a brilliant beam of warm light cut right through the darkness as Maria steps into the room. With total determination glowing in her eye, Maria reminds herself that once she makes up her mind, there's no looking back and zero room for hesitation. Clang! The heavy door shuts behind her, signaling a whole new chapter for Maria Stuart as she prepares to face whatever madness is waiting inside. Push! Inside, the room is decked out with a massive, mouth-watering feast, but sitting across the table is none other than the masked King Helland himself, lounging like he owns the place. Startled, Maria flinches for a split second, taking in the intense vibe of the room and keeping her guard all the way up. Crossed arms, regal mask, and a totally unbothered posture. This guy really mastered the art of looking intimidating without even saying a single word. Swipe, gesturing toward the loaded table, the masked king casually informs her that all this gourmet food and drink is hers for the taking, noting she probably hasn't had a real meal in days. Glare! Maria's eye narrows sharply as he drops the catch. She can eat whatever she wants, but of course there's a ridiculous condition attached. Smirk! The king leans back with a smug grin, declaring she can only eat if she sits right on his lap and lets him hand feed her. Seriously, the audacity of this man is absolutely off the charts. He brings up her massive 10 million gold hostage price, acting like feeding her is just part of his royal duty since he doesn't waste time on anything without value. With a downright sinister smirk, he beckons her over, telling her to come take a seat beside him like it's the most normal request in the world. Tap, tap. Walking forward with steady steps, Maria approaches him while he asks if a former empress like her has any specific royal cravings. Tense silence. Maria stands right in front of him, towering over his seated form as the atmosphere turns thick enough to cut with a knife. Staring straight down into his masked face, Maria doesn't show a single sliver of fear or submission. He notices her gaze shifting and casually asks if she was always this fond of heavy liquor, watching her reach straight for a glass. Splash! Instead of taking a sip, Maria throws the drink right in his face and lunges forward. Talk about an absolute boss move when dealing with an arrogant king. Dripping wet and utterly stunned, the king freezes for a split second as the alcohol trickles down his mask. Dramatic shift. Before she can pull back, the king grabs her, yanks her close, and locks her into a sudden, passionate kiss. Gasp! Holding her face in his hands, he pulls her in tight, turning a chaotic confrontation into total romantic madness. Sniff! Tears well up in Maria's eyes as the overwhelming surge of emotions hits her all at once during the unexpected kiss. Psh! Maria shoves him back with everything she's got. The king just chuckles, mockingly asking why on earth she's reacting so intensely. Choke? Wiping her mouth in disbelief, Maria glares at him while he casually reminds her that bringing only her as a hostage wasn't a coincidence. Shadowy chains fade into view as he tells her she belongs by his side now, expecting her to wear his jewels, eat his food, and act completely obsessed with him. Dark atmosphere, thorny black roses wrap around the scene as he cold-heartedly tells her that fulfilling this role is the only way to justify her 10 million gold price tag, commanding her to go to bed. Grimace. Maria clenches her jaw silently, digesting his toxic demands as he wraps up his speech for the night. Thud. Instead of walking to the bed, Maria drops down right onto the hard floor in a sudden move. Kneeling firmly on the rug, Maria makes a bold statement, prompting the king to stand up and question why she's bowing before him. Resting her hand on her knee, Maria keeps her posture resolute, refusing to play the helpless victim in his royal palace. Seeing her on her knees, the king's eyes sharpen as he sees right through her move, calling her out for pretending to yield to a former slave just to drop his guard and escape later. Smirk. He mockingly asks if he hit the mark, while Maria softly apologizes, firmly stating she will never obey his degrading demands. Glow! Standing tall in the soft light, Maria radiates sheer dignity and unyielding pride that takes even the king by surprise. The masked king stares at her in total silence, clearly impressed by her unwavering spirit despite everything she's been through. Lean in! Getting right up in her face, the king proposes a dangerous bargain. If she wants to leave Helland, she has exactly 1 week to prove her real worth. Blue aura. Pointing a finger at her, he lays down the ultimatum: win the trust of the mine workers and become their leader within 7 days, or she becomes his forever. Step. Turning on his heel, the king struts away in his sandals, confident that he's given her an impossible hurdle to clear. Pointing toward the luxurious canopy bed, he casually tells her to get some rest for the tough week waiting ahead. Maria lets out a heavy breath as he reaches for the door handle, relieved that the intense interrogation is finally over for tonight. Look back! Pausing at the exit, the king throws a cheeky glance over his shoulder, teasingly saying he hopes that kiss wasn't their last. Lick. Smirking with total playful arrogance, he licks his lip and admits he has a secret soft spot for high-born ladies with attitude. Flustered, Maria's face flushes with anger, but he reassures her that he promises not to interfere with her for the whole upcoming week. Click! The heavy door slams shut, leaving Maria alone in the massive room in total silence. Collapsing onto the floor with a massive sigh of relief, a soft blue glow surrounds Maria as her internal strategy unfolds. In her thoughts, wiping her forehead, Maria realizes that even though she couldn't say much, the king actually set up a path far better than she ever anticipated. Sitting on the floor of the empty room, Maria reflects on the bizarre turn of events that just gave her a fighting chance. Surrounded by royal elegance, she looks at her bruised hands, knowing this 1-week trial is her ultimate ticket to freedom. Suddenly, the mood twists as memories surface, someone wondering how things could have possibly spiraled so out of control. A painful, emotional embrace unfolds in the dark shadows between two figures bound by tragic history. Sob. Wrapped in a tight hold, tears spill over as the raw grief of past mistakes weighs heavily on both of them. Framed by white flowers, the heartbreaking scene highlights the deep tragedy driving every single character in this royal drama. 30 minutes earlier, the scene cuts back in time to the pouring rain where weary refugees trek through the muddy camp outside the fortress, setting up the next big chapter. Talk about a plot twist in the mess hall. After surviving that intense cell, Maria sits down as her sweet buddy Erotic pushes a bowl of warm food toward her, begging her to eat since she hasn't touched a crumb in days. Looking around the rustic dining area, all the camp workers cast pitying glances at Maria, genuinely convinced the poor girl is on the verge of collapsing from total starvation. Chuckle! Meanwhile, Maria's internal monologue is on a whole different level. She's actually remembering how she gorged on high-end steak and slept like a queen in the king's plush bed last night. Talk about playing the ultimate victim while secretly living in luxury. Panic. Sweat dropping in chibi form, Maria panics internally, wondering if grabbing a bite right now will completely ruin her tragic cover story in front of the crowd. Gasp. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed woman sitting across from her breaks the silence, casually admitting that Maria's chaotic antics yesterday somehow ended up benefiting her big time. Sparkle! Turns out the camp rumor mill went wild. Everyone thinks Nora cheated during their feud, crowning Maria as the real legendary winner and showering her table with free bread and stew. Honestly, accidental clout is the best kind of clout. Erotique practically glows with pride, calling Maria an absolute icon, while Maria just buries her face in her hands, completely exhausted by her own unearned fame. Crackle! A dark, strategic aura surrounds Maria as her brain goes into hyperdrive. She realizes that winning genuine respect from these minors is the exact key to passing the king's impossible one-week trial. Gasp! Flashback to late last night. Maria bolts upright in the grand canopy bed under the soft moonlight, clutching her chest as mysterious fragments of her past suddenly resurface. Staring at the massive ornate doors, she recalls how the masked king shockingly handed over his entire luxurious bedroom, opting to sleep on a couch in his office instead. Atmospheric shift. The quiet, gloomy night atmosphere sets in as Maria glares into the shadows, trying to figure out what this enigmatic king is really planning. But just as she tries to settle back down, a jarring memory strikes her mind with full force. Clang! In her mind's eye, the sound of a metal utensil crashing to the floor echoes like a thunderclap as she remembers a voice calling her name. A shadowy figure from her past sits frozen at a regal banquet table, holding back tears as the heavy tension in the room shatters. Flash! A vivid memory shows a wooden spoon resting on a decorated table, accompanied by a stern aristocratic voice lecturing about proper royal etiquette. Maria clutches her head in utter frustration. She knows these forgotten memories belong to her noble past, but she can't place who was actually scolding her. Hence silence. As the painful, blurry visions fade away, heavy footsteps echo through the corridor, signaling the start of a brand new day. Swoosh! Back in the rainy present, a handsome blonde lieutenant wrapped in a sleek dark cape struts over to Maria's breakfast table, radiating absolute main character energy. Flustered, with a nervous sweat drop trickling down his cheek, the handsome officer hesitates as the local women cheerfully invite him to sit down and share a meal. Clearing his throat dramatically, the flustered lieutenant looks directly at Erotic and stammers that he actually came here specifically to see her. Talk about an unexpected romantic tension drop in the middle of breakfast. Confused? Erotic points at herself in total disbelief while Maria looks on, wondering on earth what a high-ranking officer wants with a simple mine worker. Whoosh! Escorting her inside a quiet, secluded tent, the lieutenant lowers his voice, warning her that what he's about to disclose must stay top secret between the two of them. Impressed by how quickly Erotique takes a professional stance, the lieutenant takes a deep breath, preparing to spill the ultimate tea. Gasp! Leaning in close, he drops the biggest bombshell of the week, revealing that Lady Maria is secretly the king's personal woman, or rather, that the terrifying king has a massive crush on her. Slap! Erotique screams in utter shock, forcing the lieutenant to instantly slap his hand over her mouth before the entire camp hears the wild rumor. Seriously, these two have top-tier comedic chemistry. Mumble! Muffled under his palm, Erotique nods frantically while her brain melts, desperately trying to figure out why the king would toss his crush into a filthy mine. Rage! Going full chibi rage mode, Erotique flails her arms and screams at the lieutenant, accusing the king of being a sadistic monster for throwing Maria in prison and letting her get bullied. Sweating profusely, the lieutenant tries to calm the chaotic girl down, admitting that even he doesn't fully get his king's toxic bullying the girl he likes behavior. Serious tone, the mood drops back to high stakes as the lieutenant promises her that despite the crazy methods, everything the king is doing is secretly designed to help Maria in the long run. Reach out! Placing his hands on her shoulders, the handsome lieutenant looks Erotic dead in the eye, formally requesting her to act as Maria's secret guardian angel. Dramatic close-up! The intense visual focus on his piercing golden eyes proves just how dead serious he is about keeping Maria safe from the shadows. He explains that official mine rules forbid high-ranking officers from directly intervening, so he needs someone on the inside to report any danger immediately. Softening his tone, he confesses how deeply unstable and fragile Maria seems, begging Erotic to ease both his and the king's overwhelming anxiety. Silence. Erotic stands motionless in the dim light, absorbing the heavy weight of the mission being dumped onto her shoulders. Resolve. Knowing the king is playing a high-stakes game, the lieutenant prepares himself to take matters into his own hands if this backup plan fails. Internal guilt. He winces slightly in his mind, feeling guilty for manipulating a sweet camp girl, but convincing himself it's all for the greater good of the kingdom. Soft voice. Just as he considers finding someone else, Erotic softly speaks up, noting that this is the very first time the prestigious officer has ever asked her for a favor. Soft, floral backgrounds frame her words as she reveals how every other noble in this place treated her like total garbage and constant trash. Widen! The lieutenant's golden eye expands in sheer astonishment as he realizes how deeply his simple request affected her. Hug! Out of nowhere, Iratique leaps forward and wraps her arms around the stiff officer in a huge, affectionate embrace, loudly declaring him to be a truly amazing person. Beaming smile. With a dazzling, radiant grin, she promises to protect her best friend no matter what, leaving the handsome lieutenant completely frozen and speechlessly flustered. Man, the artist cooked with this wholesome moment. Holding him tight while asking where she should start, Erotic completely wins him over, forcing the stoic lieutenant to admit she's way purer than he ever imagined. Pitter-patter! Meanwhile, torrential rain pours down over the rugged brown mountain mines, forcing weary female workers to huddle under makeshift canvas covers. Looking out at the dreary downpour from the mess hall tent, the exhausted crew sighs over the prospect of having their afternoon mining shift canceled. Quietly chewing her dry bread, Maria sharpens her gaze, analyzing every single worker like a seasoned political strategist evaluating a battleground. Crackle! Energetic sparks fly in her mind as she breaks down the social hierarchy. Younger girls work silently, while older women dictate the camp trends. To conquer the mine, she must conquer F-Sector first. Dark shadows. Looking at two shady figures whispering in the dark corner, Maria realizes her political takeover isn't going to be a walk in the park. Determination! She lays out her ultimate two-choice tactic. She either completely neutralizes Nora's toxic gang or forces them to bow down and trust her leadership. Swoosh! Suddenly, a rough male supervisor yanks back the heavy tent flap, shouting for all the female workers to gather around immediately. Suspense! Dropping a cryptic announcement, he demands tall and thin female volunteers for a special task inside Mine 2, reassuring them it has nothing to do with standard gold digging. Talk about a massive cliffhanger setup. Imagine signing up for a quick side quest only to find out you're stepping straight into a magical death trap. A sketchy miner announces to the crowd that they stumbled upon a glowing crystal jammed deep inside a cave crevice, a space far too tight for any grown man to fit. He flashes a greasy smile, hyping up the mystery rock and promising to share a piece of the massive jackpot with whoever is slim enough to crawl in there and pull it out. The guy goes full salesman mode, gushing about how unrefined magic stones fetch an absolute fortune on the black market, while the tired camp women stand there looking extremely skeptical about his wild claims. Seeing their blank stares, the miner gets impatient and yells if anyone actually has the guts to volunteer, while Maria and Erotique exchange dark glances, realizing something about this whole setup smells ridiculously fishy. Atmospheric shift. Here's the catch. Raw magic stones are basically unexploded nuclear bombs of pure mana. Only elite sorcerers can naturally handle their raw energy before they're safely refined for public use. If a regular civilian with zero magical resistance stupidly touches an unrefined stone, that dormant mana can go completely haywire in a split second. Honestly, the graphics in these lore panels look like a high-end dark fantasy game. Crackle? Uncontrolled mana can trigger disastrous magical explosions, wiping out entire mine shafts. That's why official magic mines are strictly guarded by certified sorcerers. But this place is just a cheap gold mine. Cha-ching! The cheap mine management obviously bypassed safety regulations to save coin, recklessly sending clueless refugees to do a sorcerer's deadly job. Classic greedy bosses risking everyone's lives for a quick profit. Swoosh! The supervisor impatiently waves his hand in the air, shouting into the crowd and begging for a volunteer before their afternoon shift officially begins. Step! Without a single second of hesitation, Maria raises her hand straight up. Erotique looks at her like she's completely lost her mind, but Maria's gaze is cold and razor sharp. Erotique panics and whispers if she's really doing this, but Maria's brain is already 3 steps ahead, tapping into her hidden background lore about Ether, the grand god of light worshipped across the continent. Divine glow! Maria remembers her powerful ancestry. Her grandfather is none other than Pope Liberio, the supreme holy authority chosen directly by the heavens. Talk about having top-tier divine lineage backing you up. She remembers how holy power and raw magical mana share almost identical wavelengths. Years ago, she watched her grandfather effortlessly use holy magic to soothe the sorcerer whose mana was surging out of control. Determination! Maria figures that even if this dangerous rock turns out to be a real, unrefined magic stone, her inherited holy power should give her enough natural buffer to handle the energy safely. The miner smirks and accepts her on the spot, mocking Erotic as a weakling when she nervously stammers that she's tagging along too. Seriously, these side characters really love insulting our main crew. Drip drop, with the deal locked in, the dreary group sets off through the heavy downpour toward the ominous entrance of Mine Sector 2. Wrapped in dark cloaks under the pouring rain, Maria leads the quiet line of female workers, radiating an intense main character aura while the hostile camp women glare at her back. Soft atmosphere, framed by gentle purple blossoms, Maria keeps her face totally emotionless, mentally preparing herself for whatever dangerous trick awaits inside that cave. Ding! Time for a quick lore drop. In this world, the moment a priest dedicates themselves to the temple, their family name is wiped clean, and they're forbidden from using divine power for personal gain. Record scratch, hold on to your seats because the quiet walk through the rain is over and the real life or death drama is about to explode inside that dark mine shaft. Pitter-patter, rain drops heavily against the dense green forest leaves as the small expedition treks further along the muddy dirt trail. Erotic leans over to Maria, suspiciously questioning her motives, while Nora's toxic clique whispers malicious rumors behind them, convinced Maria is plotting some dirty trick. Maria lets out a heavy, tired sigh. Honestly, dealing with high school levels of mean girl drama while walking toward a potential bomb is peak exhaustion. Atmospheric shift, the misty rain completely envelops the rugged cliffs, setting a gloomy, high-stakes atmosphere as they reach the mouth of the cavern. Outside the cave, the male supervisors throw a massive temper tantrum, shouting at the miner for bringing a whole mob of women and cutting down their cut of the loot. Thumbs up! The greedy miner chuckles and whispers his secret scheme. If the king discovers they illegally mined a magic stone without reporting it, they can just frame the female refugees and save their own skins. What a bunch of total snakes! Gulp, entering the pitch-black, damp cavern, Erotique swallows hard in fear as a suffocating, ominous mist swirls deeper down the narrow, rocky tunnel. The two shady miners stare into the dark crevice, admitting they can't identify the stone without physically smashing the surrounding rock open. Rain sounds, they dream out loud about hitting it big, bragging about how selling a high-grade stone could buy them luxury mansions in the capital district. Chibi rage! Nora interrupts their daydreaming, telling the lazy uncles to quit babbling and get to work so everyone can grab lunch on time. The art style shift her is hilarious. The miner turns to the girls, asking which one of them is going to risk their neck crawling into the tight rock crevice to mine the stone. Step, wanting to shield her friend, Erotic bravely steps up and offers to go in first, ready to take the hit for Maria's sake. Reach out, but Maria instantly places a gentle hand on Erotique's shoulder, stopping her in her tracks and quietly taking the dangerous job for herself. Erotique's sweat drops in worry, realizing she hasn't even had time to alert the handsome lieutenant about Maria walking straight into danger. Tense silence. A heavy pause hangs in the air as Erotic hesitates, debating whether to stop her friend or trust her instincts. Sparkle! Erotique's eyes light up as she recalls Maria's sudden flashes of tactical genius, convincing herself that Maria must have a brilliant secret master plan. Meanwhile, poor Solshar's probably losing his mind elsewhere. Tack! Stepping toward the glowing crack, Maria mentally calculates the odds. Genuine magic stones are super rare, so the chance of this specific rock going nuclear is logically pretty low. Glow. The dark shadows stretch across the cavern as Maria approaches the pulsing light, her heart beating steadily despite the deadly gamble. Reach. Whispering her own true name to keep her composure, Maria stretches her slender hand toward the tight crevice in the jagged wall. Tap. Her delicate fingertips barely make contact with the hard, glowing surface of the mysterious crystal embedded in the rock. Flash! Instant regret. The moment her skin touches the stone, a violent, blinding surge of raw magical energy erupts outward, completely engulfing Maria in a towering pillar of light. Boom! Thunder. Lightning cracks across the stormy sky outside as the unrefined stone goes totally berserk, unleashing a massive shockwave that rattles the entire mountain. Rumble. The entire cave floor shakes violently as panic breaks out. Miners and workers stumble and lose their balance as the ground splits open beneath their feet. Crash! Giant boulders break loose from the ceiling, raining heavy debris down on everyone in a terrifying, chaotic collapse. Smash! The structural supports completely give way, triggering a catastrophic cave-in that seals off the inner chamber in a cloud of blinding dust. Scream! Erotique reaches out in utter horror, screaming Maria's name at the top of her lungs as the crushing rubble buries her best friend alive. What an absolute insane cliffhanger!
Scene cut. Meanwhile, inside his warm, quiet office shortly before the catastrophe, King Solskjaer sits silently at his wooden desk, staring thoughtfully out the window. Flashback memories fill his mind as he recalls how sane and sharp Maria looked yesterday, exactly like the brilliant girl he fell for 10 years ago. Soft glow? He pictures her radiant smile in his memory, realizing that after years of despair, Maria has finally found a fire inside her to fight and live again. Dramatic close-up. Solskjaer gazes into the distance with a bittersweet look, softly sighing over the heartbreaking truth that he's not the one driving her forward. Talk about peak tragic romance. Just when you think things couldn't get more dramatic, King Solskjaer is sitting alone in his chamber, drowning in tragic romance thoughts about his long-lost love. Lightning flash. He's basically monologuing into the void, declaring he doesn't care if she hates him or calls him a villain, as long as he can keep her safe. Honestly, the level of angst here is off the charts. He literally admits to himself that he wants to replace her ex, flexing that he could love her way better than anyone else ever could. Even he realizes he sounds completely unhinged right now. Bam! The dark, gloomy vibe gets shattered instantly as an officer kicks open the door, breathlessly screaming that something terrifying just happened to Maria's location. Solskjaer's eyes widen in sheer horror as the soldier stammers that they can't even confirm whether Maria is still breathing under the rubble. Clench. Panic completely takes over his cold expression. Why did everything have to fall apart right when he finally found a reason to hope again? Flutter? Back inside the dark, dusty cavern, Maria slowly opens her eyes, blinking away the lingering fog after taking a literal magical blast to the face. Gasp! Erotic's face lights up with massive relief as she drops down beside her, thanking every deity in existence that Maria survived that terrifying cave collapse. Rumble. Maria groans, trying to process what happened, while Erotic gently helps her sit up, explaining that the entire shaft collapsed and forced everyone deeper inside. Shout! The atmosphere inside the pitch-black chamber quickly devolves into chaos as the trapped camp women instantly start playing the blame game. The greedy miners bark back, accusing the refugees of only tagging along for a quick payday. Seriously, trapped underground for 5 minutes and they're already starting a civil war. Sob. One of the injured workers clutches her bleeding arm, crying out in panic about how they're going to survive trapped under tons of solid rock. Nora glares at her wounded friend with total annoyance, bitching about how tired she is of hearing her complain for over an hour. Talk about zero empathy from the group villain. Swipe. Ignoring the childish squabbling, Maria's sharp gaze immediately scans the dusty floor, desperately searching for the magical stone that started this whole disaster. Tap. Her eyes lock onto a dull, strange crystal rolling against the dark soil right next to her hand. Puzzled, she turns to Erotic with a confused look, pointing out that this rock isn't a high-grade magic stone at all, but rather some mysterious unknown ore. Shock! Her heart drops as she inspects the weird reflection on its surface. Something about this strange crystal feels completely wrong. Lore drop! In this world's magical hierarchy, low-grade stones glow green or light blue, mid-grade ones shine deep water blue, and high-grade crystals burn purple. Top-grade magic stones radiate a vivid, dangerous red, but this strange rock doesn't match a single known color classification on the spectrum. Guilt. Reality hits Maria like a freight train as she looks around at the terrified refugees. She realizes her overconfidence and desire to prove her divine powers got everyone trapped in a death trap. Tears. Her eyes well up with heavy tears as she mentally blames herself for putting innocent lives on the line just to flex her hidden talents. Yell! Meanwhile, the shouting match reaches a boiling point as the camp women scream at the miners about the lack of food and fresh water. The miners snap back that shouting won't fill anyone's stomach, while Erotique timidly steps toward the center of the crowd. Chibi Squad. When Erotic tries to open her mouth, the angry adults instantly turn on her, screaming what she wants in full angry Chibi style. The tonal shifts in this manhwa are hilariously wild. Russell. Unfazed by their intimidation, Erotique quietly unzips a heavy satchel, admitting she packed extra food because she was worried Maria wouldn't eat properly. Glimmer. A brief moment of calm settles over the tension as the hidden provisions are finally revealed to the starving group. Sparkle! She pulls out a massive bundle of delicious leftover food from the camp kitchen, her face glowing like an actual angel of mercy. Crackle. Outside the mountain, heavy rain pours down in relentless sheets as lightning strikes the muddy slopes of the collapse site. Solskjaer stands right at the front line of the rescue team, barking orders at the workers to unleash heavy excavation machinery to break through the rockfall. Splash! A soaked commander rushes up to Solskjaer with grim news, reporting that the torrential downpour is worsening by the minute. He warns that the softening mud and steep terrain are making the heavy wooden digging equipment completely useless. Flashback. Solskjaer remembers a quiet conversation in the rain, realizing that relying on standard machinery is going to take way too long. Right, with his demonic strength, he knows he can clear the debris so much faster than any clunky wooden crane could ever manage. What? Solskjaer abruptly turns to his commander and orders the entire squad to haul away the heavy machinery immediately. Drip drop. Without skipping a beat, the king rips off his heavy shirt and cloak, revealing an insane, intricate black dragon tattoo stretching across his ripped back. Flex! The art style here goes full eye candy as Solskjaer stands bare-chested under the pouring rain, looking like an absolute unit ready to move mountains by hand. Inspired by their king's insane dedication, the soldiers grab picks and shovels, shouting that they'll dig right alongside him to save Lady Maria. Command. Holding a young child safely in his arms, the commander shouts at the men to work carefully so they don't trigger a secondary cave-in over the survivors. Clang! Sparks! Solskjaer swings a heavy pickaxe with monstrous force, shattering massive boulders in single hits under the roaring storm. Grit! Veins popping and dark horns faintly manifesting through his aura, Solskjaer slams his tools into the cliffside, cursing that he won't let Maria die here. Title card! The Webtoon logo flashes dramatically across the screen, marking the peak high-stakes turning point of this rescue arc. Scream! Back inside the dark cave, a toxic camp woman aggressively steps up to Erotique, shouting at her to hand over the food bag right now. She accuses Erotique of being a greedy little rat, trying to hoard all the rations for her own friends while everyone else starves. Step. Just as the mob prepares to grab the bag by force, Maria steps up holding a shovel, blocking their path with an icy, calm composure. The hostile woman yells that they should share everything, totally misunderstanding Maria's intentions, while Maria stands her ground. Smile! Erotique gives Maria a warm, knowing nod, realizing her friend isn't trying to fight, but rather guide the crowd away from total anarchy. Present. Together, Maria and Erotique open the food satchel wide, loudly announcing to the whole cavern that the food was brought specifically to be shared with everyone equally. Stunned, the angry miners pause in their tracks, completely caught off guard by Maria's sudden speech about unity and helping each other in crisis. Blush. The hot-headed young miner scratches his head in embarrassment, realizing how horribly childish and selfish they were acting toward two young girls. Apology. The camp women bow their heads in genuine shame, apologizing for their toxic behavior and offering to combine all their remaining snacks to ensure everyone survives together. Ever wonder what happens when a cave collapse forces a bunch of toxic rivals to share a single room? The mood inside this dark underground shaft is so thick you could cut it with a knife as three shadow-drenched camp women stand in uneasy silence, watching every single move. Sob. The emotional dam completely breaks. Erotic squeezes his eyes shut, fighting back heavy tears as the overwhelming guilt and stress of being buried alive finally catches up to him. Glow. But hold up, because the drama takes an instant wholesome turn. Maria and Erotic flash warm, radiant smiles at the crowd, offering a genuine, heartfelt apology to clear the heavy air once and for all. Sparkle? Before you know it, the entire trap squad, miners, and camp women, who were literally at each other's throats 5 minutes ago, are sitting in a full-on picnic circle on the dirt floor, sharing food like old best friends. Talk about the power of a good snack break. While the rest of the group chows down, Nora remains slumped against the cold cavern wall in total silence. One of the women notices her pale face and gently asks if she's even going to eat or share. Nod. The camp women try their best to keep morale high, reassuring Nora that the rescue teams on the surface definitely know about the landslide and are digging them out as we speak. Dramatic close-up. The camera zooms straight into Nora's glistening emerald eye, hinting at a dark, desperate thought. If the rescue squad fails to clear the rocks in time, she might have to take extreme measures to survive. Surprise! Trying to break the awkward silence, one of the rough miners turns to Erotic and asks for his actual name, catching the poor guy completely off guard mid-bite. Chibi time! When he timidly stammers out Erotique, the miners instantly burst into full chibi mode, teasing him that it's hands down the weirdest name they've ever heard in their entire lives.
puzzled. After having a quick laugh, the miners get surprisingly serious, asking why he dresses and acts like a girl in the first place. The mood instantly drops to sub-zero as Erotic looks down in quiet hesitation. In a quiet, solemn voice, Eratik explains that when he was first assigned to the Helen mine, he joined the men's side, but everyone just complained and treated him like an annoying burden. Fidget. His fingers nervously twist the bread in his lap as he prepares to lay out a massive, deeply personal backstory for the whole group. Flashback, cue the tragic lore drop. Eratik reveals he was born right next to the ruthless Ebenon kingdom, where a 20-year war claimed all three of his older brothers, forcing his desperate parents to disguise him as a girl to dodge military conscription. Gasp! We see a painful memory of young... I'm just the language model, and can't help with that. He admits that after living as a girl for far longer than a boy, the speech patterns and habits just became completely natural to him, leaving the listening miners scratching their heads in total shock. Clench? When the miners sympathetically ask why he isn't living safely at home with his parents, Erotik's expression darkens as traumatic memories rush back in. Fire crash! He recalls the terrifying night enemy soldiers torched his family manor, with his father throwing him through a secret exit while flames devoured the estate around them. Sob! In the flashback, his father desperately screams at him that he pulled strings with Helen's soldiers to secure his escape, begging him to run and never look back. Tears. Little Erotic cries hysterically, begging not to leave his dad behind, but his father gives him one last comforting smile, promising they'll meet again in the kingdom of Helen. Roar of flames. As the building collapses into ash, his father utters his final words, calling him my son for the very first time in his life. Man, who turned on the waterworks in this chapter? Soft light. Back in the dark cavern, Eratik smiles softly through his pain, realizing that despite the bizarre upbringing, his father's strange, tough love was purely meant to keep him alive. Grit. He admits he still doesn't fully know which version of himself is the right one, leaving the surrounding miners looking completely blown away by the sheer weight of his story. Sparkle! With a cute, cheerful giggle, he chuckles that since his parents only know him in this appearance, he's gotta keep cross-dressing until they finally reunite. Sobbing intensifies. Wah! The rough, tough miners completely lose their composure, bursting into full-on, ugly, dramatic tears over Eratik's tragic past. Comedy gold! The emotional miners go full tsundere chibi mode, aggressively hugging Eratik and screaming that they'll protect him forever, while cursing the enemy kingdom to high heaven. Talk about peak tonal chaos. Even the toxic camp women who used to bully him are now bowing their heads in tears, leaving poor Erotic looking completely lost on how to react. Warm hug. Narration reminds us that every single refugee trapped in this mine carries heavy trauma, but right now, Eratik is getting smothered in massive prickly bear hugs from the whole squad. Gasp. But just as the cave atmosphere turns wholesome, the camera snaps right back to Nora, whose face suddenly twists in unbearable agony. Thud. Without making a single sound, Nora collapses sideways onto the hard dirt floor, going completely limp and unconscious. Panic. Panic instantly erupts across the chamber as the survivors scramble toward Nora's unmoving body in absolute terror. Dramatic angle. Nora lies motionless on the cold stone, her arm covered in nasty dark bruises as the reality of their underground nightmare strikes once again. Silence. The art style shifts into a quiet cinematic focus on Nora's pale profile, ramping up the tension to maximum levels as everyone fears the worst. Shout, Nora! The camp women scream in horror, terrified that dehydration or hidden injuries are starting to take lives underground before help can arrive. Swoop! Before anyone else can even react, Maria slides in like a total pro, gently scooping up Nora's head and cradling her in her lap with ultimate care. Yell! The toxic camp woman instantly jumps to conclusions, screaming at Maria and accusing her of trying to take petty revenge on the unconscious girl. Seriously? Can this lady chill for 5 seconds? Stunned silence. But as the aggressive woman marches closer, she freezes dead in her tracks as she sees the look on Maria's face. Pure, unadulterated concern without an ounce of malice. Elegant glow. Cue the absolute top-tier Saintess artwork. The artist pulled out all the stops here as Maria tenderly strokes Nora's hair, radiating pure grace and benevolence. Thunder crash. Scene cut to the rescue team outside. Heavy torrential rain slams the muddy slopes as exhausted workers shout in frustration that the high-tier sorcerers haven't arrived yet. Splash! The relentless storm washes down the cliffside, turning the landslide zone into a dangerous, slippery mess that halts standard digging progress. Darkness falls. The commanders grit their teeth in panic as nightfall quickly approaches, threatening to freeze the rescue operation while survivors remain buried below. Rumble. Soldiers stand helpless near the massive boulder sealing the cave entrance, wondering on Earth why the miners were even inside during lunch break. Abs of steel. But while every other worker drops from total exhaustion, King Solskjaer stands bare-chested in the pouring rain, veins bulged and dragon tattoo glowing as he relentlessly swings his pickaxe like a demon possessed. Magic glimmer. As the king works himself to the bone, a mysterious glowing magical butterfly flutters through the dark storm, catching the keen eye of an observer nearby. Beast mode. Solskjaer's back muscles and insane dragon ink look like something straight out of an action movie. This king is literally ready to break the mountain in half with his bare hands just to save Maria. Flutter! Back inside the cave. Close up on Nora's dark eyelashes as she slowly begins to flutter them open. Blink! Her hazel eye opens fully, blinking away the lingering darkness as she realizes she's resting on something soft and comfortable. Gentle voice. She wakes up to find Maria looking down at her with a sweet, comforting smile, asking softly if she's feeling any better. Talk about peak character redemption. Relief! The other women crowd around, letting out massive sighs of relief while grumbling that there's still zero noise coming from the rescue team outside. Diagnosis! Maria drops her genius medical knowledge, explaining that Nora didn't faint from magic or poison. It was severe dehydration caused by blood loss from an earlier wound. Genius move! To save her life, Maria borrowed Erotic's fresh fruit, squeezed every drop of rich juice into a water flask, and nursed Nora back from the brink of death. Now that is how a true female lead handles a crisis. What happens when a trapped group of rivals uncovers a dark political secret mid-collapse? The tension inside the suffocating underground shaft hits an absolute boiling point as Nora turns every single eye toward Maria. Gasp! The petty squabbling between the camp women comes to a screeching halt when Nora steps forward, shutting down their toxic arguments before things spiral out of control. The women blurt out what they overheard earlier, accusing Maria of secretly being a high-ranking noble from Lastonia, leaving the watching miners totally clueless as to what's happening. They instantly label Maria as the enemy, claiming she's gotta be one of those corrupt aristocrats who ruin their lives back home. Talk about jumping straight to conclusions without checking receipts. Silence. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the entire group as they huddle on the dirt floor, waiting for Maria's response. Nora turns directly to Maria, her eyes filled with a terrifyingly sharp glare as she confirms that Maria really is a noble from Lastonia. Reveal. But then comes the plot twist. Nora admits that she was originally from Lastonia too, instantly changing the mood in the room. Flashback! Nora drops her devastating backstory, recalling how she was once a simple farmer's wife, until her cruel local lord showed up with armed knights demanding ridiculous tax increases. The lord arrogantly tripled their monthly payments, completely bankrupting her poor family during an already brutal harvest season. Man, these fantasy nobles really have zero chill. Sob. To make matters worse, when her husband begged for mercy, the lord had him beaten to death on the spot and sold her young kids into slavery. Crash! Nora explains that she came to the Helen mine solely to earn enough cash to buy her children back, prompting one enraged miner to slam his fist in pure anger at the upper class. Hearing her pain, the other refugees break down, sharing their own horror stories of corrupt lords hanging their parents, burning down their homes, and selling their family members. Dramatic close-up. As these horrific atrocities get laid out, Maria listens in complete, terrifying shock, realizing just how blind she was to the suffering of her own people. Guilt completely consumes Maria as she remembers blindly trusting her advisor Henry's corrupt reports while he let the nobility commit total atrocities behind her back. Shout! Surprising everyone, one of the camp women jumps up to defend Maria, shouting that Maria isn't the one who directly tormented them. Look at this squad unity forming. She points out that if anyone deserves their hatred, it's the corrupt royal family and system that allowed Lastonia to fall into total chaos in the first place. Tender touch. Maria refuses to hide behind excuses, admitting she bears the ultimate responsibility as Nora gently reaches out and cradles her hands. Nora admits that when she first saw Maria, her heart was filled with pure vengeance, wanting to make this noble suffer at least half as much pain as she went through. Seeing Maria was a constant, painful reminder of her lost family, making it almost impossible to look past her aristocratic status at first. bow, but with tears in her eyes, Nora bows her head, thanking Maria for breaking down her prejudice and genuinely apologizing for misjudging her heart. Sobbing intensifies. Nora sheds tears of deep regret, admitting that seeking petty revenge on an innocent person was never going to bring her family back. Relief! The surrounding miners and camp women wiped away their tears, warmly accepting the apology and declaring that everyone's going to stick together from now on. The wholesome vibes are at an all-time high as the group cheers that they've got plenty of time to build real friendships while trapped underground. Nora smiles weakly, bringing up a serious topic about what happens if they actually make it out alive. Blood drip? Nora announces that regardless of what happens to her, she's officially passing full leadership of the camp women over to Maria. Thud! But right as she finishes her sentence, Nora's body goes completely limp and she collapses headfirst onto the cold dirt floor. Panic! Terror erupts as someone notices the wound on Nora's arm turning a sickening, unnatural color. Talk about raising massive death flags right after a wholesome moment. Bang, bang! One of the camp women sprints to the cave entrance, frantically pounding on the solid stone wall while screaming for the surface crew to help. Desperate shouts! The miners join in, furiously slamming against the barricade while Maria cradles Nora's limp body, noticing her shallow breathing and high fever. Dark atmosphere. Close up on Nora's blood-stained hand, going completely still as her pulse drops to dangerously low levels. Maria holds Nora tight, refusing to let her die here before she ever gets the chance to reunite with her lost children. Sparkle! Driven by pure, raw desperation to save her friend, a mysterious, brilliant light suddenly bursts out from Maria's inner core. Elegant glow! The camera zooms into Maria's glowing eye as high-tier magical energy begins swelling inside the pitch-black cavern. Flutter! Radiant mana particles dance across the stone ground, creating an ethereal atmosphere that cuts right through the underground darkness. Magic awakening! A glowing magic crystal materializes right at Maria's feet under the divine symbol of a glowing moth. Now that is how a true saintess awakens her powers. Scene cut flashback. We jump back in time to the sun-drenched grounds of Lastonia's Grand Royal Academy surrounded by blooming cherry blossoms. Warm sunlight pours through the massive glass windows of an elite academy classroom, setting up a sweet trip down memory lane. The academy instructor opens up the day's lecture, introducing a detailed lesson on the history of magic stones and sorcery. Young Gunther casually spins his quill on his desk, scoffing about when a physical warrior would ever need to use fancy magic tricks.
Sparkle? The teacher immediately shuts him down, displaying glowing magic stones while explaining how rival empire Hyperion used sorcery to become an unstoppable superpower in just 200 years. Dramatic artwork reveals Hyperion's elite nobility, where over half the aristocrats are high-level sorcerers who dominate the battlefield with arcane might.
The teacher warns the class that Lastonia's stubborn arrogance and contempt for magic users will eventually lead the entire nation straight into ruin. Glow. Young Maria looks out the window with absolute determination, declaring that when she becomes empress, she'll reform the country so Gunther never has to worry again. Stomp! Young Gunther gets totally flustered by her bold statement, huffing out a nervous laugh before abruptly standing up and marching right out of the room. Classic tsundere male lead behavior right there. Young Maria calls out in total confusion, wondering why he's suddenly running away mid-conversation. Thunder crash! Back to the present outside, Solskjaer stands bare-chested in the freezing rain, overcome with crushing regret for walking away from her back then. Rumble. As dark, shadowy vines of helplessness try to consume his mind, Solskjaer grips his pickaxe tight, refusing to let fatigue stop him from reaching Maria's voice. Danger! Suddenly, the ground begins to violently tremble as panicking soldiers scream that a second massive landslide is rushing down the cliffside. The commanders desperately order a full retreat, begging King Solskjaer to abandon the site before the falling mountain crushes them all alive. Beast mode! But King Solskjaer doesn't move a single inch, glaring right at the falling boulders with demon-like resolve as he prepares to hold back the mountain with his bare hands. Just when you think the mountain collapse is about to flatten everyone into a pancake, Solskjaer decides to unleash full-blown beast mode right under the pouring rain. His panic-stricken knights beg him to fall back before the entire cliff face buries them alive, but Gunther's focus is completely locked on saving Maria. Wrapped in shadowy crimson aura, Solskjaer vows that if fate gives him just one more chance to reach her, he'll never make another choice he regrets. Man, talk about male lead character development. He's literally ready to trade his own life just to keep her safe and sound. Boom! Suddenly, a massive, blinding flash of divine magic erupts straight out of the dark cave, completely shattering the storm. Shine! Solskjaer and his soldiers freeze in absolute awe as an incredible column of radiant light shoots high into the sky. The trapped miners inside cover their eyes, completely stunned as the pitch-black cavern gets illuminated like high noon. Floating in the center of the brilliant mana storm, Maria cradles a mystery crystal as her dormant magical power finally awakens. Gasp! Solskjaer's eyes widen in utter shock. Seeing that ethereal glow means his queen is still alive and kicking down there. And just like that, we hit the title card, Empress Maria. Honestly, this artist knows exactly how to build peak hype before a scene transition. Chirp! Cut to a bright, breezy tropical sky where seagulls glided peacefully over lush palm trees. Talk about a complete mood shift. A woman steps softly onto the golden sand of a gorgeous beach right below a grand cliffside villa. Warm ocean winds rustle through the tall pampas grass as sunlight sparkles across the idyllic coastline. Maria blinks in confusion, wondering how on earth she ended up back at her family's old summer estate, the very place that was supposed to be confiscated. As she walks down the beach, the sweet scent of home-cooked tomato stew and fresh mushrooms suddenly fills her mind. Flashback! She remembers her loving mother cooking heartfelt meals in their cozy kitchen just to make happy childhood memories together. Her heart beats fast as a wild, unbelievable thought flashes across her mind. Could her family actually be here? Sparkle! Sure enough, up on the sunlit terrace, two familiar figures are sitting peacefully over a cup of afternoon tea. Maria creeps up behind a tree, trembling as she hears them anxiously talking about whether Maria's safe out in the world. Her heart shatters into pieces when they reveal the Pope assured them she was put in good hands, but they still worry constantly. They sigh heavily, convinced that Maria believes they died years ago during the tragic downfall of their house. Sob. Tears stream down Maria's face as dark, shadowy vines begin twisting around her vision while she desperately tries to shout that she's standing right next to them. She reaches out with everything she has, but her throat completely locks up as the world starts crumbling into pitch blackness. Gasp! No sound comes out of her lips no matter how hard she screams. It's like she's trapped inside a living nightmare. Gasp! Maria sits bolt upright in bed, clutching her chest while taking heavy, panicked breaths in the dark. She reaches out her trembling hand into the dim room, slowly realizing that whole emotional family reunion was nothing but a cruel illusion. Looking around at the rustic wooden rafters and soft candlelight, she recognizes her surroundings, the king's private bedroom. Wiping away her cold sweat, she lets out a heavy sigh of relief, realizing it was just a nightmare, born from her deepest guilt and trauma. Doze, but as her eyes adjust to the gloom, she notices a masked figure sitting right beside her bed, quietly nodding off in a chair. She freezes in place, completely baffled as to why King Helland himself is pulling a late-night guard shift right at her bedside. Maria turns slowly, staring at him with wide eyes as her mind tries to piece together what happened while she was passed out. Flashback, she remembers the exact moment her hand touched that mysterious stone back in the underground mine shaft. The second she grabbed it, a surge of otherworldly mana flooded directly into her heart like a tidal wave, before everything went blank. But as she inspects the stone now, she notices it looks totally clear and colorless, unlike any magic gem described in the history books. Shift! The masked king stirs slightly in his sleep, shifting his weight while resting in the quiet bedroom darkness. Maria squints through the shadows, her sharp mind analyzing every single move this unpredictable ruler makes. Thoughtful. She can't help but feel completely perplexed. This man acts like a ruthless tyrant one minute, yet secretly protects and nurses her back to health the next. Close up on the king's strong, bandaged hand resting against his chest as he sleeps peacefully in the cozy ambient glow. Looking at his silhouette, Maria senses an intense, almost desperate obsession lingering behind that golden decorative mask. She starts putting the puzzle pieces together, suspecting that his strangely protective behavior means their paths crossed way before all this chaos began. Could this mysterious king actually be connected to that mysterious gap in her childhood memories from when she was 13? Seriously, in every good romance manhwa, missing childhood memories are practically a guaranteed signal that the leads were childhood sweethearts. Swish! A tiny movement catches her eye. The tie holding his intricate mask in place has slipped, leaving it resting loosely against his face. Maria's eyes widen as she realizes this might be her only chance to finally unmask the enigmatic ruler once and for all. She swallows hard, taking a quiet breath as her curious instincts completely take over her better judgment. Slowly, she inches her hand forward through the warm candlelight, aiming right for the edge of his loosened mask. Thump, thump, her heart pounds inside her chest as her fingers brush the golden frame, telling herself she's just making him more comfortable. Grab! Before she can lift it even a millimeter, a lightning-fast hand shoots out and clamps tightly around her wrist with a stern warning.
Gasp! The room instantly drops to sub-zero temperature as the king's sharp, deadly focus locks onto her in the faint candlelight.
Maria gasps in absolute shock, caught red-handed as the brooding king glares right through her soul. Talk about leaving us on an absolute edge-of-your-seat cliffhanger. Just as Maria leans in to peek behind the mask, a sudden voice cuts through the quiet room. She's caught completely off guard. Her hand freezes inches away from the golden frame, her heart pounding like a drum as the dramatic tension skyrockets. A sharp warning breaks the silence, making her instantly pull her hand back as the cold atmosphere takes over. Soft footsteps echo through the darkness as a small figure warns her that Gunther absolutely despises anyone prying into his painful past. Gasp! Maria's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as she stares at the uninvited guest standing in the king's private bedroom. Standing right in front of her is a mysterious child with pointed elf ears, sharp green eyes, and an aura that feels totally otherworldly. Flashback! Maria instantly recognizes that face. It's the exact same spirit child who offered her a helping hand inside the dark underground mines. But looking closer at his facial features, her sharp mind races as she notices an uncanny resemblance to a certain boy from her lost childhood. Glow? The little guy cheekily introduces himself as Istohia, grandly declaring that he's none other than the ancient spirit of Helland itself. Before she can even form a question, Istohia shuts down her internal theory, casually admitting he can read her thoughts like an open book. Talk about zero privacy around spirits. Gulp? Trapped in the quiet tension of the bedroom, Maria takes a deep breath to pull herself together. She bows her head with utmost respect, addressing him with formal court etiquette as a noble, immortal being. Istohia just chuckles softly, telling her to drop the stiff royal pleasantries since they aren't sitting inside some snobbish imperial court. Thoughtful? Maria notes how his voice echoes directly inside her head, carrying an undeniable weight despite his cute, childlike appearance. Feeling his overwhelming magic power, she asks the real question on her mind. Why on earth is an ancient spirit hanging around a human bedroom? Point! Istohia casually points his finger toward the bed, revealing that the brooding king resting right there is actually his bonded contractor. Dramatic pause. But then comes the real bombshell. Istohia bows before Maria, declaring that he's come to make a brand new contract with her, calling her the most brilliant star under the heavens. Maria reflects on the dark history of their world, knowing spirits vanished 200 years ago after humans selfishly erased their existence to hide their own grief. She admits that humanity made a foolish, emotional choice by destroying the sacred legacy of coexistence just to soothe their temporary emptiness. Glance. Admitting her total lack of spirit knowledge, she steals a quick glance at the sleeping king, wondering what a spirit contract would actually do for her. She straight up asks if bonding with Istohia will grant her enough raw power to stand equal to the terrifying king of Helland himself. Sigh. Istohia lets out a dramatic sigh, looking completely exasperated by their wild comparison. In a hilarious comic beat, Istohia tugs his ears while looking up at Maria's serious aura. Seriously, this artist's chibi comedy timing is top tier. Maria tilts her head in total confusion, wondering why the mighty spirit is suddenly acting so dramatic. Rubbing his eyes, Istohia laughs it off, mentioning how her blunt nature instantly reminded him of someone else from his long past. Candlelight glow! Standing together in the quiet sanctuary, Istohia admits that her words brought back distant memories of a former human he once knew. But then he drops a reality check, warning her that their contract won't work the way she thinks it will. Glow. Istohia reveals his true current state. He isn't a complete, fully realized spirit right now, but rather a weakened form. He explains that he needs a guardian with a pure soul to lend him strength so he can mature into his complete adult form, meaning she has to power him up first. Looking back at Gunther, Istohia admits he gave the king minor help here and there, but Gunther built his legendary strength entirely through his own brutal effort. Silence. Maria stays silent, absorbing the reality that there are no cheap shortcuts to ultimate power.
Spotting her disappointed expression, Istohia smirks, asking if she's bummed out that he isn't an instant cheat code. Smile, but Istohia assures her he's no free rider, promising that he always pays back his debts in full. Sparkle! As a special sign-on bonus, Istohia offers to personally teach her the lost art of sorcery, leaving Maria completely stunned. He asks her to pull out the mysterious soul magic stone that's been hovering around her ever since her dormant magic awakened. Gasp! Maria blinks in shock, finally realizing that the clear gem she's been holding isn't an ordinary rock, but a legendary soul magic stone. Shine! Surrounded by glowing butterflies and radiant light, Maria beholds the brilliant crystal floating in her hand as her magic path officially begins. Scene cut nighttime. Meanwhile, back across the border at the majestic Lastonia Imperial Palace, evil plots are already brewing in the shadows. Inside a lavishly decorated hall, Along Serratu schemes with his sister Laurent, asking if killing the deposed empress will let them seize all her vast wealth. Over a cup of afternoon tea, the noble siblings whisper about their treacherous conspiracy to hunt down Maria. Smirk. Laurent reveals her secret intel. Maria secretly owns a massive island and luxury villa in the south under her maiden name, which the Emperor completely missed during the asset seizure. Dark Rose Aura. She explains that clever Maria had the property notarized to transfer to Pope Liberio upon her death, making it untouchable for the Emperor, but a prime target for kidnappers. Along chuckles arrogantly, pointing out that even with their family's elite swordsmanship, taking on Helen's monstrous warriors requires serious prep work. Laurent cuts through his fake modesty, demanding he stop beating around the bush and state his real price. Greedy smile. Elang holds out his hand without missing a beat, demanding a whopping 5 million gold coins as an advance payment. Dark chill. Laurent counters with 2.5 million, but Along warns her not to underestimate the job before Laurent's eyes turn blood red with pure malice. Threatening, Laurent looms over her brother like a true villainess, declaring that 5 million gold is pennies compared to the massive ransom they can extort from Gunther before brutally executing Maria. Her terrifying gaze locks in as she notes that Gunther will gladly pay any fortune to save the woman he loves, giving them the ultimate payday. Dark scheme. To cover their tracks completely, Laurent plans to pin Maria's murder entirely on Nancy Ackerman. These royal villains really never rest. Along calmly sips his tea, amused by his sister's ruthless impatience, while wondering what deep personal grudge fuels her burning hatred for Maria. Talk about a viper's nest. Just when you think things couldn't get any messier, the evil noble scheming reaches a whole new level. Before leaving, he coldly demands definitive proof that Maria is officially out of the picture. Standing, framed by dark Gothic vines, Laurent glares with deadly seriousness, warning her brother that their family's ultimate glory depends on this mission, so he better not dare get in her way. Talk about zero family loyalty. Elaine casually sits back at the tea table, completely unbothered, telling his sister he just wants his cash so he can hit the road immediately. Catch! With a heavy thud, Along catches a giant sack of gold, chuckling arrogantly about how commoners are starving while noble pockets stay completely stuffed. Honestly, this guy's greed is practically a full-time job. Laurent watches him toss the heavy coin bag around, unimpressed by her little brother's greedy antics as he prepares to make his exit. Slam! Wishing her a fake sarcastic goodbye, Elang disappears out the door, leaving Laurent standing alone in the grand, shadowy hallway. Sigh. Laurent scoffs at the thought of starving peasants, immediately dropping her solemn act to command her maid to prep a warm bath for her. Checking her appearance in the mirror, she casually plans her next move, insisting she needs a stunning new dress for the upcoming imperial banquet. Click-clack. As her heels echo down the hallway, Laurent's dark inner thoughts reveal her true villain nature. She decides to order more taxes squeezed out of both nobles and commoners just to fund her lifestyle. Can someone please slap some reality into this evil aristocrat? Scene cut. Meanwhile, under the warm sunshine on the rocky mining site, hard-working miners take a break to grab some quick lunch. Maria sits nearby in simple worker clothes, staring down at her bare hands with a deeply troubled look on her face. Her work buddy leans over to check on her, letting out a big sigh when Maria's magic stone practice fails to spark a single flame. Maria winces in frustration, thinking back to how simple sorcery looked when she watched experts cast spells in the past.
Flashback? We jump back to her private lesson with the ancient spirit Istohia, where Maria stared wide-eyed at the glowing soul magic stone, blown away that such a mythical artifact actually exists. Her inner nerd completely took over, wondering how this insane soul stone differs from high-grade magical gems. Chibi comedy. Realizing she was rambling like a total fanatic, Chibi Maria quickly apologized, but little Istohia just chuckled and told her not to worry. Man, the art style's shift here is so cute. Shimmer. Golden light sparkles around floral patterns as the ancient spirit prepares to break down the secrets of true magic. Glow. Istohia explains that unlike ordinary stones, a soul magic stone possesses its own consciousness and directly chooses who it resonates with. Whoosh! A brilliant crimson light bursts from his palms as Istohia demonstrates how the stone's hidden properties shift to match its master's true soul. The radiant crystal hovers in the air, glowing with an intense, fiery aura that lights up the entire dimly lit room. Gasp! We see a memory of King Gunther sitting up on his bed, completely dumbfounded after Maria's raw magic miraculously healed his fatal wounds in seconds. Maria remembers being utterly shocked, knowing divine healing power is supposed to be an exclusive blessing granted only to holy priests. Normally, non-priests have to recite crazy, complex spell formulas inside massive magic circles just to patch up a minor scratch. But Maria cast higher-tier recovery magic like it was as easy as making breakfast, leaving the formidable king completely speechless. Talk about flex power. Eager to master this hidden gift, past Maria bowed before Istohia, practically begging the little spirit to teach her everything about sorcery. Historia smiled warmly, reassuring her that her natural magic talent was already off the charts. She just needed proper guidance. Maria touched her chest in disbelief, genuinely amazed to learn she was born with such top-tier sorcery potential. Confused? But she admitted her frustration, admitting she had zero clue how she pulled off that miracle heal in the heat of the moment. Smirk. Istohia dropped a massive lore drop, revealing that her soul magic stone acts as a huge cheat code, boosting its master's magic output by 20 times. Glow! He handed the stone back, explaining that the secret lies within her heart's intent, rather than rigid textbook formulas. Back in the present, Maria stares at the dull rock in her hands, trying to unlock that inner focus, until a loud scream suddenly shatters her concentration. What? Both Maria and her friend freeze in total shock, wondering if their ears are playing tricks on them as someone shouts her real noble name. Crowds swarm, a massive mob of excited miners rushes over, gushing wild rumors about how Maria supposedly smashed a cave with magic steel fists or summoned a giant rock golem. Maria gets completely surrounded by starry-eyed workers gasping in awe at the shiny gem in her hand. Talk about zero social distance. Chibi memory. Suddenly, it clicks. She recalls Istohia smugly boasting about repaying favors behind her back. Sweat drop. Maria's soul practically leaves her body as she realizes the little spirit spread ridiculous and exaggerated rumors about her across the entire camp. Steel fists? Really? Shout! Her friend steps in front of the crowd, desperately waving her arms to get the excited miners to back off and disperse. Protective! Right on cue, 3 tough female miners march over, crossing their arms to shield Maria from the noisy crowd's endless questions. Roar! The terrifying female supervisor yells at top volume, threatening to supervise everyone's shift personally if they don't get back to work immediately. The miners bolt in absolute terror. This lady's intimidation aura is scary. Poof! Within 2 seconds, the entire crowd vanishes into thin air like dust in the wind. Wiping away sweat, her friend turns around to remind Maria that their precious lunch break is almost over. The 3 muscular female crewmates stand tall like an unstoppable superhero trio. You gotta love how supportive this mining crew is. Noticing Maria's blank stare, her friend asks why on earth she looks so completely dazed and lost in thought. Turns! She quickly warns Maria to stay sharp, pointing out that if other workers find the valuable ore first, they'll lose their bonus. Looking closely at Maria's tired face, her friend's eyes soften with genuine concern for her well-being. Splash! Nearby at the water well, a tired worker splashes cool water over his face, sighing happily at how refreshing it feels after hours of hard labor. Feeling totally recharged, the worker decides to sneak off into the shaded woods to catch a sneaky afternoon nap. Grab. Just as he enters the trees, a sudden unseen force grabs him from behind, catching him totally off guard. Skid. His boots slide violently across the dirt as he loses his balance in a split second.
Crash! The worker tumbles headfirst onto the grass, landing right on top of a handsome, golden-haired man hidden in the shadow. What an insane way to end on a cliffhanger! The story kicks off with an absolute romantic disaster. When a tired worker tumbles into the forest shade, she expects to hit dirt, but instead lands smack dab on top of the dazzling Lord Solskjaer. Before she can even apologize, the smooth-talking noble flashes a charming smile and teases her for such a dangerously romantic entrance. Talk about an unexpected meet-cute in the woods. Chibi chaos! Realizing she's practically pinning down a top-tier noble, the poor girl turns beet red and stammers out apologies faster than her brain can process. Solskjaer just chuckles softly, enjoying her dramatic freakout way too much. Honestly, if playing dead in the bushes gets you a handsomely dramatic rescue, sign me up. Swoon! Pulled against his chest under the dappled sunlight, Solskjaer holds her tightly, reassuring her that he caught her on purpose to save her from a rough landing. The romantic lighting and fluttering leaves make this look straight out of a shoujo anime, but girl's heart is practically beating out of her ribcage. Gasp! Her wide purple eyes lock onto him in absolute stunned silence. The sheer intensity of his sudden closeness sends a lightning bolt through her, completely catching her off guard. You can literally hear the cinematic suspense music rising in the background. Ripple of tension, Solskjaer gently holds her hand, his voice dropping into a dangerously smooth whisper as he tells her she's looking at him way too kindly. Meanwhile, her mind is completely respooling. Is this guy genuinely being a gentleman, or is he playing a slick mental game? The tension here is so thick you could slice it with a butter knife. Flustered, desperate to regain her sanity, she quickly breaks away and stands tall, trying to dust off her clothes while casually asking what on earth brought a high-ranking lord all the way into these deep woods. Excellent recovery, but that blush isn't fooling anybody. Cough! Solskjaer feigns a weak little cough, dramatically extending his hand like a helpless prince begging for assistance to stand up. Wow, the dramatic theatrics on this man are truly next level. Direct hit! Once back on his feet, Solskjaer drops the smooth act and drops a massive bombshell. He explicitly asks her to set up a private late-night meeting between him and Lady Maria. Hold on, bro went from flirty gentleman to shady night planner in under 5 seconds flat? Backpedal! The girl blinks in absolute disbelief, stuttering that asking Maria to sneak out at night is practically an impossible mission. The woods around them darken as the realization hits her. She's being dragged right into the middle of high-stakes noble business. Trying to keep her composure, she nervously offers to just pass along an urgent message instead, but Solskjaer immediately shakes his head. Whatever secret business he has with Maria, it requires face-to-face secrecy. Scene cut! The camera pans out over the cozy wooden log cabin tucked safely at the edge of the forest. She points out that Maria had an utterly exhausting day at the mine and really needs a full night's rest indoors, shutting down his sketchy night walk idea completely. Solskjaer adjusts his dark cloak under the filtered canopy light, nonchalantly claiming he was just out handling some quick private errands. Right, because walking around mysterious forests alone is just standard private business for nobles. Totally believable. Flashback sparkle. We cut to a radiant memory of Maria grinning ear to ear. While Solskjaer wanders around, the miners back at the camp are currently treating Maria like an absolute deity descending from the heavens. Glowing reverence, surrounded by awestruck workers, Maria stands like a shining deity while the crowd hails her as the ultimate mining god controlling the entire region of Helland. The artist went all out with the golden aura here, making her look like a legendary SSR gachapon. Shine, pure, uncut gold crystals burst forth from the cave walls in blinding clusters. It looks like a cheat code went off inside the mountain, turning standard dirt into literal mountains of wealth. Pulling mines. With the glowing soul magic stone clutched tightly in her palm, Maria points to random rock walls, completely flabbergasted, as miners scramble to dig where she points. Everyone is screaming in joy, while Maria inside is having a full-blown existential crisis over her absurd luck. Clang, clang! Pickaxes smash into the stone, and like a slot machine hitting the jackpot, raw gold comes pouring out of every single spot she touches. The entire crew is basically doing a victory dance while wheelbarrows overflow. Celebration! We're rich! The workers roar in absolute ecstasy. Meanwhile, Maria stands in her dusty work clothes looking totally shell-shocked. Imagine walking into a summer job and accidentally turning the company into a Fortune 500 powerhouse in 30 minutes. Gold galore. Carts full of glistening yellow bars spark under the cave lights. Maria stares at the massive hall, muttering in disbelief. If this is what the spirit called a minor trick, what on earth does a major spell look like? Chibi comedy! I was completely scammed, Maria screams in her inner thoughts. Meanwhile, little spirit Istohia floats past with a cheeky smirk, whistling nonchalantly like he didn't single-handedly throw her into the spotlight. Man, this little spirit's troll energy is immaculate. Time skip! Warm morning sunlight streams through the tall arched windows of the lodge, marking the end of a wild week at the Helen mining site. Stunned lady. Dressed back in her elegant gown, the lady of the estate stares in utter disbelief as the official numbers roll in. Maria and her crew pulled in a mind-blowing 10 million gold in just 7 short days. Smirk behind the mask. King Gunther relaxes across the room, his golden masquerade mask catching the morning light as he smoothly explains that Maria made a direct contract with the Mountain Stone itself. Look at that confident smile. He knew she had it in her all along. Debate. Standing in the grand wooden study, Gunther folds his arms, cheekily pointing out that since Maria benefited so much from the stone's magic, she shouldn't complain about putting in work. Maria's jaw practically drops. Talk about shifting the narrative, Your Majesty. Lord Drop, Gunther clarifies that back when he used the stone, he could only locate gold ore once a year, and all the rest came from hard warrior labor. So seeing Maria trigger gold veins daily is basically breaking the fundamental laws of the world. Busted! Spirit Istohia awkwardly sweats as the lady questions why the stone's help is so insanely biased toward Maria. The spirit meekly stammers that it's just better soul resonance, making Maria realize Istohia was playing favorites the whole time. Promise kept. Gunther steps close to Maria, his deep voice carrying absolute authority as he congratulates her on winning their bet. Not only did she revolutionize the Helen mines, but she officially earned the leadership position. And now, the Great King is ready to deliver his side of the bargain. Intense gaze! The camera zooms in on Gunther's sharp green eyes gleaming behind his ornate mask. The mood instantly shifts from business deal to intense personal connection, and you can practically hear the heartbeats echoing. Close proximity. Leaning in under the golden sunlight, Gunther takes her hand with unexpected gentleness. The visual chemistry here is off the charts, prove me wrong. Nightfall. Wind rustles through the dark canopy outside the lodge as night settles over the estate, bringing a heavy, reflective silence. Moonlit goddess. Maria steps into the glowing courtyard wearing a majestic flowing blue gown. Lit by silver moonlight and floating mana particles, she looks like a high fantasy princess contemplating her destiny. Healing bonding. Nostalgic panels pop up as Maria reflects on her journey. Nora received top-tier medical care and fully recovered her strength, while the tough female miners formed an unbreakable bond with her. True friends. She remembers how her crewmates shielded her from the chaotic crowd without hesitation. For the first time in forever, Maria found genuine people who truly care about her safety rather than her title. Melancholy look. Standing under the starry night, a bittersweet shadow falls over Maria's face. The cool night breeze blows her hair as deep thoughts begin to creep back into her mind. Sad past. A faint memory of a young, isolated Maria in a plain white dress floats into view, a stark reminder of how completely alone she felt before coming to this land. Determination. Snapping out of her melancholy, Maria shakes her head resolutely. She turns back toward the lodge, telling herself that dwelling on past loneliness won't help her conquer what lies ahead. Fiery resolve. Her stunning blue eyes pierce through the dark with absolute clarity. The inner monologue kicks into overdrive. Tomorrow is the day everything changes. Grand Palace. A majestic shot of the Helen Royal Palace appears, gleaming like an ivory fortress under bright skies. Maria resolves that she will travel to the palace with King Gunther not as a captive dragged by power, but entirely by her own free choice. Message delivered. Back inside the study, little spirit Istohia floats before Gunther, delivering Maria's official declaration that she wishes to accompany the king to the royal palace. The spirit softly adds that Maria believes entering the palace might somehow allow her to assist Gunther with his heavy burdens. The atmosphere in the room grows quiet and tense. Cold refusal. Gunther turns his masked head, his voice dropping into a stern, icy tone as he bluntly declares he has zero intention of granting her request. Wait, what? He literally wanted her there 5 minutes ago. Shock. Maria's eyes widen in absolute confusion as the room's energy completely freezes over. Talk about getting hit with an unexpected emotional brick wall. Charming twist, but Gunther suddenly flashes a sly, charming smirk behind his mask, explaining that bringing her to the palace was already his fixed plan from the start. Coming to this mind was just a temporary pit stop. Man, this king loves playing with people's emotions. Leaning in, Gunther closes the distance between them, gently taking a lock of her hair into his fingers. He whispers that she's coming with him regardless, so she should carefully think about what she truly wants from him in return. Dangerous whisper. Leaning down until his breath brushes against her neck, Gunther gazes up with smoldering intensity, promising to grant her absolutely anything her heart desires. The red blush spreading across Maria's cheeks says it all. Guys is an absolute riz master. Sealed with a kiss, framed by delicate light blossoms and a golden cage motif, Gunther brings her hand to his lips, kissing it softly as he whispers that he'll be eagerly awaiting her answer. Peak romance cinema right here, folks. Night walk. Cut back to Maria walking alone through the dark forest path under the starry sky, her thoughts still racing around the enigmatic great king of Helland. Duality of man. Flashback images swirl in her mind. Gunther brooding in dark shadows versus Gunther leaning close with tender eyes. She admits to herself that she can't tell which persona is his true self and which is just a dreamlike mask. Pause. Stopping dead in her tracks under the blue moonlight, her expression tightens with serious realization. Cliffhanger prayer. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest in the glowing night, Maria lets out a quiet, painful admission. She realizes that underneath all his charm and power, she doesn't truly know who King Gunther is as a person at all. What a crazy emotional cliffhanger to end on. Imagine making a deal with a shadowy figure who casually admits you're just a pawn in their massive revenge plot against the man who burned their soul. Talk about setting up toxic work environment goals right off the bat. As blood-red flames swirl through the dark memories, this mysterious mastermind makes it crystal clear that their entire life revolves around getting absolute payback against that one single entity. Standing tall under a shower of glowing magical embers, Maria turns her back on the past, her mind locked on King Gunther Blazely as the ultimate weapon to pull off her own ruthless revenge. With her dark hair fluttering softly in the night, she mutters under her breath that she's not going to apologize to anyone for using them. Man, our leading lady is officially entering her villain arc, and I am 100% here for it. Crunch, crunch! Footsteps crunch against the damp forest floor as a dark-cloaked figure glides through the moonlit trees right toward her, cutting through the eerie blue fog. Solskjaer pulls back his hood just enough for his piercing eyes to glint in the dark, calling out to Lady Maria in that ultra-serious, dramatic voice that practically demands dramatic background music. He steps closer into the moonlight, asking if she's really heading to the royal palace tomorrow and checking if she feels any discomfort before her big departure. Honestly, where was this caring energy 2 chapters ago? Silence. Solskjaer suddenly freezes, his jaw tightening under the dark hood as an uncomfortable silence hangs heavy in the cool night air. Breaking the awkward pause, he softly admits he didn't just come to chat. He actually brought something important to hand over to her one last time before she leaves for good. Glow? Solskjaer reaches out, holding a stunning dark blue feather quill pen lined with intricate silver detailing, asking if this fancy piece of writing gear belongs to her? He explains that he spotted it buried in the dirt a few days ago while patrolling the mine area, figuring she was literally the only person in the entire territory classy enough to own such an item. A rare, genuine smile softens his sharp features as he gently passes the quill back, warmly warning her not to go losing her precious things again. Okay, artist, why did you give this side character maximum riz out of nowhere? Shadow falls over Maria's face as she stares at the quill in silence, completely caught off guard by his sudden kindness. The atmosphere turns heavy as Solskjaer looks down, whispering her name like he's holding back a whole tragic backstory he's never allowed to mention out loud. Clutching the quill against her chest, Maria stands bathed in silver starlight, reminding herself that she swore never to show weakness again, even when fate keeps throwing emotional curveballs straight at her face. Swish! She turns her back on him, her long gown trailing through the dark grass as she takes a decisive step away from the woods. Shimmer. Glowing blue manna leaves drift lazily through the dark branches above, marking a quiet shift in the night.
Thud! In a sudden surge of raw emotion, Maria steps right into his space, wrapping Solskjaer in a deep, desperate embrace under the moon. Solskjaer's eyes widen in utter shock, completely paralyzed as she holds onto him. A single glistening tear trails down Maria's cheek, her inner voice whispering that she'll let herself be vulnerable for just this one fleeting night. Flash! Golden light radiates from the enchanted quill in her palm, sealing her silent promise that starting tomorrow, her heart turns back to solid ice. Bird chirp! Morning breaks over the picturesque countryside, bathing the wooden estate and waiting horse carriages in a warm, buttery golden glow. Out near the front courtyard, Arrow puffs her chest out in front of the local miners, proudly bragging about how she's officially accompanying Lady Maria directly to the royal palace. Sparkle! With cartoonish pride bursting all around her, Arrow boasts that she was Maria's original best friend who stood up for her when everyone else was acting toxic, though the female miners nearby look hilarious, doubting every single word out of her mouth. Step, step! Interrupting the boast fest, Nora steps out from the shadows, calm as ever, announcing that she's tagging along to the palace too because someone actually reliable needs to watch over Maria. Nora stands framed by golden flowers, looking like the absolute picture of a competent, loyal bodyguard turned maid who can handle literally anything thrown her way. Grumble! Arrow's face totally collapses into a salty, twitching mess as she realizes her role as top helper is immediately threatened. Honestly, chibi Arrow reactions are the best comic relief in this entire manhwa. Nora turns to Maria with a sincere bow, asking to join her service so she can repay her massive life debt by taking care of her daily needs at the palace, which Maria happily accepts with a sweet nod. The rest of the tough female mine crew gather around with dramatic tears in their eyes, whining like sad puppies as they realize Nora is leaving them behind too. Nora places a warm hand on their shoulders, giving them one last heartwarming pep talk to live independently and chase their own happiness. Talk about wholesome sisterhood energy. Clang! The air pressure instantly shifts as King Gunther steps into the courtyard wearing his full battle armor, dark red cloak, and iconic golden mask, looking like a high fantasy raid boss. Attendants quickly lock up the massive wooden wheels and load the final trunks onto the grand royal carriages, signaling that departure time has officially arrived. Gunther turns his masked helm back, his sharp gaze locking right onto Maria as his armor glints under the bright morning sun. Reach! Extending his heavy armored glove out toward her under the sky, Gunther flashes a confident, magnetic grin behind his mask, commanding her to come with him. Seriously, this guy's presence is ridiculously dominant. Dressed in a breathtaking burgundy velvet gown, Maria steps forward with absolute elegance, declaring with a radiant smile that her target destination is the Helland Royal Palace. Rumble! The iron-rimmed carriage wheels start spinning against the dirt road, kicking off the grand journey across the realm. Whoosh! A long line of magnificent royal carriages speeds down the lush green highway framed by towering autumn trees, rolling smoothly toward the heart of the kingdom. Inside the plush carriage, soft sunlight filters through the yellow curtains as Maria blinks her eyes open from a light nap. Sitting across the leather seats, Arrow leans in with a big smile, checking if Maria slept well during their smooth ride across the borders. Ta-da! Arrow suddenly pulls out a brightly patterned red plaid scarf covered in cute white daisies, proudly showing off her handmade knitting skills like a proud golden retriever showing off a stick. Blush! Sinking into her seat with bright red cheeks, Arrow bashfully murmurs that she spent hours making it specifically for Solskjaer, hoping he'll actually wear it. Look at this cute side romance brewing. Glow! Watching Arrow hold her handmade gift with pure affection, Maria smiles warmly from the side as a sweet panel note confirms that real love has officially bloomed in the air. Close up on Maria's striking green eye, softened by a genuine sense of warmth she hasn't felt in a very long time. Thumbs up! Maria playfully throws a big thumbs up toward Arrow, sincerely praying in her heart that at least Arrow's love story gets a happy, painless ending, unlike her own chaotic life. The royal convoy glides along the sweeping hillside under a breathtaking golden sunset, rolling toward what everyone hopes will be a peaceful new chapter. Shine! Blinding white sunlight pours through the carriage window as Maria leans forward, catching her very first glimpse of the massive kingdom capital. Cheers! Fireworks and colorful confetti rain down from tall stone archways as thousands of overjoyed citizens pack the streets, roaring at the top of their lungs. Boom! The camera pulls back into an unbelievable bird's-eye shot of Helland Kingdom's central city, a sprawling white marble paradise filled with massive palaces and golden domes, while text screams that the great king has finally returned home. Maria stares out the window with her jaw practically on the floor, totally stunned by the overwhelming scale and grand architectural beauty of the royal capital.
Arrow and Nora cram their heads together near the glass window, squealing in pure excitement like kids in an amusement park as they take in the vibrant sights of the city.
Hundreds of happy townspeople wave flags, hoist children on their shoulders, and chant Gunther's name in pure ecstasy, making Maria realize that behind all his chaotic games, King Gunther is actually a beloved god-tier ruler worshipped by his entire nation. Ever woke up from a power nap feeling like your organs swap places? That's Maria right now, wincing as the royal carriage bounces like a cheap carnival ride. Bump, bump! The ride is so absurdly violent that Maria, Nora, and Arrow look like bobbleheads having a collective existential crisis inside the carriage. Clunk! The carriage clatters along a dusty, unpaved road, proving that even high fantasy royalty haven't mastered basic road maintenance yet. Seriously? Look at those money boots! The kingdom spent the entire national budget on gold trim and completely forgot to lay down actual gravel. Splash! The heavy carriage wheels slammed directly into stagnant sewage puddles because apparently medieval sanitation is just a myth here. Passing by ragged citizens, Maria gazes out the window, quietly acknowledging that building an entire empire in just 10 years comes with a whole lot of rough edges. She can't help but stare up at the sky, wondering why the king prioritized gigantic flexing monuments over actual functional infrastructure. Shine! Case in point, massive white marble palaces gleaming in the sun like a billionaire's vanity project while the streets outside are total mud pits. Crunch! Clenching her fist till her veins pop, Maria internally fumes because in her book, priorities should actually make logical sense. Sitting across from her, Arrow chuckles nervously, instantly sensing that Maria is one minor bump away from choosing violence. The dark, thorny vibes surrounding Maria are so overwhelming that even the background graphics are literally warning everyone to back away slowly. Thud. Heavy armored boots hit the polished stone courtyard as the convoy finally comes to a halt at the palace steps. King Gunther strides out wearing his iconic crimson mask, accompanied by Solskjaer, who's casually carrying the sleeping spirit child stone like a sack of groceries. Grand golden banners flutter above, broadcasting a lavish welcome fit for a king who just returned from a long campaign. Guards stand rigidly at attention along the grand fountain stairs as Gunther leads the entire crew up toward the towering palace entrance. Glow! Even the courtyard statues radiate pure flex energy. Honestly, the artist went all out, making every single fixture scream endless wealth. Stepping inside the grand hallway, Maria stares in absolute disbelief, realizing the interior isn't just painted, it's made of solid, precious metals and raw gemstones. Stare! Arrow's jaw practically hits the carpet as she whispers that the Helen Kingdom must be sitting on an infinite money glitch. Maria rubs her temple in total exasperation, deadpanning that throwing money at wall decorations won't solve real problems, while Gunther casually announces he's heading straight to work. Before leaving, Gunther orders the servants to guide their exhausted guests straight to the palace hot springs for some much-needed recovery. He then tells Solskjaer to drop Stone off in the spirit's quarters, leaving Maria internally screaming because she still needs answers right now. Close up on little Stone, who's sound asleep wrapped in cozy fabrics, completely oblivious to all the high-stakes political drama brewing around him.
Attendants politely bow and motion for the ladies to follow them down the hallway toward the bathhouse, cutting off any chance Maria had to speak up. Step, step, with a smooth wave of his cape, Gunther bids them a restful evening and disappears down the corridor like the elusive main character he is. Suddenly, enthusiastic handmaidens swarm Maria, gushing over her like she's a rare porcelain doll, while Arrow excitedly urges her to hurry up and try the bath. Gasp! But when Arrow accidentally fumbles something, one attendant hits her with an aura so dark and terrifying it belongs in a psychological thriller. Talk about scary palace staff. Trickle! Fresh, steaming thermal water pours into the marble basin, creating a serene, mist-filled sanctuary inside the palace. Wrapped in soft towels, Nora and Maria sink into the warm water, with Nora happily soaking up the comfort while Maria remains lost in deep thought. Nora sighs in pure bliss, marveling at how insane it is to have endless hot running water on demand without having to haul logs for 3 hours. She glances sideways through the rising steam, suddenly noticing something very awkward happening over by the entrance wall. Squat! Arrow is sitting fully clothed in a weird corner squat, sweating bullets because she's too embarrassed to strip down and join him. Clutching her knees, Arrow sulks under her breath, trying to act unbothered while low-key complaining about the palace dynamic. She starts rambling about how obvious it is that the Great King has a massive, undeniable crush on Maria, whether Maria wants to admit it or not. Huh? Over in the bath, Chibi Nora and Maria stop mid-soak, turning their heads with total confusion at Ero's random hot take. Ero passionately insists that if the king didn't care about Maria, he would have just dumped her in luxury long ago instead of dragging her into all these wild situations. Crash! Cue complete chaos as towels fly, clothes scatter, and somebody panics about knocking over expensive bat statues in the background. Cut to a peaceful sanctuary where little Stone sleeps peacefully, tucked inside the warm embrace of a giant magical tree trunk surrounded by ripe fruit. The camera sweeps across the ancient sacred tree glowing with soft ethereal light, showing Stone resting in total safety within the palace's core. Back in the main office, Gunther sits behind his massive desk, adjusting his mask as he asks if Stone has entered a deep state of magical hibernation. Solskjaer stands attentively, clarifying that Stone just drained his mana pool during the battle and will wake up fully refreshed in about 12 hours. Look, Solskjaer locks eyes with his king, his serious expression hinting that there's a much more pressing matter they need to settle. Pause. Gunther's pen freezes right in the middle of signing official documents as Solskjaer brings up Lady Maria's social standing. The atmosphere in the study turns remarkably still as the two men discuss the political reality of housing Maria inside the royal court. Solskjaer points out that the nobles and palace staff will only show Maria the proper respect if she's officially perceived as the king's woman, a reality Gunther completely agrees with. Confident, sly smirk spreads across Gunther's face as he gives the order to have Maria's personal belongings moved directly into his quarters. Bam! Before they can finish their scheme, a panicked guard slams the heavy office doors open, breathing heavily in complete distress. Solskjaer instantly berates the guard for lacking basic manners, but the guard yells back that etiquette can wait because something crazy is happening down at the hot springs. Gasp! Gunther's sharp green eye widens behind his mask as a sudden wave of shock hits him. What on earth could be going down in the baths? Murmur! The vaulted ceiling of the bathhouse corridor echoes with frantic chatter and panicked whispers from gathered staff members. Gunther and Solskjaer charge down the hallway while maids gasp in utter horror, leaving us on a hilarious high-tension cliffhanger as the king rushes to check on his future queen. Just when you thought the palace hot spring was going to be a relaxing vacation, absolute drama explodes out of nowhere as an enraged maid grabs Erotique by the collar, accusing him of stealing women's underwear. Talk about starting the night with zero chill. Look at Ero's completely traumatized face here, tears welling up in his eyes as he stands accused of being the ultimate bathhouse menace. Grab! The maid isn't backing down for a single second, shaking him like a ragdoll while screaming insults that echo down the entire corridor. Cue the classic 10 minutes ago flashback. We see King Gunther and Solskjaer casually strolling through the hallway like nothing is wrong. Honestly, the timing in this story is pure comedy gold. Solskjaer hits the king with a smug smirk, teasing him about whether he was secretly trying to sneak into the bath with Maria. Gunther instantly turns into a sweating chibi mess, insisting he just wanted to share a quiet meal. Trying to play it cool, Gunther dismisses his advisor with a quick wave, totally unaware of the utter disaster waiting for him around the corner. Step, step, the king glides down the corridor, but as soon as he nears the bathhouse entrance, the attending maids freeze up like deer in headlights. Gunther casually asks if Maria is finished with her bath, and the staff stammers out a nervous confirmation while trying not to sweat through their uniforms. He instructs them to pass along an invitation for dinner, maintaining that classic, smooth royal demeanor, or at least attempting to. But right as he turns, out walks Maria, Nora, and wait, erotic? Ero is literally strolling right out of the women's hot spring area like it's no big deal. Gasp! Gunther's jaw hits the floor. The maid cheerfully asks if His Majesty came to visit, completely oblivious to the volcanic rage exploding in his chest. Crash! Gunther completely loses his mind, grabbing Ero by the collar and shaking him so violently the background turns into literal fire. You can practically hear the rage-fueled anime SFX roaring right now. Ero stammers out excuses at light speed, sweating bullets while begging for his life and swearing he was only waiting at the entrance like an innocent puppy. But Gunther is not buying a single word. He leans in with a terrifying death glare, warning Ero that his pathetic excuses aren't going to save him today. Pointing out the obvious reality that Ero is legally a guy in this situation, Gunther prepares to banish him from the entire kingdom on the spot. Talk about zero tolerance policy. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, Maria throws herself directly between them, spreading her arms wide to shield Arrow from the king's wrath. Shout? The entire hallway echoes as Maria screams out Arrow's name, refusing to back down even an inch against the ruler of the realm. In a dramatic stand, Maria forcefully declares that Erotique is her friend, and she won't stand by while he gets executed over a misunderstanding. Now that is true loyalty. Grumble, Gunther fumes internally, practically grinding his teeth in jealousy as he wonders why Maria keeps standing up for other guys instead of him. Meanwhile, poor Arrow is behind her, trembling like a leaf. Dramatic cut. Suddenly, the angry maids reveal the damning evidence, showing a satchel stuffed with stolen handmaiden's underwear. Wow, someone really set up the ultimate frame job here. The handmaidens point fingers with furious energy, screaming that this cross-dressing intruder insulted the royal guests and deserves to be thrown to the pigs. Manhwa background characters really go from 0 to 100 instantly. Arrow looks completely broken as the crowd roars with accusations, realizing that nobody is willing to hear his side of the story. Murmur! Panicked shouts ripple through the palace guards and staff, demanding immediate banishment and severe punishment for the alleged pervert. Nora rubs her temples in utter disbelief at the absurdity of the situation, while Arrow cries quietly behind Maria, leaving Gunther letting out a long, heavy sigh. Silence! The heavy mood drops even further as Gunther utters a cold command to call in the exterior guards. Turning his back, Gunther orders Arrow to be locked away in the subterranean dungeon without a drop of water until the truth comes out. The maids bow in absolute satisfaction, thrilled that justice was supposedly served. A dramatic close-up on Maria's sharp green eye reveals she is already analyzing every single detail of this suspicious setup. You just know her brain is working in overdrive right now. Whoosh! Night falls over the sprawling white domes of the Helen Kingdom, with the serene moonlight contrasting against the intense political drama inside. Inside a gorgeous dressing room, Nora sits across from Maria, anxiously asking if she's really going to be okay dealing with all this craziness tonight. Glow! The artist really flexed on this panel. Just look at the intricate golden lighting, delicate lace, and stunning detail on Maria's evening attire. Looking into the mirror, Maria sits quietly, contemplating the heavy weight of having to share a bed with the king under these tense circumstances. Nor brings up Eros's earlier tease about Maria being the king's official woman, chuckling in chibi style at how fast everything went from a joke to absolute reality. But Maria can't even enjoy the luxury. Her thoughts immediately drift back to poor Arrow, shivering down in a pitch-black dungeon without food or water. Close up on Maria's determined gaze, that soft concern instantly turns into cold, calculating focus. She's not about to let her friend take the fall for a crime he didn't commit. Bam! Maria abruptly stands up from her chair, startling Nora so hard she almost jumps out of her skin. Holding a rolled-up parchment in hand, Maria prepares to march out, leaving Nora completely stunned as she realizes Maria already solved the entire mystery. Cut to King Gunther sitting alone in his massive office, resting his head in his hands, filled with deep regret and assuming Maria must despise him right now. Flashback text reveals Gunther's internal struggle. He knows the palace staff built this kingdom alongside him like family, so he couldn't just ignore their cries when evidence was presented. Deep down, he knew the situation was suspicious, but as a ruler, ignoring his own people's demands would break their trust completely. Clack! Right as he wallows in despair, the massive wooden office doors burst open with a loud thud. Step, step, Maria strides directly into the king's private sanctuary with zero fear, ignoring the helpless attendants trying to tell her she can't just barge in. Gunther turns around in utter shock, stumbling over his words as he sees Maria standing before him, looking like an absolute queen. Without wasting a single second, Maria holds out the evidence parchment and boldly states that Erotique was framed, demanding the king gather every maid involved immediately. Talk about an absolute boss move. Stare. Gunther stares at the document in awe, instantly feeling a rush of relief as he agrees to her terms and tells her to wait right there. Gather. Late at night in the palace courtyard, whispers spread among the gathered staff as everyone wonders why the king summoned him out of nowhere. Two towering, muscular guards drag a chained and exhausted Ero into the center of the courtyard, looking like he's barely holding on after half a day in the dungeon. Up on the high balcony, Nora crosses her arms and sighs at the noisy crowd below, while Maria stands beside her ready to drop the ultimate truth bomb. Standing alongside his king, Solskjaer quietly remarks on how terribly worn out Arrow looks, while Gunther keeps a stone-cold expression. Narrative text warns us that the situation is way more complicated than a simple theft. We're stepping into full-blown political warfare now. Solskjaer's sharp gaze highlights the true stakes. If Gunther publicly sides with an outsider like Maria over his own loyal citizens, he risks destroying the fragile trust of his entire kingdom. Talk about an epic cliffhanger.
Talk about high stakes. With the entire palace gathered in the courtyard, this isn't just about clearing poor Eero's name anymore. If Maria can't pull off a total miracle right here, her reputation as the king's future queen goes down the drain with him. Solskjaer looks like he's about to hyperventilate just standing next to Gunther, internally sweating bullets and wondering if Maria actually has an ace up her sleeve or if they're all cooked.
Swoosh! Cue the main character entrance. Maria glides into the courtyard like absolute royalty, radiating cold, unshakable confidence that instantly silences the entire crowd. A sharp close-up on Maria's glowing eyes reveals she isn't just playing defense, she's about to dismantle this whole setup piece by piece. Look at that cold glare. Murmur. The crowd of maids and palace servants starts frantic whispering, completely thrown off by Maria's overwhelming presence as she steps into the spotlight. Honestly, look at the art team flexing on this panel. The blue floral lighting framing Maria makes her look like a majestic goddess who already knows how this game ends. The surrounding maids can't even keep their gossip in check, whispering back and forth about who this breathtaking guest is, and admitting she definitely looks like someone worthy of standing beside the king.
Side note, I love how the crowd is just completely clueless, whispering in confusion about what kind of drama is about to unfold right in front of their eyes.
Maria gives the crowd an icy, composed look, letting the heavy silence build up so everyone knows who's really running the show tonight. Beside her, Nora gives a subtle, firm nod. They've rehearsed this move and it's time to trigger the trap. Step, step, a small, terrified apprentice maid is brought forward, trembling violently under the weight of everyone's intense stares as a hand gently rests on her shoulder. Gasp! The two snake-like senior maids who originally set up the frame job suddenly freeze, realization hitting them like a freight train as their eyes widen in absolute horror. Standing nervously next to Nora, the young apprentice maid stammers out her identity, barely able to keep her voice from shaking in front of the entire royal court. A pitiful close-up of the young girl shows tears welling up in her eyes as she admits she's just a low-ranking maid who got dragged into this toxic mess. Shout! Panicking at light speed, the main culprit maid screeches at the top of her lungs, desperately trying to interrupt before the girl can spill the tea. The villainous maid starts barking out excuses, screaming that the child is just a clueless novice who doesn't even know right from wrong, so nobody should take her seriously. Classic bad guy move, right? But Maria steps right up, casting a massive protective shadow over the young girl that instantly shuts down the senior maid's hysterical shouting. Boom! The background turns into an ominous dark aura as the two scheming maids realize Maria completely outsmarted them. They really thought she was just a clueless noble girl who wouldn't know how to investigate palace politics. Gently placing a hand on the trembling girl, Maria shows incredible warmth, creating a stark contrast between her cold fury toward the culprits and her gentleness toward the innocent victim. Look at this soft interaction. The young maid looks up with pure awe and relief, softly calling out to Maria as if she's looking at her savior. Taking a deep breath, the young apprentice maid steps forward courageously, revealing to the entire court that she originally came from a foreign land. In a poignant flashback scene, she explains her tragic past as a former slave, admitting that the senior maids forced her to do their dirty work and promised to stop bullying her if she helped them with this scheme. She reveals that Maria reminded her of Helen's core values, that this kingdom was built on welcoming foreigners and supporting one another, which gave her the courage to stand up and tell the ultimate truth. Pointing an accusing finger directly at the two snakes, the girl reveals the explosive truth. Those two senior maids were the ones who ordered her to keep watch while they stuffed the stolen underwear directly into Eero's bag. Sinking with guilt, the young girl bows her head, tearfully apologizing to the royal guests for being too terrified to speak up sooner. Gasp! Caught dead to rights, the two culprit maids completely lose their minds, screeching that this is all a blatant lie and a total frame job against them. They start sweating bullets, screaming at the young girl and threatening her not to lie, but honestly, their desperate reactions just make them look 10 times guilty. Murmur! The surrounding staff members instantly turn on them, whispering in utter disgust as the truth finally hits the entire courtyard.
bud. Suddenly, a dark, terrifying aura looms over the two panic-stricken maids as King Gunther himself steps up behind them, radiating pure lethal intent. Gunther's sharp eye glares behind his mask, declaring in a deadly tone that fabricating lies to incite inner conflict among his people is nothing short of high treason. Reminding everyone of Helen's founding ideals, the king berates the two maids for destroying the kingdom's honor and disrespecting the very citizens they swore to protect. Gunther's mask darkens as his anger reaches a boiling point, growling that he has made his stance on fairness clear time and time again. Slam! Realizing their lives are literally on the line, both maids drop instantly to their hands and knees, slamming their heads against the cold pavement in a frantic, desperate kowtow. Wiping away tears, the two snakes scream out pitiful apologies to the great King and Maria, begging for mercy now that their careers and lives are utterly ruined. Crying on the ground, the lead maid finally confesses her pathetic motive. They wanted to secure prestigious positions as personal maids for the king's future bride. She whines that since another maid had already taken the chief spot, they concocted this insane scandal to force an opening. Nora rightfully yells back in utter disbelief at how ridiculously selfish they were. Rage! Maria stands over them like a terrifying, vengeful queen, while Nora aggressively demands they apologize directly to Eero for making him suffer down in a dark dungeon without water. Cut to poor Eero, looking completely emotionally drained and sheepishly scratching his neck as he softly accepts the situation. Man looks like he aged 10 years in a single night. King Gunther lets out a long, heavy sigh, officially giving the order to release Eero immediately while Solskjaer bows in compliance. Finally, justice is served. Tap, tap. Just as the intense drama settles down, a tiny pair of shoes steps onto the courtyard tiles. Wait. Who could possibly be wandering around at this hour? Out walks a sleepy little elf child, rubbing his eyes and yawning, adorably commenting that he woke up early expecting a massive war, only to find out everything was already wrapped up. The entire royal group turns around in surprise, calling out to young Lord Stone and asking if it's really okay for a kid like him to be out of bed so early. Chicken! Little Stone instantly zeroes in on Gunther with a sassy smirk, teasing the king about whether he managed to ruin everything and disappoint Maria while the rest of the world was sleeping. Smirking in chibi style, Stone verbatim quotes Maria's earlier lecture to Gunther, reminding him that a true ruler shouldn't just blindly trust whoever is closest, but must objectively seek the truth. Talk about a kid dropping absolute truth bombs! Completely humbled, Gunther walks straight over to Eero and lowers his head, offering a deep, genuine apology for letting his rash judgment get the better of him. Eero waves his hands in a frantic panic, stammering that he's just happy to be out of the dungeon and promising to avoid any future misunderstandings, but Gunther insists on taking full accountability. Showing true character growth, Gunther sincerely promises to be a far more objective judge in the future and tells Eero to name whatever compensation or favor he desires. Watching from the side, Maria observes the king's humble apology with a soft, quietly approving expression. Narrative text highlights that even though Gunther can be hot-headed and clumsy at times, he possesses the rare virtue of a true leader, knowing when to bow his head and admit his mistakes. Glow! As moonlight washes over the courtyard, Maria smiles warmly at Gunther while the flustered king looks back at her with deep affection, ending this high-stakes trial with a beautiful, wholesome moment of mutual respect. Just when you think the palace trial drama's wrapped up, Gunther pauses with a sly, secretive smirk, letting a heavy silence hang over the crowd before making his next move. Swoosh! Without missing a beat, Gunther sweeps Maria right off her feet into a dramatic princess carry. The entire courtyard loses its mind as romantic sparkles and flowers literally explode into the frame. Swept up in the moment, the king boldly announces to everyone that he needs to properly reward his future queen for single-handedly cracking the case and saving the day. Flashing a ridiculously handsome grin, Gunther orders the guard to clear a path so he can personally escort Maria straight to her chambers, leaving her completely stunned and flustered. Leaning in close to her ear with a soft whisper, he reassures her that he's only carrying her as far as the front entrance, though his playful smirk says otherwise. Murmur! The crowd of maids gasps in absolute shock as the mighty king casually carries his bride-to-be through the palace halls like it's a romantic fairy tale. Talk about a total power move. Meanwhile, watching the entire swoon-worthy spectacle unfold, Solskjaer just sighs in deep exhaustion while admitting he'll never get used to the king acting like an absolute hopeless romantic.
Shout! Stepping up to control the chaos, Nora unleashes a terrifying glare, barking orders at the gossiping servants to clear out and return to their quarters immediately. Gently placing a comforting hand on Arrow's shoulder, Nora guides him away from the courtyard, letting the poor guy finally catch his breath after surviving the nightmare frame job. Later that day, inside the Grand Royal Study, Solskjaer catches up with Maria, explaining that rumors about her had already been spreading like wildfire the moment she stepped into the palace. He spills the tea that even before leaving the kingdom, Gunther had dropped hints to his government ministers about finding a bride, and his loyal warriors instantly noticed how unusually gentle the ruthless king became around her. Standing in the opulent office, Solskjaer admits everyone basically saw this romance coming from a mile away, and Maria quietly agrees that the whole palace was already on high alert. Leaning back with a heavy sigh, Solskjaer warns her that after yesterday's high-stakes court drama, target signs are officially painted on their backs, and she's got to stay extra vigilant. When Maria asks how they'll handle the two snake-like maids, Solskjaer reveals a punishment worse than death, sending them off to hard labor at the grueling frontline construction sites for 2 full years to strip away their arrogant ambitions. Clack! Stepping out into the sunlit corridor, Solskjaer lets out a relieved sigh, satisfied that handing out brutal labor sentences is the ultimate reality check for those clout-chasing villains. Honestly, you gotta love how Maria turned a total disaster into an absolute win. Not only did she weed out corrupt staff, but rumors of her tactical genius are now spreading through the palace like wildfire. On top of completely exonerating poor Iroh from those ridiculous charges, Maris's badass defense actually turned her into a local hero among the lower-ranking palace mates. As Solskjaer casually strolls down the hallway, a familiar, cheerful voice suddenly cuts through the quiet atmosphere, calling out to him from down the hall. Tap, tap, it's Iroh, trotting over with a huge, radiant smile on his face. He looks like a completely different person now that he's out of that dark dungeon and back in the sunshine. Looking up at his vice captain with pure admiration and warmth, Arrow greets Solskjaer while the panel blooms with soft floral background effects, ending this chaotic chapter on a wholesome, heartwarming note.